everyone, and welcome back to Northamptonshire, of course, where the Whilton Mill Kart Club is based. We're coming to the end of the season in 2024, but today is sure to be an exciting day of racing. Round number 6 of the Whilton Mill Kart Club, and we've got over 220 entries for today's racing across a lot of classes. It's going to be really exciting. Don't go anywhere, folks. You don't want to miss any of this. My name is John Ratcliffe. I'm going to be guiding you through the action here today. And as I say, the season's sort of coming to a close now. We're starting to get an idea of who our championship contenders are, and hopefully I'll be able to guide you through that throughout today. There is the circuit that the drivers take to. Of course, a lot of them are going to be very used to this Whilton Mill 1,200 metre circuit, but some people it might not be so used to. I know there's a lot of drivers coming from other series here today, and a lot of drivers are here practicing for the Rotax British Kart Championships events in a couple of weeks' time. That, of course, will be live on Alpha Live, so make sure you subscribe so that you don't miss that one. There's some weather for today as well. Now, this is something that we definitely weren't expecting for today's action. If you were alive yesterday, it was horrendous. Oh my goodness. The first time it's rained upwards in a number of months. But today, the sun has blessed us yet again. We're back to some nice dry racing here at Whilton Mill. It looks as though pretty much no clouds in the sky. There's just one in that lovely camera shot there, so hopefully no threat of rain throughout today, and the drivers can stay on those nice slick tyres throughout the action. Now, it looks like we've just come to the end of the warm-ups. That was Group 2 for the senior Rotaxes out for their warm-up. Now, the juniors and the seniors for today's action are going to be split into groups because we have so many entries for those two classes. And then later on this afternoon, of course, they'll have a B final, and then the top 4 from that B final will go through into the A final to cap off the day. Of course, then, if you're finishing in the top 3 in the A finals, and you're going to be taking home a nice little trophy for yourself. That's not the fastest way to go around the circuit. Usually I find 4 wheels is a little bit faster than 2 legs, but the driver's going for his new PB there out of the first couple of corners. But, well, okay, I'm really excited to get underway. I will say, just a quick caveat before, I have been a little bit ill over the last couple of days, so if I have to take a couple of breaks today, to have a little cough and get myself back together, I might just need to do that today. So please be a little bit kinder to me in the live chat. I would appreciate that. But speaking of which, say hello to me in the live chat. I would love to have a little chat with you, especially when I'm on solo comms. I can get a little bit lonely up in here in the comms box. So join me in the live chat. Come and say hello. Let me know where you're watching from and how much you're enjoying the racing here today and who you are supporting, so I can give them a nice big shout out when they head out on circuit. If you are watching on the live stream, as I say, get involved in the live chat. Make sure you drop a like on the stream. If you can hear me over the tannoy, which I can't hear through my ears, so it might not be on, but if you can hear me over the tannoy here at the circuit, I hope you're enjoying today's action as well. Relatively brisk this morning, but getting nicer, getting warmer, nice and sunny outside. A lovely British summer's day here in August. Well, it looks as though we're getting ready to go through from the practices into the first races for today here at round number 6. Now, our first race is going to be a split grid between 2 classes. So it's going to be the first heat of the day for the Army Water Swift Restricted and the Rotax Micros. So 33 drivers on the grid for this one, but as I mentioned, that's split across the 2 classes. So what will happen if you've not watched a Whilton Mill Kart Club stream before? The first class will head round to the grid. They'll get their race started, and then 10 or 15 or so seconds later, the second grid will come round and they'll make their race start. So let's head through. We're going to be kicking off with the Rotax Micros. So Lucian Smith and Sebastian Behrman on the front row. Charlie Page and Benedictus Maziokas on row 2. Maximilian Abrahart and George Swire there on row number 3. Row 4 sees Josh Cook, the O-plate there, alongside Logan Rolfe. Then it's Chloe McGill and Elijah West who round out the top 10. Behind them are Luke Wilmot and Dimitar Uzunov. Sorry, Luke Millward. Already getting some name pronunciations wrong. My apologies, Luke. Teddy Higgs and James Devereaux. Then it's Darren Dimitrov, Harry Knight, Ellison Burrows and Finley Beals there. And rounding out the top 20, Hugo Barra and Marshall Liu. Then it's Roger Gokulnath and Timmy Climo. Then George Climo and Victor Popakul. So the 2 Climos, 22nd and 23rd, that could be interesting. Philip Petro and Harry Fable are there on row 13, with Henry Algar, Richie Chandler, Alessandro Salas and Max Dunn there on row number 15. Now I can tell you, Philip Petro was the pole position sitter in the Water Swift Restricted. Then behind them, Felix Booker, Rex Pooley and Ronnie Kempson. That's the 33 kart grid for this one. So how many have we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think 9 drivers in the iArmy Water Swift Restricted on that second grid that you can see at the back of the shot there, just heading down towards Ashby. We kick it off with the Rotax Micros. Lucian Smith and Sebastian Behrman side by side. We've seen some great racing from Sebastian Behrman recently. He lines up there on the front row, but can he take the win here in the first heat of the day? We're underway and racing immediately. Chopping across there is Lucian Smith and takes the lead early on. Wide moment though on the exit from Sebastian Behrman. That's going to open up the inside line for, I believe that's Charlie Page on the number 33, is it, who's gone down the inside there, or has Charlie slipped back a little at that race start? Through the first sector they go down in towards Ashby, and with lots of new faces here, lots of faces who aren't here every single round. I'm just trying to get my head around who's who there at the front of the order to kick this one off. As there's a move down the inside, an attempt, late move there from Sebastian Behrman, chucks the driver off onto the grass on the outside. So no, it was Maximilian Abrahart on the 61 who had made a great start there. It got forced off wide out of Osiers. Somehow managed to keep it all together and rejoin, as there has been 2 drivers who have come together into the boot at the end of lap number 1. They'll be slipping down the order. I'll try and let you know who that is as they come across the line to finish lap number 1. But it was Abrahart who was forced off there on the exit of Osiers by another driver on the inside. Josh Cook is up there in and amongst it. There's the 44 of Lucian Smith. What's happened to Sebastian Behrman? Sebastian Behrman's come across the line in 15th place. So what has happened to Sebastian Behrman over the start there? Was that something I missed? Apologies if so. There's another attempt at a late move down the inside from Lucian Smith. So I thought it was Sebastian Behrman who forced Abrahart off, but it wasn't. That was Lucian Smith. So Abrahart must have been lost earlier on in that first lap. I'm not sure how I missed that, but either way, it's not been a great start to the day for one of the Behrman brothers. Lucian Smith manages to get his way past and into second place once again. Shuffles Mazioskis back into third, and we saw him down the back straight giving it all the hand gestures, was Lucian Smith, wanting to work together and press on back towards the leader of Charlie Page, who has gotten clear at the front of the order at the moment. There was definitely thoughts for a move up at Christmas Corner, but there was a yellow flag, I think, out there at Christmas. They've all stuck as they were, single file down towards Ashby. There was a move to the inside just as we cut away there. The driver in the lower end of the top 10 trying to make some moves. There's a move down the inside into Osiers. That's Abrahart back through on Josh Cook then, changed for 4th place. In behind them, though, it's George Swire on the 82, who has the fastest lap of the race at the moment. Side by side under the gantry. You don't want to be going side by side through Oblivion, though. Never a nice place to be going side by side. You can do it, but there needs to be a lot of respect given, a lot of racing room given. Oh, off. That was a late off. I think that was all a bit of a... Whoa! Big hit onto the back of that driver. That's teammates as well. 2KR Sport drivers getting a bit feisty there. That's Josh Cook on the O-plate, and I think George Swire on the 82. Maximilian Abrahart now has the fastest lap of the races. Oh, there's a driver out of the kart down at the first corner. We've got to go full course yellow with that one. There is the Battenberg flag out. So race will be neutralised. Drivers will get into single file. And we will basically go to pretty much safety car conditions if you're used to sort of Formula 1 racing. So as you can see, Charlie Page now basically acts as the safety car, slows the whole field down. And they all stay in a single file train behind him. We've gone to red flag, so the drivers will be coming to a halt, I believe, at the back end of the circuit. I think these drivers will still slowly file through the first couple of corners, but that's not how we wanted to start off today here at round number 6, with a red flag immediately in the first heat of the day. I didn't see who it is that's come out of the kart. It looks as though on the last lap, Chloe McGill has lost 10 places. Now, I don't want to speculate and give you the wrong driver, but that's what I can see on the live timing. Of course, now it's gone red flag. I don't think any of that's going to change, so it's going to be a bit difficult for me to work out who that was. And the drivers have come back into the pits. They've not lined up down the back end of the circuit as I'm used to seeing. So something clearly quite serious there down at the first couple of corners. Never nice to see a driver out of the kart. And of course, safety the #1 priority, so immediately red flag is flown and the drivers are seen to by the members of staff here at the Whilton Mill circuit. We were just kicking off with a cheeky race there for around 3rd or 4th place, but sadly that's been taken away from us. But obviously, as I say, safety the #1 priority, and hopefully the drivers involved all okay in that one. But yeah, first race of the day. It's not uncommon to see Battenbergs and red flags here at Whilton Mill. It's a very fast and technical circuit, and drivers get very close at times around this track. But the first race of the day is definitely not one I've seen before. But we'll see. Hopefully all is fine, and we'll get back underway and racing relatively shortly. Who managed to get to the front then in the water Swiss? Philippe Petreau from the pole position then did manage to stay in the lead throughout that first stint of the race. Of course, we never really got a chance to even look back to them. Only 3 laps of racing completed there before the red flag was flown. We were keeping our eyes on the Rotax Micros. Sadly, the water Swift's not getting much of a look in there before we had to go to red flag conditions, but Petreau was in the lead of the race, and GP plate holder Alessandro Salas there in P2. Great to see Alessandro taking the win at Kart Masters a few weeks ago. And he's here battling it out in the Whilton Mill Kart Club. Rex Pudi was P3 in the Water Swifts. Then Henry Algar, Ronnie Kempson, Max Dunn on the novice plate, Reggie Chandler, Harry Favel, Felix Booker. And there are the drivers parked at the back of the circuit. So I think potentially just a bit of miscommunication there between a few drivers on the grid as to where they were needing to go. A few taking it to the pit lane already. This is always difficult for a driver as well, especially on the first race of the day. You've got the whole morning to build yourself up to racing action. Of course, you will have had a practice session earlier on this morning as well to try and get yourselves in the zone. You finally build yourself up to that race start. You get going, 3 laps in, suddenly it all comes to a stop again. And now you've got to sit there in your kart out on the circuit, sort of twiddling your thumbs, not really sure when it's going to get restarted, if it's going to get restarted. And you've got to be ready to just turn it all back on, get ready to go for the race again and get right back on the pace immediately, which certainly isn't simple, but that's why these drivers are so good at what they do. Now, I will say, Sebastian Behrmann, after that tough first lap of the race, managed to get himself back up to P11, to be fair, over the following 2 laps, so 4 or 5 places gained. So impressive movements through the first couple of laps then for Sebastian Behrmann after what was a difficult start. Now, I believe I'm hearing in my ear that it's kart number 42, which would be Teddy Higgs, who was involved in the incident, not Chloe McGill. So my apologies. She dropped down the order, but that leads me to believe that maybe she was involved in the incident somewhat. Now, I don't want to speculate. We did not see it on the cameras, so I do not know. But I'm hearing through my ear it's the number 42 of Teddy Higgs. But he is up and out of the kart, and hopefully all okay. And you can see that we're getting ready to get everyone in the right order to kick this race off yet again. We've still got 4 minutes and 20 seconds left to go. So plenty of time to continue this race. Charlie Page, though, he read that start very well from the second row of the grid on the number 33 and then started to pull away from it, of course. Lucian Smith, Mazioskis, Abrahart, Swire, Cook, they were all going at it for second place, all a bit worried about themselves, and that allowed for Page to just start to scamper away at the front. But you'll see if you can see the live timing, if you've got another tab open for that. If not, don't worry, I'll give you the updates. Quite a bit faster, that secondary group. So on that last lap of the race, it was a new personal best for almost all of the field. Charlie Page with a 53.54. Of course, you're out on your own ahead. It is more challenging to get the lap times down. But a 53.12 for Lucian Smith, a 53.09 for Mazioskas, and a 53.05 for Abrahart. New fastest lap of the race for Abrahart on that last lap. So those drivers in behind, if they could work together, then they definitely were going to be closing down Charlie Page within a lap or so. They're only a few tenths of a second behind. And that's what Lucian Smith was trying to tell them. He was trying to point forward and say, hey, let's work together here. We're definitely faster than this chap in the lead of the race, and we all want a shot at that. But they didn't need to work together because they've all been brought back together due to this red flag. So they'll start off in single file formation. And they'll crack on for the rest of the 4 minutes and 20 seconds. There's Maximilian Abrahart just giving a little thumbs up to one of the drivers in behind, having a little natter. Who've we got there? That's Abrahart, Swire, Cook. Drivers that know each other very well, as I mentioned. A lot of them coming here to the Whilton Mill Kart Club to practice for the British Kart Championships, and a lot of drivers knowing each other from different club championships as well. It's great to see the karting community all out in force here at Whilton Mill today. It's fantastic to see. Loads of names that I recognise from all across the country in all different championships and series. But that is often Whilton Mill is the sort of epicentre of British karting. I know PFI has the official title of the home of British karting, but Whilton Mill, proper central in the country, and a lot of drivers making their way down to Whilton Mill every single month because it is just a fantastic club championship. Now I can hear more engines in my ear, as I'm sure you can hear, but I think that's drivers getting ready for the next race. But definitely the drivers getting a talking to as to how we're going to get this red flag restart completed. Having a chat with Charlie Page. He's the one that's going to be the master of this whole situation, leading everyone back to green flag racing conditions. But as I say, a pretty stacked grid here today. We've got the O plate of Josh Cook there in P6. I said the GP plate of Alessandro Salas and the Water Swifts as well. Lots of recognisable faces, even at this young age in the Micros and the Water Swift Restricted. Very young drivers out there, but it's amazing to see, firstly, just how good they are at racing. It's amazing how incredibly smart they are with their racing at such a young age. I know I would have just got frustrated and thrown my toys out the pram and stormed off at that age, but they all pick themselves back up if things go wrong. They're planning out moves, corners and corners ahead. It's so impressive to see. And you're being treated to, well, you will be treated to some fantastic action here at round 6 of the Whilton Mill Kart Club. Just sadly, this first race coming to a bit of a halt, which we never want to see. But all the updates I've heard through my ear have been positive so far. Just the driver being taken to the paramedics during this stoppage. It's never a nice place to go off at Whilton Mill. The first couple of corners we've all seen from a few years ago, Super GTs crash at the first couple of corners. Just how you can go off there and how quickly you can suddenly be dragged towards the barrier is what can create difficult crashes such as that. But hopefully the driver all okay after that one. And to be fair, on really long stoppages, we often see drivers up and out of their karts and having a chat and having a bit of a banter, but no one's got up during this one, so everyone seemingly believing we were going to get underway relatively soon. Let's have a run you through what we've got coming up today then. We've got 14 races before the lunch break, then 11 races after the lunch break. So an absolutely stacked schedule for today. That's because a couple of the classes which last round we'd seen a sort of joint grid for, which was the Water Swifts and the Minis. They were joined together for their races last time out last month. This month separated into their own classes because they've got so many entries, which is, of course, great to see. Well, that's why we've got a few more races coming at you throughout today. So this race hopefully will bring to a close relatively soon. Then after this one, we're going to have the Water Swift Intermediates, then the Rotax Minis, then A versus B for Junior Rotax, and followed by A versus B for Senior Rotax. Then the X30 Juniors and the X30 Seniors, then C versus B for the Junior Max and the Senior Max. Then we go back to Heat 2 for the Water Swift Restricted and the Micros, also the Water Swifts and then the Minis. Then A versus C for Junior and Senior Rotax, their third heat of the day. Then we'll go into the lunch break. After the lunch break, it'll be the Junior and the Seniors and the X30s for their second heats. Then into the B finals for Junior and Senior Max, and then into the finals for all 7 classes racing today. I want to say the drivers will go around for another lap. Yes, okay, good. So a bit more time to warm the tyres and get ready to go. A bit more time for me to attempt to nurse my vocal cords back into health. Interesting to see 2 like fully blacked out karts in the front of the order. I'm pretty sure that's Benediktas Maziauskas and Maximilian Eberhardt. Not often you see that. Often karts now are very bright, vibrant colours, but 2 nearly all black karts near the front of the order. Pretty cool to see. And I mean, if you're going off what Team Sport used to tell us, you should be scared of them. The dark karters out near the front of the order. Don't be the dark karter. Don't be the dark karter. I'm sure that's what Benediktas and Maximilian are telling themselves in their head right now. They are the dark karters. A bit of argy-bargy there into the final couple of corners. I'm only messing. Trying to get as close as possible to the drivers in front. You don't want to get caught napping on the restart. But here we go. Back to green flag racing action here at the Whilton Mill Kart Club. It's the Rotax Micros who lead us under the gantry to the race start once again. You can see struggling with tyre temps already off of the race start. You've been sat for so long they would have gone completely cold, but that doesn't matter to the 44 attempting round the outside. They're going to get close on the exit. How did Lucian Smith not go into the side of Charlie Page there? That was very close. That's opened up the opportunity in behind for Eberhardt, but he wasn't able to take that at Ashby. So through into Sector 2 they go then. It was looking like it could be rather chaotic off of that start, but actually they all end up where they started in that, despite the ducking and weaving throughout this first restart lap. In behind as well, George Swire, the leading KR Sport kart out of that train of 3, pressing and pressurising the back of Maximilian Eberhardt. Of course, you've got Lucian Smith for the KR team in second place, and he's still looking feisty. Tries it down the inside at the first corner. You never see an overtake there, and that is why Charlie Page swipes across the front of his kart. And again, up into Christmas. Late on the brakes from the 44 of Lucian Smith. That was too late, that one, Lucian. And off he goes, trying to get back on the circuit. Now, I see Lucian's race suit is actually Jack's Motorsport, so I might have got that one wrong. Sorry, Lucian. He's definitely on a KR kart. I'm definitely not seeing things there, but it's all changed at the front then. Down to 4th place goes Charlie Page, and somehow Maximilian Eberhardt has swept through into the lead. Just as we watch there, as Lucian Smith tumbled down the order, Maximilian Eberhardt has made good from that one. He takes the lead of the race as we head on to lap number 6. Wide moment out the final corner from Maziauskas. Josh Cook trying it round the outside. He should have it good there to the inside at turn 2, and he has second place. Points forward though, wants to work together with Maziauskas because he knows that Eberhardt can drive away. Late move down the inside. That is one of the Jack's drivers, the 37. That is Sebastian Behrman coming back through the order. So after dropping to P15 after a difficult first lap, Behrman trying to charge his way back through the order, and he's certainly making good of that at the moment. Less than 2 minutes left to go on the clock then of this first race of the day. Cook and Maziauskas working together well, trying to stick onto the back of Eberhardt. Eberhardt doing everything he can to get away, but that's not going to help. He clobbers the curb at the final corner. That loses all of his exit speed. And as they come through up to Christmas corner, he's going to struggle here. He checks over the shoulder. He knows he's going to have to defend this as Cook is all over his rear bumper, but he doesn't. He opens up the move to the inside, and Cook will take that one. Thank you very much, Maximilian. I will have the lead. He left that one open for the taking, and you can say it's the first heat of the day, but then again, you're setting yourself up for the rest of the day. But Eberhardt clearly feeling no need to defend on that one, allows the O-plate of Josh Cook to take the lead. Josh Cook started in P7 in this race. Abrahart started in P5. So a few drivers coming through here. To be fair, Charlie Page has got the new fastest lap of the race. First driver into the 52s on the last lap, after he got absolutely clobbered up at Christmas Corner. Big defensive move to the inside there. Trying the up and under was Abrahart. Unable to swing back to the inside line, though. Just about holds on from Mazioskas. Look at them all dumping and diving down to Ashby. That was a close one. All trying to share the same piece of tarmac. I can only see this ending badly, but these are very good kart drivers out here at Whilton Mill. As long as they give each other just enough space. Who was that? That's Mazioskas getting sent. So he's been overtaken by Page and Swire throughout this lap. No, it's Page and Behrman. Behrman's back up to this top 4 squabble. Time has hit 0, though. I think we're going to be going on to the final lap of this race. They're confirmed on the gantry. Final lap. And Josh Cook knows it. We're defending like it's the final now. Abrahart didn't feel the need to defend when Josh went for the move here up at Christmas Corner, but I don't think Josh Cook's going to feel the same. Doesn't leave any room on the inside there for Abrahart to go for it. In behind, Mazioska's still getting a bit feisty. That's the 82 of George Swire. And then the 32 of Logan Rolfe trying to find an opening on the inside, but we're catching some Water Swift restricted drivers as well. This could prove interesting. Right in the final lap we go then. Abrahart under pressure now from Behrman. There is Josh Cook, so he's scampered away on this last lap after it changes in behind them. Abrahart still in second. Behrman's through on Charlie Page for third place, though. Blue flags. This is all getting a bit feisty. You don't even know where to look. There's so much going on through the final sector. Josh Cook has managed to get away on this final lap. He'll take the first win of the day here at round number 6 of the Whilton Mill Kart Club. Abrahart follows him across the line in second, and Sebastian Behrman from second place on the grid to 15th after lap 1, back to P3. What a driver the number 37 is. Fair play for grabbing a podium there in the first race. Charlie Page and George Swire, they're your top 5. Well done to Charlie Page for staying there in the top 5 despite the incident up at Christmas Corner when he was leading the race. I'm sure he would have been hoping for a bit more, but to keep it in the top 5 there after what could have been a race-ending incident, well done to George Swire. Now, I thought I did see Alessandro Sola celebrating across the line there. He takes the win in the Water Swift restricted class, so he managed to get through on Philip Petro after that red flag restart. So did Rex Pooley. So Salas, Pooley and Petro were your top 3 in the Water Swift Restricteds. Then they were followed by Henry Algar, Harry Favel, Ronnie Kempson, Max Dunn, Felix Booker, Teddy Higgs and Reggie Chandler. Of course, Teddy Higgs actually in the Rotax Micros. He was the driver involved in an incident down at the first corner. Hopefully Teddy is all okay. And hopefully we'll see Teddy out in their second heat of the day later on this morning. But the rest of the Rotax Micros then was Charlie Page, George Swire, Mazioskas, Rolfe, Climo, Millward, Dimitrov, then Uzanov, Knight, Beals, Climo, McGill, Smith, West, Devereaux, Popakul, Liu, Gokulnath, Burrows and Barra. 23 drivers finishing in the Rotax Micros, and I think 10 of the 11 in Water Swift Restricted getting to the checkered flag as well. It looked as though everyone was okay on Nose Cone Watch to what I've seen anyway, so hopefully all keeping it nice and respectful through the first race of the day. Well, that's it for the Rotax Micros and the Water Swift Restricted. We head on to the second race of the day, which will be our Water Swift Intermediates. So from an absolutely jam-packed grid there for our split grid for the day, we move on to the Water Swifts. Slightly fewer drivers involved in this one, but I think not a split grid with the Rotax Minis because they've got so many people on the grid for today's racing. But we have 11 drivers for this one, for heat number 1 of the Water Swift Intermediates. Jonty Restrick and Alfie Taylor line up alongside each other on the front row. Enzo Butterazzi and Henry Clark are on row 2. Then behind them are Simeon Stone and Xavier Fonge on row 3. Seth Angus and Millen Tomlinson are on row 4, with Jensen Ackerman and Henry Johnson on row 5. And then Ethan Lucas rounds out the 11 drivers on the grid for this race. Well, It's certainly been an interesting morning so far here at Whilton Mill. I certainly wasn't expecting a red flag that early on, but that's just how it can go sometimes in racing. Now, of course, we had an extended period of red flag there, so I'm hoping that everything was able to be cleared up, the barriers were able to be fixed and whatnot during that time period, and hopefully this little break between action won't be too severe. Now, I'm just trying to work out whether the air I can hear, the wind I can hear in my ears, is actually out there on track, because it does look quite windy, or whether it's the fan I've just turned on in the commentary box. I can't work it out. I think it's just out there on circuit, because it seems to have stopped now. So, slightly windy out there on circuit. It's a nice day, a nice sunny day, but still probably not the warmest out there on circuit, which, to be honest, is kind of ideal for kart racing. You want it to be nice and sunny. You got a dry track out there, but equally you don't want it to be so baking hot that you take off your helmet after the race and you can basically pour the sweat out of the helmet. No one enjoys that. Basically being in your own personal sauna for 8 minutes plus 1 lap. That's never the most fun experience to be racing in. So honestly, quite ideal karting conditions here today. Not really what we were expecting in August, though, I don't think. We're definitely expecting it to be a little bit nicer than this, but hey-ho. I think a lot of the drivers will take it for today. There are some of the drivers getting ready for this next race. There's the 67 all the way on the right-hand side of your screen. The BMR driver of Jonty Restrick. We've got a Charles Leclerc kart. That is the number 18 there of Simeon Stone on the Charles Leclerc kart. And you see as well, every single driver there on this grid wearing a neck protector. I think that's something you're seeing a lot more now with the younger drivers, keeping nice and safe, and definitely a good thing to have. I think a lot of people, especially a lot of the older drivers, can think they look a little bit silly. But let's be honest, I'd rather look silly and protect my neck than not maybe look a little bit cooler and have a huge crash and really injure myself. So I think it's great that the younger drivers are starting to wear the neck braces a lot more, because of course in car racing you have to wear a hands device. It's not an optional thing to protect your neck when you do have a sizable incident. So good to see the drivers, especially as even we saw in the first race of the day earlier on, we saw a driver get driven into from behind pretty sizably. Two of the KR drivers came coming together, and you saw their neck snap back. That's what we don't want to see. We do not want to see that to drivers' necks. So good to see them all protecting themselves. Of course, I do want to say as well, thank you to anyone involved with the Whilton Mill Kart Club, anyone that watches or races, who sent me kind messages after my own racing incident the other day down at Brands Hatch. Taking my first flying lessons in the Fun Cup, it was. If you don't know what I'm talking about, head over to my Instagram, at Rotax Media, go and give that a little watch. But less than ideal. I'm a bit battered and bruised this week, but all fine. So thank you for anyone who sent me a very kind message just to check that I was okay. I'm all alright, but the car, less so. Yeah, less said about that, the better. Right, let's look back to the racing on track here at the Whilton Mill Kart Club. Army Water Swift Intermediates out for their first heat of the day. As I mentioned, BMR driver Jonty Restrick on pole position for this one. And of course, with the Whilton Mill Kart Club this year, all drivers completing qualifying sessions yesterday. So all of these grids, these aren't random grids, these are done on fastest lap time from the qualifying yesterday. I have a feeling that we could be going for a false start here, and yes indeed we do. Didn't want to get myself too excited. I thought with the acceleration around the final corner there for Enzo Butterazzi that it was all happening a little bit too fast. And yeah, through the first lap we'll go then, and they'll come back round and we'll go for another attempt at that race start. And again, lots of recognisable faces on the grid for this one. As I mentioned, you're going to see the Rotax grids being a little bit more stacked today than the iArmy Water Swift grids. Now, generally across karting, we're starting to get a little bit more used to that anyway. Rotax grids getting bigger and bigger and bigger. But still, lots of drivers completing an iArmy. Still a very exciting class to watch. And still some really, really impressive drivers taking to the track in iArmy machinery. Plenty on this grid as well. Drivers who I know to be running up near the sharp end of the order as well. Jensen Ackerman down in 9th. I expect to see him a little bit higher, so watch for him trying to come through the pack as well. But this time, this looks a little bit more relaxed. Restrick and Butterazzi lead us to the lights, and we are good for a start. Poor start for the Charles Leclerc kart on the inside there. They dropped down the order. That was Alfie Taylor getting shuffled back there from second place on the grid. But Tarazzi slots through into second, and who follows them through? That's the 82 of Henry Clark then, up into P3. Alfie Taylor slots back into fourth. It's all chopping and changing down the inside. Goes Henry Clark on Enzo Butterazzi. Oh, and round and off the circuit in the background. That's the number 18 of Simeon Stone, who is off down at Ashby. Just cut round that. We didn't quite see how that one happened, but either way, it looks as though Stone is off of the track. Trying to get himself back onto the black stuff as quickly as he can. There's Butterazzi back down the inside. That's on Alfie Taylor. So that must have changed earlier on in that lap then. Taylor must have got through on Butterazzi. Butterazzi gets back through there at the end of lap number 1, but they've lost a heap of time to Restrick and Clark out in the lead. 2 BMR drivers are now going to be going at it for the rest of this 7 minutes plus 1 lap heat, unless Butterazzi and Taylor can form a bit of a truce here and start working together to press on back towards the leaders. Xavier Fonge there on his own in 5th place. And it's Henry Johnson and Seth Angus. Those two in a bit of a pairing in 6th place. Another pairing in behind of Ackerman and Tomlinson. And then, oh, 3 drivers off. 3 drivers have come together. The 12 of Jensen Ackerman. The 60, no, sorry, it must be this, yeah, the 68 of Henry Johnson. And it must have been the 22 then of Seth Angus, I can only imagine. 3 drivers coming together there down at Osiers. That is less than ideal. Once again, did not see how that one happened, but either way, those 3 will be dropping down the order and dropping to the back. So now we've effectively got 7 of our 11 drivers still in with the running here. Pretty much all the drivers are still on the lead lap. However, those 3 in that incident, and of course Simeon Stone, who had the rotation on the first lap of the race, dropping a long way off of the lead now. And there is the number 12. Jensen Ackerman has parked it up down in the pit lane. He's looking down in his engine. Something not quite right there on the number 12 car, and Ackerman throws his gloves into the seat in dismay. But either way, he is out of this race, sadly, for Jensen. Here are your 2 leaders, though. The 2 BMR drivers now nose to tail. Clark has closed the gap after taking the fastest lap of the race. Still over 5 minutes left to go in this heat, though, so how long will Clark lead this one? If he feels like he's a lot quicker, I think a move early on will be totally fine. I don't think his teammate's going to mind that too much. They've got such a gap back to Butterazzi in 3rd. Just over 2 seconds it is. And they've got the slight issue now that they're now chasing down a couple of back markers. I think it's Henry Johnson. It is Henry Johnson who they're just chasing down now. Of course, Henry will get blue flags when Restrick and Clark catch up to him. But equally, the fact that these 2 are teammates does nullify the action ever so slightly. There's going to be a little bit more working together and a bit more understanding between the 2 of them. I'm enjoying the action shot there of the static camera down at Ashby. A little bit on its side. That's kind of what I was seeing. I remember when I took off at Paddock Hill Bend, I was a bit sideways like that static camera down at Ashby. Here they've caught the back marker of Henry Johnson after he had that incident down at Osiers. He's just checking over the shoulder, trying to keep out the way. Single file section of the circuit, though. It's a difficult place to get caught. He is caught at a less than ideal time for Jonty Restrick, but as I say, 2 being teammates, I don't think it's going to matter too much. They scamper on by and carry on to lap number 6 of this race. Lap times have stagnated somewhat. 51.3s for your 2 leaders. They're the fastest out on circuit, but at the start of this race, both of them were in the 51.1s. So nice and consistent out the front of the order, but not feeling the need to push it too drastically, which I can understand in this first heat of the day. Just over 3 minutes left to go on the clock then. Still Restrick and Clark working together at the front of the order. They've increased that gap, though, on Butterazzi and Taylor. As oh, fair enough. I think Jonty Restrick can hear me. New fastest lap of the race and new personal best for both of the two leaders. .51 dead there. You can see at the top of your screen. 51.000. Can't get much closer than that, Jonty. But new personal best on the last lap from pretty much all drivers, so definitely hearing me out there on circuit and going, "Now we'll prove him wrong." We've not settled into this one. New fastest laps coming thick and fast. But still, Restrick and Clark faster than anyone else out there on circuit, continuing to build that gap out at the front of the order. They now have a 3.5 second gap over Butterazzi in third place, and Butterazzi has also extended that gap over Alfie Taylor. We saw Butterazzi and Taylor were sort of working together. Butterazzi under a little bit of pressure from Taylor a few laps ago. That gap now over 1.5 seconds between Butterazzi and Taylor, so no chance of a battle between those two. And now Restrick and Clark both dip into the 50s. 50.91 for Clark, 50.97 for Restrick. So Clark a little bit faster in the wheel tracks here. Now, as we say, it's going to be more relaxed. It's going to be more relaxed on circuit because they're both teammates. They're going to be working together. They want a good result for their team. They don't want to battle too much, lose time, someone else comes through, or heaven forbid, they take each other out, which you never want to see across karting, but certainly if they're teammates as well. But every driver wants to win. We're getting into the last minute of action now. You're going to be thinking a move is surely coming soon from Henry Clark. As Henry Clark has the faster lap of the race, has been a little bit faster every lap for the last few laps. Now it's whether Henry Clark just decides, hey, I'm happy with a P2 here. Good result for both of us. Good points for both of us into the rest of the day and through the championship as well. Let's just consolidate this one and bring it home for the team. But I feel like every driver just has that voice in the back of their head that just says, no, go on. You can do it. You can get the lead here. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. You just got to be particularly careful when it's your teammate you're trying to overtake. 15 seconds on the clock as they come across the start-finish line under the gantry once again. It's a good exit from Henry Clark. But no, not even thinking about it. Holding to the left-hand side of the circuit as he heads up towards Christmas Corner. Not even a thought at a move that time from the number 82. So timer has hit 0. This will be the penultimate lap of this Water Swift Intermediate first heat of the day. And it's been a bit more a subdued one. Definitely a change from the Rotax Micros and the Water Swift Restricteds that we saw out a moment ago, where we kicked it off with a red flag and then it all kicked off with the lead of the race and it was all a bit scuffly. This one a lot more planned out, and onto the final lap will be led onto it by Jonty Restrick, who, to prove a point, sets a new fastest lap of the race. 50.80 for Jonty Restrick, a 50.86 for Henry Clark on that last lap. Now, of course, no points for fastest lap here at the Whilton Mill Kart Club, but you get kudos for the rest of your team. You get some lad points across the paddock, and proving that you're the faster driver. Now, Henry Clark's looking a little bit feisty there through sector number 2, pressuring Jonty through the last part of the lap, but I do think that they're not going to change over this last section of the circuit. So, a pretty textbook drive here for the two BMR drivers. Across the line, it will be Jonty Restrick who holds onto it to take the win in the first heat of the day. Henry Clark being a good, abiding teammate there in second place. Butterazzi holds on to third, but 6 seconds off of the lead. So it all got a little bit drawn out there after those scuffles in the first couple of laps of that race. Alfie Taylor and Millen Tomlinson were your top 5. Followed across the line by Seth Angus. Here we'll see Ethan Lucas. Oh no, it's Xavier Fonge. Gets ahead of Ethan Lucas on that last lap. So Fonge finishes in 7th, Lucas in 8th. Simeon Stone in 9th place. Henry Johnson a lap down there in 10th. And, of course, we lost Jensen Ackerman after that incident on the first couple of laps of the race. He pulled into the pit lane and called it, I was about to say called it a day. Hopefully not. He's called it a race, I guess. I would reuse the phrase as. Hopefully he's not called it a day. Hopefully we'll see Jensen out in heat number 2 later on. But we go to nose cone watch at the end of the race then. Keep an eye on the drivers involved in that race, and we'll see if they get pointed through. They're totally fine. Not an issue at all. If they get stopped and their name gets written down on the scary sheet, then they've got themselves a 5-second nose cone penalty, and that is less than ideal. We didn't see any in the first race. It looks as though we're not going to see any here in heat number 1 for the Waterswift Intermediates, which is always good. Nice, respectful racing once again from all of the drivers here at the Whilton Mill Kart Club. Well, that's 2 races done and dusted of the 14 we've got coming at you before the lunch break. Up next is going to be heat number 1 for the Rotax Minis. Well then, let's have a look at the grid for heat number 1 of Rotax Minis. The front row, it's an all Finley front row. Finley Hines and Finley Lines side by side on row number 1. Edward Haynes and Jack Baker on row 2. Jack Baker has impressed me so much over the last couple of months. I want to see what he can do there from row 2. Josh Cormack, the man from Scotland, is there on row 3 alongside Leo Livings. Leo, of course, getting launched at after the race finish at the GP plate at Kartmaster a few weeks ago. Good to see Leo back in and racing here at Whilton Mill. Joshua Griffin and Devin Taylor side by side on row 4. Harry Taylor and Theo Bradshaw on row 5. They round out the top 10, followed by Miles Burst and Sebastian Clark there on row number 6. Row 7, Daniel Wisniauskas and Noah Jebson. Then Alfie Ward, Ilya Veliko, Nathan Rond and Luca Holmes-Ballock there. Luca a long way down the grid there in 18th place. Rounding out the top 10 are Oliver Barton and Ralph Bracketis. Then it's Archie Rogers-Tyler, Akil Nangionon. Then Adam Eudatis, George Fountain. They are the top 24 on the grid. And we've got a few drivers on the grid for this one. Arthur Brooker, Ayrton Rye, Louis Marshall, Max Wheatley, Dylan Suresh, Ruben Jenkins, and then Harper Das. Your 31 drivers on the grid for this Rotax Mini first heat of the day. And it looks as though we've got through that grid in just the right amount of time. As I say, 31 drivers on the grid for this one. This is going to be very exciting, and some seriously impressive drivers on the grid here for Rotax Minis. Can they get it underway first time of asking? Yes, they can. 8 minutes plus 1 lap on the clock, and already Finley Lyons getting shuffled out wide there. Already down to P4. Less than ideal start from the O plate. Green flag on the exit leads me to believe there's now a yellow flag on the entry, as up over the back goes the 53 of Harry Taylor. Managed to land back down on all 4 wheels, but that was certainly a scary one on the first lap of this race. Another couple of drivers getting a bit argy-bargy there through Boxing Day, but all managing to work themselves out. There's Devin Taylor on the number 14 as well. He's trying to cut his way through the pack. Another one of our synergy drivers there is Devin Taylor. So coming through to the end of lap number 1. I'm trying my best to scroll through my notes. It is. I thought I was right. Devin Taylor, the number 14, he had his 13th birthday yesterday. So happy birthday to Devin Taylor. And he's celebrating well, up 3 places on that first lap of the race, from 9th to 6th for Devin. He's looking to give himself a nice birthday present as he tries to move his way through the order, and so do some of his teammates. There's the 144 Theo Bradshaw, sidling his way into the top 10. But immediately drivers trying to fight back once again there at the front of the order. Has there been a change to the lead? Yes, there has. Finley Lines through on Finley Hines. So after a difficult first lap, dropping from 2nd place on the grid to P4, that doesn't faze someone of the calibre of Finley Lines. And he immediately charges back through into the lead of the race here on lap number 2. So still the 2 Finleys at the front of the order, as we saw at the start of this race. They're now just swapped around, Lines ahead of Hines. And let's see if they can work together here at the front of the order. Then we've got 2 KR Sport drivers following them in behind. That's Josh Cormack and Edward Haynes. And Joshua Griffin with them as well. Side by side a bit further down the order. That's the 67 getting shuffled out up at Christmas corner. That's Nathan Rond. Had a nice little chat with Nathan Rond earlier on this morning. Very nice of him to come and introduce himself to me and have a little chat. Lovely to speak to you drivers, especially when they're so friendly as Nathan Ron was. But Nathan trying to get his elbows out here through sector number 2. There's Max Wheatley scything through on both of those drivers. That was Ilya Veliko getting overtaken, I believe. Daniel Wisniauskas getting involved there as well. Huge grid here of a lot of names that I recognise here. Max Wheatley, a dominant force from the Rotax Kart Club, getting in and amongst it here at Whilton Mill. Change for second place. Josh Cormack down the inside at Christmas Corner. Finally, we have someone who's not called Finley in the top 2 in this race. The man from Scotland, Josh Cormack, gets through into the top 2. If you had any doubts about me saying the man from Scotland, just look at the top of his helmet. Huge Scottish flag. He's proud. He's proud of his heritage. Is Josh? I remember having a chat with him at British Kart Champs last year. I remember I did an interview with him. A top lad is Josh Cormack, and a brilliant racer as well, as he's proving here with the current second place. And I remember him scything through, getting the tyre strategy right at GYG last year and taking his first ever win in the British Champs. Deservedly so for the number 121. He's still under pressure though here from Finley Hines. He's managed to get through into second place, but they're not pressing on towards Finley Lines at the front, and Finley, with a time like that, he's going to be getting away from them pretty quickly. 49.46 for Finley Lines. That was a good half a second quicker than a lot of the drivers around him on that last lap, and you can see now why. He's got pretty much a 6 or 7 kart length gap at the front of the order already. You can see, I'm always amazed watching Finley Lines at how relaxed he is in the kart. It's like it is nothing to him. He's just a little Sunday drive. He's totally chill. Setting fastest laps out there means nothing to Finley. He just carries on driving, carries on putting in quick laps. There's another one, 49.32. New fastest lap of the race. Second quickest driver out there is, I think it's a 49.47. That's Miles Burton in 7th place. So I think here, realistically, with a 1.3 second gap, I mean, 3.5 minutes to go. Crazier things have happened. But from my experience watching Finley Lines, I think I can pretty much call this race now, as I think he will have taken the win by the end of this first heat. It's now the battle over second, and Josh Cormack finds himself the cork in the bottle of this battle, as he is being chased down by the drivers in behind. He's kept Finley Hines at bay after making that move, but now we've got more drivers closing up. The Strawberry Racing driver, the number 5 there of Joshua Griffin, KR Sport of Edward Haynes, Synergy driver, the 14 there of Devin Taylor. A few more drivers in behind them as well. We got Miles Burton, Jack Baker, and then a bit of a gap back to the leading driver of the following pack, which is Luca Holmes-Ballot. You can see Luca there with Leo Livings. I'm pretty sure both of those are Synergy drivers, so they should be working together there in 9th and 10th place. But this squabble we've got is second place down into 8th. So how will this one work itself out? 2.5 minutes still left to go. All sort of settling into their lap times now. Great to see good, respectful racing on show here at the Whilton Mill Kart Club. It can be a championship that can get a little bit squabbly at times, but in the opening few races of today, I've been super impressed by the racing, and you've got to remember as well, we've only seen our youngest classes out so far today, so who knows, maybe it'll get more squabbly when we get to the older boys and girls. Hopefully not. Hopefully I'm not commentators curse that. Hey, we'll wait and see. Less than 2 minutes left to go on the clock now. 1.6 seconds now the gap that Lions has out in the lead of the race. And there are Luca Holmes-Ballot and Leo Livings working together. And they are indeed both Synergy drivers. So they're trying to close that gap down to Jack Baker, who's at the back of this squabble. But all the drivers sort of settling into it now. Definitely Joshua Griffin has closed that gap to Finley Hines, who's in 3rd place still at the moment. But all of them checking around, just watching where they are in this order. Who can they work together with? Who have they got to be thinking about that's in behind them, whether they need to defend or attack? This could be a potential for a move here from the 5 of Joshua Griffin, but the move doesn't materialise. He's trying to set him up though. You can see him trying to set up a move here. Will it be it down into Ashby? Not quite close enough. But now, look at the time lost for Finley Hines as he focuses on Joshua Griffin in behind. That gives a bit of breathing room to Josh Cormack in second place. This is where Josh Cormack needs to make the most of this as they start to battle in behind. Down the inside into the boot goes Joshua Griffin. He was setting that up for quite some time. And finally, the door opens down at the boot. Griffin up to P3. Hines now under pressure from the drivers in behind, but they might just be focusing on themselves. Bit of side pod to side pod contact there between Haynes, Taylor, and I think Burton was getting himself involved in that one as well. Now needing to defend is the 14 of Devon Taylor. Miles Burton trying to find a way through. He's got to be careful. He's got Jack Baker right in his wheel jacks as well. Not only is he trying to attack, but he's also got to defend at the same time. But the best form of defense is attack. Through goes Miles Burton on Devon Taylor down at Ashby. That was an opportunistic attempt to follow through there from Jack Baker, but it's not going to work this time. Timer hits 0. Finney Lyons will see the final lap board. That was a bit aggressive there. There's still aggressiveness through the exit of the corner. That's Miles Burton nearly getting fired off there, and they do come together on the exit. Miles Burton and Devon Taylor there coming together on the final corner. That drops them both down a number of positions. Devon Taylor down 4 positions to P10 and Miles Burton down 2 to P9. I didn't see how that one all started. I was looking at the timing screen. My apologies. But either way, it ended up not going very well for those two. Big defensive move there. It is all getting rather feisty on the final lap. My goodness. That's Luca Holmes-Ballock. How's he managed to slip through in this gaggle? Impressive stuff. There's Leo Livings with them as well. So they've got through on Burton. And Devon Taylor as well. Impressive stuff. Well, Finney Lyons is going to be coming around the final corner in only a moment's time to take the win here in heat number 1 for Rotax Mini. Cormack and Griffin second and third. Griffin just stays ahead of Edward Haynes. How's it working out in behind them though? Finley Hines finishes in 5th place at the end of that one. For a moment, it was looking like he'd take the win, of course, on pole position for that one. Manages to hold on to a P5 though after a rather squabbly last lap or two. Holmes-Ballock and Leo Livings did a good job there working together through the second half of that race to put themselves in a position to be able to make up for the mistakes of the drivers ahead. They secure themselves 6th and 7th from that one. Jack Baker, Miles Burton and Sebastian Clark, your top 10. Sadly for Devon Taylor, it was looking good earlier on in that race. But despite it being his birthday yesterday, he wasn't given any birthday luck in that first heat of the day. Drops down to P11 on that last lap. Behind him, Ilya Veliko was in 12th place, and 3 Bradshaw. Max Wheatley, what a run through the pack from Max Wheatley. Let me double check. Where did he start on that one? 28th place to 14th. 14 places gained for Max Wheatley in the first heat. He's one to watch through the rest of these heats this morning. I'm telling you, he is so impressive down at Wright House. Wins the races by like 5 or 6 seconds. He's crazy. He's come through to P14 in this first heat. One to watch definitely is the number 12 throughout today's action. Harry Taylor was in behind in 15th. Archie Rogers-Tyler, Alfie Ward, Daniel Wisnauskas, Noah Jebson and George Fountain, your top 20. Adam Yadatis, Ayrton Rye, Nathan Rond, Ralph Rakitis, Oliver Barton, Ruben Jenkins, Dylan Suresh, Akil Nangionon, then Arthur Brooker, Harper Das, and Louis Marshall. 31 drivers starting that race, 31 drivers finishing that race, and that's how we hope to continue for the rest of today's action. I didn't like seeing us start off the day with a red flag. Good to see in that one. No drivers getting too feisty. It did get a little bit argy-bargy over the last couple of laps, but enough room given. I think enough room given that I didn't see anyway there any drop nose code penalties. Of course, if you want to double check any of that, head over to results.alphatiming.co.uk/WMKC to check all of the final results, because any results I give you here on the live stream are very provisional. Let me stress that. Very provisional. So make sure you go and double check that on the results page on Alpha Timing. But heat number 1 of Rotax Mini done and dusted. That was a stacked grid. That's going to be exciting for the whole day in the Rotax Mini classes. But we're going to go on to one of our first grouped grids. This will be heat number 1 for Junior Rotax. Looks as though they're already out on track, so let's run you through the grid nice and quickly for this one. Of course, if you're supporting someone in Junior Rotax and they're not in this race, they're going to be in one of the other groups, so don't worry, they'll be on slightly later on today. Right, Charlie Neve and Thomas Hill are on the front row for this one. Harry Russell and Josh Gore at row 2, then Charlie Wolfert and Aidan Large on row number 3. Row 4 will see Harry Freeman and Jack Baker. Then it's William Webb and Lachlan Homer, Jack West and Victor Hansen. Then Hugh Moulton, Harrison Crowther, Daniel Adamatis, Callum Sims, Ethan Hatch and Daniel Gurney. Rounding out the top 20 on row number 10 are Joel Dixon-Cohen and Shane Chandaria. Then it's Mateus Jedwebny, Oliver Vo, Will Archer and Leo Steed. Row 13, unlucky for some, will it be unlucky for Matthew So and Jacob Smith? Following them are Noah Barham, Alexander Campbell, Sava Solonchenko and Oliver Liversedge. And then finalising the grid, Gabriel Towers, Alex Shepherd, Kai Beach and Hayagriva Gokulnath. Round the final corners they come, then another huge grid, but of course expected here in the grouped categories for junior and senior max. This is A versus B to kick off the day, and Charlie Neve will lead us to the lights and immediately takes the lead here on his Tony Kart chassis. So as they side through up towards Christmas Corner, Thomas Hill covering the inside, but not for long enough here. He's going to try the up and under, but will he get blocked on the exit? Yes, he does. Has to give up P3. More drivers jumping over the curb there down at Boxing Day, but all managing to land back on all four wheels and carry on through this first lap. So second place sitter Thomas Hill back down the inside at Osiers. That was aggressive to the inside there. And they're still getting pretty sideways down into the boot. Down the inside, that's an Evolution driver, I want to say, who's got back into third place there. So as they come across the line to start lap number 2, it was Harry Freeman who has snuck through there. So that's 7th place on the grid to 3rd on the first lap. Great start from Harry Freeman. Relegates Thomas Hill back into 4th place. Followed by William Webb and Charlie Wolfert. There's a move from the one... Was it the 1-7 of Jack Baker? Or was it the 1-3 of Aidan Large? All in and amongst it down the bottom end of the top 10. Thomas Hill under pressure here. Down the inside very late there. That was Charlie Wolfert on the 195 getting down the inside. And there is Charlie Wolfert, following through. So it can't have been Charlie Wolfert. It was the number 899 of William Webb getting through. Thomas Hill is getting bullied out here in the first heat of the day. He is a driver we know to be very quick here at the Whilton Mill Kart Club. He's gesticulating furiously to someone at the side of the track, feeling he was maybe shuffled wide there a little bit too aggressively. Was that a change to the lead? Hold on a second. Drivers battling at it. No, this is for second place. Harry Russell getting overtaken by Harry Freeman up at Christmas Corner. Charlie Neve nearly has 2 seconds in the lead of the race here. We've only had 2 laps. And Charlie Neve has already extended that gap by nearly 2 seconds. There he is, driving down the road already. Unbelievable from Charlie Neve, kicking off the day as he means to go on here in heat number 1. So, of course, how this works with A versus B, Charlie Neve was your pole sitter in Group A, Thomas Hill was your pole sitter in Group B, and then they all basically stack up behind each other as such. The left-hand side of the grid being everyone from Group A, the right-hand side being everyone from Group B in this one. Jack West takes the fastest lap this time around. Nope, that immediately gets taken away by Callum Sims, down in 14th place. That just shows how stacked it is amongst these junior Rotax drivers. Means that you make a small mistake in a qualifying session, that scuppers your whole weekend, and you can see drivers coming through from the lower end of the groups, lower end of the grids, and pressing on through the field. It's all gotten a bit closer comfort there on the exit of Ashby. That's the 25 of Harry Russell getting shuffled out wide, and you see they're like sharks, these drivers, up and over the top, and round and collected on the exit there. Oh, that didn't end how we wanted to see. Harry Russell getting bullied through Osiers and spins it on the exit, collects another driver. That's not gone well. I was going to say they're like sharks. They smell a bit of blood in the water. You lose 1 place, suddenly you've lost 10 places here in a junior Rotax heat. It's absolutely ridiculous. But yeah, Harry Russell and Joel Dixon-Cohen was the driver that he collected on the exit there, with more drivers getting together at Christmas Corner. Is that the 51? I want to say, is that Hugh Moulton? Is Hugh Moulton a different? It is Hugh Moulton, yes. So Hugh Moulton on the 51. They're a bit sideways, side pod to side pod. Actually, you can see he's nursing an injury now on his side pod. Oh, Joel Dixon-Cohen's out of the race. So is Harry Russell. So both of them out after that incident down at Osiers. Gutting for that, especially to be taken out after someone else's incident is less than ideal, but that can just happen sometimes in racing. So Joel Dixon-Cohen, we've seen him very impressive here at Whilton Mill Kart Club before. I'm sure he'll come back fighting in the heats later on today. But drivers getting a little bit too close to comfort here at the start of the Junior Rotax first heat of the day, understandably so. But a few drivers paying the price from that one as well. More moves there down into Ashby. That was a late move to the inside. The 133 of Aidan Large getting through on number 17 of Jack Baker. That's a change to 9th and late down the inside of Osiers. Jack Baker losing a couple more places. And his teammate trying to file through on the outside as well. Gets a bit of a hip check there from Jack. That was Callum Sims trying to follow through. Who had slipped through before that, though? Come through the line to finish another lap. It was Will Archer who slipped through initially. It was Callum Sims who then tried to follow through on the outside, and Jack Baker said, no, you're not coming through just yet. And that's going to mean that Callum Sims is now under pressure. Down the inside goes Victor Hansen up at Christmas Corner. And there's Shane Chandaria trying to get through as well. Sorry, Shane. So many names to see here today. As I mentioned, we've got 220, 230 entrants here today at the Whilton Mill Kart Club. Trying to keep up to date with them all is a difficult challenge, I can't lie. Will Archer making more moves. He heads through on Aidan Large up to P9 for Will Archer. This is this secondary gaggle. Ooh, just looking back at the front of the order, Harry Freeman has closed the gap to Charlie Neve, back down to a second here. There's still just over 2 minutes left to go in this race, and now only a second separating our drivers at the front of the order. It is, however, Jack West in third place who's taken the fastest lap on the last lap, 46.75 for Jack. So you can see now the top three all sort of on their own here, really, but second and third place catching the leader of Charlie Neve. Now, Charlie set his personal best on the last lap. He's doing everything he can to put the pedal to the metal and press on in this race, a 46.98. However, Freeman and West in behind, still faster. 46.76 for Freeman, 46.61 for West. Could we see a three-way battle for the lead soon? Someone's very slow there down at Ashby. We'll try and check who that is. They've come almost to a halt. It's the 74 who has come to a halt. That's Leo Steed, one of your novices out there. Sadly, that can't go no further. So with just less than a minute left to go on the timing screen then, it's all still pretty feisty here amongst the Coles Racing drivers. It's the 51 of Hugh Moulton now ahead of Harrison Crowther. Moulton's had a great race here going through the order. Started in P13, did Hugh. He's already up into the top 5. He's doing very well out there on circuit at the moment. He's got William Webb in his sightlines as well. And now he's going to be hoping anyway, a bit of a rear gunner there in Harrison Crowther. Teammates, those two. And behind him in 6th place, you've got Charlie Wolfert and Thomas Hill. Wolfert starting in P5, Hill in P2. Who's that slowing down? That wasn't our race leader, is it? That's not the 60 of Charlie Neve. I'm going to have to contact warning for Charlie Neve anyway. Does he come across the line, though? Does he come across the line? No. Where's Charlie Neve? That was Charlie Neve. Charlie Neve is out of this race. Charlie Neve has had a problem out there. Now, he's just got a contact warning. So what has happened, I'm not sure. But either way, we've had a change for what would have been second place. That's now a change for the lead. Jack West through on Harry Freeman. And Jack West takes the lead of the race. There's a move down the inside of the background as well. Hugh Moulton through on William Webb for third place. As that battle all kicks off, we've got 5 drivers battling over third place now. What happened to Charlie Neve? He's still circulating. He came across the line in 10th place. But has he got an issue? Now, I've seen as well a mechanical flag for Josh Gora went out in the last couple of laps as well. So he's headed back to the pit lane, sadly. He won't be seeing the checkered flag in this one. Final lap started by the KR Sport driver of Jack West. I think deservedly so being in the lead. He's had the fastest lap and continued to get more fastest laps throughout this whole race. But that's not how he wanted to take the lead with another driver having an issue. We didn't see how it all happened. Charlie Neve's still there in 11th place, so I don't know what's happened there. Maybe he doesn't have a problem because he's still lapping. He's in the 48s though, when he was in the 46s before, so I can only speculate here in the commentary box. I can't even see the track from where I am. I can only see what you guys can see on the screens. So I'm not sure what happened. But either way, Jack West got through on Harry Freeman. And Jack West is going to take the win here in the first heat of the day in Junior Rotax. That sets him up for a great day. And Jack West coming through from 11th place on the grid to take the win in the first heat of Junior Rotax. Harry Freeman and Hugh Moulton, your top three. Good race from Hugh Moulton as well there in third. And did a good job as well fending off the rest of the drivers in behind. Harrison Crowther and Thomas Hill, your top five, with Charlie Wolfert, Will Archer, Jack Baker, Victor Hansen and Charlie Neve there, your top 10. What happened between Neve, West and Freeman? Sadly, we will never know. But either way, Neve having to settle for a 10th place finish at the end of that one. Callum Sims, William Webb, Aidan Large, Shane Chandaria and Kai Veach, your top 15. Followed across the line by Noah Barham, Daniel Gurney, Jacob Smith, Matthew So, Daniel Adamatis, your top 20. Then it was Oliver Liversedge, Alexander Campbell, Alex Shepard, Sava Solonchenko, Mateus Jedwabny, Mateus. Then Hayagriva Gokulnath, Gabriel Towers, Lachlan Homer, and Oliver Vo. 29 drivers getting to the finish of that one. I was trying to read the finishing order and keep an eye as to whether anyone had got a nose cone penalty, but looks as though everyone is all good. Sadly, we lost Josh Gora, of course, with that mechanical flag on lap number 9. We lost Leo Steed. We saw him parking up down in Ashby on lap number 8. And then Harry Russell and Joel Dixon-Cohen coming together on the exit of Osiers on lap number 4. Harry Russell battling well at the front of the order, slipped back as all the other drivers tried to, or they all saw a chink in his armour as he lost a place or two. They all tried to funnel through. Bit of contact was made front to rear. Russell spun it on the exit curb at Osiers. Joel Dixon-Cohen in the wrong place at the wrong time. Got tagged. Off they both went to the scene of the accident and both out of the race. But hopefully, two quick drivers. Hopefully we see them out in their second heat later on today. Now, I'm just going to double check actually because I know, so we've had race number 4 and then race 5 is going to be a senior Rotax heat. So the next junior Rotax race will be race number 8 of the day and that's going to be B versus C. So everyone who started on the anti-pole side of the race for that one, kicking off with Thomas Hill backwards, is going to be in that race as they're in Group B. And of course, as I mentioned, if you didn't see a junior Rotax driver that you're expecting to see here today out in that race, that's because they'll be in Group C. They'll be out in race number 8 later on this morning. But let's crack on with some more races and on to race number 5. It's going to be senior Rotax for their first heat of the day. Again, huge grids in senior Rotax. And again, we get split into groups for this one. Again, A versus B for this first heat of the day. So the two drivers on the front row of the grid, your effective pole sitters in their respective groups. Charlie Webb just a little bit faster though. He lines up on pole position with Archie Walker alongside him on that front row. Ethan Ling and Guy Cunnington there on row 2 with William Pemble and Ben Folland on row number 3. Row 4 sees Stefan Kashmashik and Joshua Graham and Liam Thomas and Spencer Broham rounding out the top 10. Broham, your championship leader in senior Rotax going into today's racing. What can he do there from the back end of the top 10? Dalton Norris and Louis Weaver line up behind him on row number 6. Charlie Cox and Dylan Norris are there on row 7, with Ben Cook and Oliver Johnson on row 8. James Tester and Deacon Russell on row 9. And then row 10, rounding out the top 20, it's Finley Hayes and Joe Fox. Jack Gillingham and Harry Gilbert on row number 11, with Luca Osmond-Price and Jack Wilch on row number 12. Then row 13, 25th and 26th for Ryan Hedge and Lucas Theo respectively. JJ Hind, Ewan Richards, Louis Judd and Theo Stanislaus. The top 30 on the grid for this race, and only one more grid to go. It's Asa Pinder and Bryce Madison. So A versus B for this first heat of the day in Senior Rotax. As you can see from that camera angle up at Christmas Corner, I feel like it's definitely getting windier out there on circuit at the moment. Still definitely no threat of any precipitation, but a little bit windy. Of course, no aero on these karts. We're not going to be having to deal with any crosswinds like the difficulties at Zandvoort this weekend in the Formula 1. But equally, it still provides a difficulty out there on circuit. It still definitely has an effect, particularly if the wind is constantly changing as well, because you might get used to it coming into one corner, being like, right, this is how it feels. This is what I know I could take in terms of speed. And suddenly you come in the next time, the wind's going a whole different direction. It throws the kart off, and suddenly you could be on the scene of the accident pretty soon. So that's why you've always got to be on your A game. You want to be keeping your wits about you, not only with the possible changing weather conditions out there on circuit in terms of the wind throwing you off, but don't forget there's 30 other drivers out there on circuit with you in this Senior Rotax first heat of the day. A lot to think about. Not a huge amount of tarmac to squabble over either. So a lot to be done in this first 8 minutes plus 1 lap heat of the day. Some very quick drivers on the grid, though, here for this one. Charlie Webb and Archie Walker side by side for this race start. Plenty of well-known faces, though. Guy Cunnington there on the second row. As I mentioned, Braun down at the bottom of the top 10. He's your championship leader. Lots to watch for. We're underway and racing in Senior Rotax Heat 1, immediately chopping across there to take the lead. But I think Ethan Ling has slipped her into second place. Yellow flags out of the first corner. I think we've already got a couple of drivers coming together. But up through Christmas Corner, they all managed to make it through there just about. So Ethan Ling did have a good start up into second place. Archie Walker has slipped back into P3. There's a driver off on the exit, though, down into sector number 2. It's just as I headed into Wilkins there. There's Ethan Ling getting a bit close. That's a re-overtake from Archie Walker there as we looked away. Guy Cunnington trying to squeeze through as well, but Ethan Ling closes the door and holds on to third place. So there was a driver off there. There he is, walking to the safety of the barriers. That's William Pemble out of this race already on the number 96. Down the inside at Christmas Corner. That's the 81 of Ben Folland getting sent back to 6th place by Joshua Graham. Louis Weaver trying to follow through as well, but unable to keep that door open. Good respectful racing already early on, though, in this Senior Rotax first heat. Charlie Webb leads us away from pole position and holds on to the lead for the moment. Archie Walker shuffled back by Ethan Ling. Gets back through and now is already right on the back of Charlie Webb as we head on to lap number 3. As oh dear, another driver out of the race. That's the 43, is it, of Louis Judd? Yes, it is. Or Lewis Judd. Sorry, Lewis or Louis, whichever one it is. Please let me know in the live chat if you do know. Either way, the number 43 out of this race already. It's never nice as well having to watch the race you're supposed to be in from the sidelines, especially near the start. There's a cheeky send up and through, though. What an opportunistic move that is. And now a change to the lead as well. Archie Walker through into the lead on Charlie Webb. In behind, though, Joshua Graham. That was fantastic bit of driving from Joshua Graham. Guy Cunnington went down the inside into Osiers. Was a little bit too late on the brakes. Both him and Ethan Ling drifted wide. And Joshua Graham read that one like a book. Through on the exit, up into third place. So positive movements for the KR Sport team through lap number 3. 1 position gain for Walker, 2 gained for Graham. Movements in behind as well. Louis Weaver and Ben Folland going at it in behind for P6 as well. They don't want to fight too much, though, and drop off of the train of these drivers near the sharp end. So Charlie Webb, your pole sitter, finally gets shuffled back from that leading position, and now it's the turn of Archie Walker to punch a hole in the air for the rest of the drivers in behind, but he doesn't seem to mind that at the moment. He's already starting to try and build a gap here. 2/10 of a second quicker than Webb on that last lap, but it's Joshua Graham, his teammate, who sets the new fastest lap of the race. Ethan Ling falling back though. Down the inside now goes Louis Weaver. Up into the top 5 goes the number 67. And Ethan Ling, after being in second place on the first lap of the race, dropping out of the top 5 now, under pressure down into Osiers as well, late down the inside, and Ling's going to drop 2 more places. Through goes Folland, and through goes Brom. Brom down the inside into the boot as well. Spencer Brom, an all-round very nice chap, and also a very quick driver. As I mentioned, leading the championship going into today's racing, and he's showing why he's at the lead of the championship. 6th place already he's up to in this race. There's more moves going on. Second place change. That's Charlie Webb getting overtaken by Joshua Graham, but he's going to go back down the inside immediately down at Ashby, and that's exactly what Archie Walker wants to see. Drivers battling over second, losing each other lots of time. And Archie Walker giving the opportunity to scamper off at the front of the field here. Charlie Webb putting on the best defensive showing he can and trying to basically force Joshua Graham back into the pack behind him, headed up by Guy Cunnington. Another very impressive kart racer is Guy Cunnington, of course racing for his own Guy Cunnington Racing team. But he can't quite find a way past Joshua Graham at the moment. Graham got through momentarily on Charlie Webb, but Webb clearly knew that he needed to go for that re-overtake immediately. Got that done and dusted as soon as he could. So they continue on. Yes, so Brom leading the championship only by 9 points, though, over Charlie Webb. So this is clearly why Charlie felt he needed to go for that re-overtake immediately. There's the move for 3rd place, though. Guy Cunnington gets through on Joshua Graham. So how the tide can change here in Senior Rotax. Only a lap or 2 ago, it was Graham going for the move for 2nd place, and now he slips down to P4. Opportunity now given to Guy Cunnington to try and get through, but one of his teammates is out of the race. The 136 of Harry Gilbert is parked up. That's on the exit of Osiers. And Harry Gilbert out of this race then. More moves going down there at Osiers. I think that was another Guy Cunnington Racing driver. This time getting overtaken. Yellow flag into sector number 2 though. Drivers need to sort themselves out. And they just about managed to do that. That's Brom getting rather feisty with Louis Weaver, is it? Down into the boot now. Big defensive move for the 65. No, is it Guy Cunnington? It's the 52 of Guy Cunnington. It is the 52 of Guy Cunnington. So what's happened here then? Guy Cunnington has lost out on that last part of the lap as we looked away to look at one of his stricken teammates. He was moving his way up through the order nicely, was Guy, but he's dropped down to P6 on that last lap as Brom now finds his way up into the top 5. There's a move up at Christmas Corner. Charlie Cox through on Stefan Kaspasic. That's just outside of the top 10 there. That was a battle for 11th place. Just over a minute left to go on the clock. Brom's got through again. Is that Brom through on Louis Weaver potentially, or is it the 78 of Joshua Graham? No, I feel like Graham had a much brighter lid than that. So no, he's got Ben Folland behind him. So no, it's actually Guy Cunnington losing another place, this time to Ben Folland. So Cunnington back to P7 now. He's checking over the shoulder as well. And behind him, he's now got Liam Thomas and Ethan Ling. And then it's Dylan Norris at the bottom end of the top 10 in this squabble. Archie Walker, though, he made use of the batting in behind for P2 earlier on in this race. Made a little gap from it, and now has just been managing that gap very nicely. 2 seconds between himself and Charlie Webb. And Webb, Graham and Weaver still nose to tail. There you see them heading through the boot. And Brom heads up this second gaggle from 5th place backwards. Less than 10 seconds on the clock as they start this lap then. This will be the penultimate lap of this race. Spencer Brom feeling the need to defend though. As I mentioned, he's come into this round only 9 points ahead of Charlie Webb, who's second in the championship and currently second in this race. So in terms of points, Charlie's going to get a few more than Spencer in this opening race, but Spencer, I think, realises he's not going to catch Louis Weaver in fourth. Now it's full defensive mode to hold on to as many points as possible here in fifth place in this opening heat of the day. And that's caused it all to kick off in behind them. The 77 and the 50, that is Liam Thomas and Dylan Norris. Norris has got through on Ethan Ling and now trying to get past Liam Thomas for 8th place. Here's the battle for second, though, as we head on to the final lap of this race. Webb just about ahead of Graham at the moment. There's Brom under pressure down into Ashby, though that looked like the opportunity was there for Ben Follard to get it down the inside. We'll see as they continue on through. But here is Webb still ahead of Graham, ahead of Weaver, and here is Archie Walker. As I've said so many times here at Whilton Mill Kart Club, if you don't really talk about you, you've either had an incredible race or an absolute stinker. Well, it's definitely an incredible race this time around for Archie Walker as he takes the win in the first heat of the day of Senior Rotax. Charlie Webb, Joshua Graham and Louis Weaver in behind. Brom holds on to it in P5 to secure some good points from that first race of the day. With Ben Folland, Guy Cunnington, Liam Thomas, Dylan Norris and Ethan Ling, your top 10. Guy Collington was pressuring there for the top 3 for a lot of that race, so I think he's going to be a bit gutted to finish down in 7th in that one. Pace was definitely there, but as we looked away briefly, suddenly he trickled down the order, and he wasn't able to get back in the last moments of that one. So outside of the top 10 then, Charlie Cox was in P11, followed by James Tester, Stefan Kashmashik, Deacon Russell, Joe Fox, Dalton Norris, Oliver Johnson, Ben Cook, Luca Osman Price and Jack Wilch, the top 20. Then Jack Gillingham, Lucas Theo, Finley Hayes, Ryan Hedge, JJ Hind, Bryce Madison and Theo Stanislaus. The 27 finishes in that one. Sadly, we lost Asa Pinder on lap number 10. Then Harry Gilbert on lap number 7, Louis Judd on lap number 2, and William Pemble on the first lap of the race. So 27 of the 31 drivers who took to the start saw the checkered flag in that one. But it's Archie Walker who takes maximum points. And Charlie Webb in P2 really helping his championship charge as we get towards the final area of the season. Of course, here for what am I on about? For round number 6. Of course, after this, 2 more rounds still to go. Round 7 next month, round 8 the month after. I mean, it didn't take a genius to work that one out. I'll be joining you for round number 7 next month with a new face alongside me. But we'll leave it until next month for you to find out who that is. And then that face will be taking over for the final round for the WM plate. As there, finally, we see someone actually get a nose cone penalty. I mean, the 58's not going to be happy about that, but we've at least finally seen it. Jack Wilch, P20 there, is going to get a 5-second penalty, and it's quite close around that area of the finishing grid. That's going to drop him down to, I think, 25th place. So it still hurts to get one of those, no matter where you're finishing, as the grids are so close in terms of pace out there at the Whilton Mill Kart Club. The 57 of Finley Hayes as well, getting himself a nose cone penalty as well. But there we go. Heat number 1 of Senior Rotax done and dusted. As I mentioned, if you didn't see someone who you're supporting in Senior Rotax out in that race, they'll be out later on in group letter C. It'll be B versus C later on this afternoon before we go to the lunch break. I think actually we'll see all drivers out against each other. I think we've got all 3 heats before the lunch break. Yes, we do. So we'll be kicking through all of those. But we've got the last of our first heats of the day then, our 2 X30 grids. We're going to kick it off, though, with the X30 Juniors. "19 drivers on the grid in total in this one. Rocco Shenton lines up on pole position with Harrison Leach alongside him. Alex Dodds and Max Schuler on row 2 with Joshua Byrne and Macaulay Guy there on row number 3. Row 4 sees Charlie Myers and Max Cooper. Then it's Charlie Blenkinsop and Mayan Patel on row 5 with Alex Wiley and Henry Ryan there on row number 6. Row 7 sees Isabel Banks and Autumn Hamsford, and it's Jamie Fagan and Dylan Masters on row number 8, with Monty Brathwaite and Jacob Marples there on row 9. And then all on his own on row number 10 is Jack Owen Drawbridge. So 19 drivers, as I mentioned, on the grid here for Junior X30 heat number 1. Let's see if I can have a little look at the championship standings in this one. So Mayan Patel leads the championship going into today's racing. He starts P10 for this race, so it's not been the best qualifying for Mayan here at the Whilton Mill Kart Club. Coming into today's action though, 3 points separating Mayan Patel and Macaulay Guy. Now Mayan wasn't at round number 5, not sure exactly as to why, but Mayan has returned on the number 20 here for round number 6. As oh no, the 159 not able to get it started in the pit lane. Hopefully we see them suddenly emerge from the exit of the pits. That's Alex Wiley from P11 on the grid. Hopefully Alex gets that kart started and heads out on circuit. But like I was saying, 3 points in it for the championship here between Patel and Guy. So they're definitely the two to watch as we head through. Of course, still 3 rounds left to go this season. There's still a heck of a lot of points to be given out. But of course, consistency is key to secure a championship. And that's what these drivers will be looking to do. But on the pole position for this one, we're going to go around for another warm-up lap here, as I think we're still trying to hopefully get the stricken driver out of the pit lane and good for a start. I think they'll get one more lap of opportunity, and then otherwise we'll be going for a race start here in Junior X30. But it is Rocco Shenton who is on the pole position for this race. Now even I am starting to feel old. I mean, I've only done karting. I've only done karting commentary for about 4 years now, I want to say. And even I feel old now, seeing some drivers being moving up classes. Rocco Shenton, I remember when he used to dominate in the Honda Cadets. Now doing rather well in the Junior X30s. I mean, kicking off this weekend with a pole position start. And there you can see Rocco commanding the field as he heads into the boot, telling everyone to slow down, stop pushing him around the final sector. He knows, boys and girls, if we keep being aggressive like that and we come around the final corner too quickly, they're just going to send us round again for another attempt at the race start. No point in rushing it too much. Now second place here to Harrison Leach needs to be a bit careful. He can't go across the line ahead of Rocco Shenton, but as they head through under the gantry, we are going to get it underway for Junior X30 heat number 1. But look at that aggressive move to the inside. Rocco Shenton's going to get sent hugely out wide there as Harrison Leach chucks it up the inside at the first corner. He holds on to second place, but I think it's Max Yule who has benefited from that one, who was side through into the lead of the race. Down the inside for second place, Alex Dodds getting through. 2 drivers come together. Was that the 20 of Mayan Patel? Championship leader Mayan Patel could be off here on the first lap. 2 drivers coming together. I didn't see who it was that came off with him down at Ashby. Someone's parked it up on the exit. Macaulay Guy making moves. Macaulay Guy's up to P3 already. There's the 85. Is that out of the race? Dropping down the order. Was it the 85? Yeah, that's Monty Brathwaite. So I think it was Mayan Patel and Monty Brathwaite who came together then. Patel has rejoined. He's there in 16th place. Macaulay, late move to the inside there at Christmas corner. A little bit of contact. I think he's not going to mind me saying that, but either way makes the move. Whoa, what a move to the inside. Is that Charlie Myers? Absolute send down at Ashby. Goodness, the Junior X30 drivers leaving nothing on the table. We're only like a lap and a half into this race. Oh my goodness. Well, either way, Charlie Myers made the move stick. Wait, was it? No, it's Rocco Shenton, is it? On the 86 coming back through. Yes, it is. It was Rocco Shenton with the crazy move to the inside at Ashby. So it was Rocco getting back through on Alex Dodds. And Rocco Shenton trying to find a way back through now on Macaulay Guy to retake second place. But I was right on that opening lap. Max Yule said thank you very much as Rocco Shenton was sent very wide by a charging Harrison Leach off of that race start. Harrison decided to hold it round the outside at the first corner, which of course becomes the inside for the right-hander. But if you're on the inside there, as he was, basically straddling the curb on the inside, you're going to wash out wide. You're going to lose a lot of speed, and you've got to carry that speed all the way up to Christmas corner. And that just meant both Rocco Shenton and Harrison Leach lost a lot of time there off of that first corner and dropped down the order. But back through has gone Rocco Shenton then up into P2. Harrison Leach trying to come back through the order as well. He's now at the back of that train, actually, on the number 79 with the black nose cone. That is Harrison Leach, who started on P2 there, now in P6. Shenton, though, despite making a move on the last lap, was half a second quicker than the drivers around him and is chasing down Max Yule. Macaulay Guy wants to hold on to the back here of Rocco Shenton, and they can hopefully get dragged with. Was that a problem for Alex Dodds? Well, he lost a lot of time there out of Wilkins. It seems to have picked up once again, but an uncharacteristic, potentially, I guess, a mistake then from the 55 of Alex Dodds. Charlie Myers makes the most of that one and slips through into P4. But it was very slow off of Wilkins there, hence why I thought it was an issue for Dodds, but he carries on. And now has Harrison Leach right in his wheel tracks, the Croc Promotion driver. Showing early on in this race he doesn't mind getting a bit aggressive, and that's, I guess, why Dodds is consistently checking over the shoulder now, waiting for the send to come from the number 79. As the 22 of Charlie Myers tries to get clear of both of them. Through into the boot they go then. It was another fastest lap on the last lap from Rocco Shenton. I can only imagine it will be yet another one as they cross the line here. He was knocking on the door of the 46 seconds. Will he get it this time? Yes, he will. But not as fast as Macaulay Guy. 46.99 for Shenton. 46.96 for Guy. So second place in the championship, trying to get as much as he can here, considering leader of the championship has had a difficult start to the day. Mayan Patel back into the top 10 now, but still there in 10th place. We've just seen the move on your screen. Alex Dodds went back down the inside, but that was a bit late there from the 22 of Charlie Myers. Not sure what they're going to think of that one in the stewarding room at the end of the race. I mean, it might be a drop nose cone. That was quite the impact for the 22. I think it was a bit of a mistake on corner entry there from the 55 of Alex Dodds. And Myers, I think, just saw a gap that wasn't really quite there. It closed quite quickly, but Myers had already put himself in the opening. Made a bit of contact. Wide goes Alex Dodds. Myers completes the move, and Harrison Leach follows him through as well up into the top 5. Less than 3 minutes left to go on the clock now. We're only just about, well, we're quite a bit further than halfway through this race actually now, but a decent way through of this one. Hearing through my ears, 67, Dylan Masters now out of the race. So not sure what's happened to him over the last couple of laps. Of course, Dylan starting down in 16th place in this one. But whether it's a mechanical or another issue out there on circuit for Dylan, he's out of this race. Shame that Monty Brathwaite wasn't able to get it restarted after that incident on the first lap either. But we look back to our leaders. Shenton and Guy have closed the gap on Max Yule. They've still got over 2 minutes left to go here. They've got a bit of time to try and get a move done. But of course, Shenton needs to think not only ahead, but behind him as well. And that's why Guy down the inside at Osiers, but a little bit too opportunistic there. We nearly saw a repeat of the Dodds and Myers clash there down at Osiers, but this time the squabbling and the argy-bargy that comes from it doesn't knock either of them out of whack, and they're both able to continue. But we've gone to Battenberg flag. I've just seen that on the gantry. I definitely saw that on the gantry, so whether that was just a misclick from someone or whether we are going to Battenberg flag or not, I don't know. I can't see it out on the marshal post, so maybe just a misclick there on the gantry, but there was definitely a Battenberg flag there for a moment's time, unless I'm going literally crazy here at the Whilton Mill Kart Club, which I mean is a fair assumption as well. just over a minute left to go. Yule's doing a good job here of holding on to the lead. I mean, he was allowed a bit more breathing room with Guy going through it on Shenton a lap or so ago, but Shenton looking feisty here in second place. Of course, started this race in the lead. Will feel he was unfairly shuffled back from the lead. Yule was the one who made up from that little incident on the first lap. But now Yule needs to show his defensive prowess if he wants to hold on to maximum points here from heat number 1. Shenton to the inside at Christmas Corner, though. He's going to try and stop him from gaining maximum points, and Macaulay Guy follows him through as well. And now it's a straight fight between between Shenton and Guy down the inside at Ashby. Leaves no time to waste here in the first heat of the day for Junior X30. And championship contender Macaulay Guy goes to the front of the field. Impressive to see the driver from Jersey battling in amongst it, but that's an aggressive move into the boot from Rocco Shenton, and Shenton retakes the lead. Now I think they're just about going to get through and have another lap here. Yeah, 2 more laps to go then. I did see a penalty up on the gantry for someone, but it has just come up on my timing. It's the 82, I think, who's got a... Oh, it can't be the 82. There is no 82. Okay, it definitely says on the timing, penalty for number 82. There isn't a number 82, so don't know what's happening there. Anyway, back to the front of the order. Change to second place. Max Yule is back through on Macaulay Guy. Plenty of time to talk. Guy's back through on Max Yule there, down at Osiers. However, that's given that nice bit of space to Rocco Shenton at the front of the order. Of course, Guy doesn't need to worry too much about Rocco Shenton. Not in with a shout of the championship here at the end of the season here in Junior X30. He just needs to be getting as much points as possible over Mayan Patel. Patel's got himself up into 8th place over these last couple of laps. But of course, if Macaulay can get a win over a second place here, that's going to be more points towards his championship tally, more points that he's getting over Mayan Patel. That's really the main point of thought here for Macaulay Guy. Macaulay's still holding the fastest lap though, 46.69, 600ths quicker, than Rocco Shenton's fastest lap. But it looks as though it's going to finish as it is here at the end of Junior X30 heat number 1. Rocco Shenton fought his way back through on Macaulay Guy. A great little squabble between them, but Shenton's going to take it on the road here in Junior X30 heat 1 with Macaulay Guy and Max Yule, your top 3. Well done to Max Yule for opportunistically taking the lead early on in that one after, let's say, an aggressive start from Harrison Leach, trying to hold the inside line through the first couple of corners. But Shenton, despite getting shuffled back on that first lap, fights back through to the win at the end there. Myers and Leach, your top 5, followed by Alex Dodds, Charlie Blenkinsop, Mayan Patel, Jacob Marples and Joshua Byrne, the top 10. Then it was Max Cooper, Jack Owen Drawbridge, Henry Ryan, Alex Wiley, Isabel Banks and Autumn Hansford, the last of your 16 finishes in that race. Sadly, we lost Dylan Masters on lap number 6. Not sure what happened to him there on lap 6. And Monty Brathwaite, of course, came together on that first lap with Mayan Patel. Mayan Patel able to rejoin. Good for his championship that he was able to rejoin and get back to P8 there. But sadly, for the Tim Wilson Motorsport driver of Monty Brathwaite, unable to rejoin and out on the first lap. That's never how you want to kick off a racing weekend here at the Whilton Mill Kart Club, but he'll get a couple more opportunities in the heats and the finals later on to find a bit of a better result. Top 3 heading through your shot then, and they'll be hoping that they've got no nose cone penalties. It looks as though they're all okay. What a great heat that was in Junior X30. We'll just watch as the rest of the drivers come through to see if any of them have any nose cone penalties. Looks as though all the drivers are all okay. Then another respectful race out in Junior X30. I mean, it was rather aggressive to kick that one off over the first few laps, but then we settled into a bit of a rhythm. I spoke a bit too soon though. The 89, that is, another TWN driver, this time of Henry Ryan. He gets himself a nose cone penalty, sadly, for Henry. And as I say, a feisty one to kick it off. We settled into a rhythm though and had some great racing in Junior X30. But now we shall see their slightly older brothers and sisters, as it's the senior X30s out next for their first heat of the day. Right then, senior X30 heat number 1. A few more drivers on the grid here for the seniors. 30 in total. Harry Torpy, the Torpedo, lines up on pole position with Mr. Henry Gregory alongside him on that front row. Micah Taylor and Lucas Ellingham there on the second row, with Harry Maynard and Rylan Ekberg on row 3. I want to say, is this the first time I've seen Lucas Ellingham back in Senior X30s in a while? Because I know he switched to Rotax for a bit. I'm going to need to check my notes over that one. Great to see him back in X30s though. We know Lucas Ellingham dominated Senior X30 for a number of years. Let's see what he can do here at round number 6. Archie Forber and Jack Cox are on row 4, with Jaden Gregg and Josh Palfreman rounding out the top 5. We know Jaden Gregg loves ascend. Let's see what he can do from row number 5. Jack Muller and Sam Lewis are there on row number 6, with Morgan Hill and Jensen Buckingham on row 7. Archie Herron and George Quartermain on row 8, with Olivier Picula and Ollie Keenan on row number 9. Rounding up the top 20 on row 10, who have we got there on row number 10? It's Piotr Judovic and Macy Hitter who are there on row 10. Then Kira Harris and Daniel Archer in behind them on row 11. Vishal Patel and Josh Jones on row 12, with Lucas Armstrong and Harry Quartermain row 13. Row 14, Kian Leon Gamiao and Leo Robinson. Then Jensen Pugh and Harry Ewell round out the 30 drivers on the grid for this race. Now, Kian Leon Gamiao, he's someone that we see right up near the sharp end of the order in Senior X30 a lot of the time. So, interesting to see him further down the order. Clearly qualifying didn't quite go to plan yesterday out on circuit. Let's see how it can go for him in the race. There we can see all of the Senior X30 drivers getting ready to go. Visors down in the zone, ready for the first race of the day. But as I've said, across all of today, another stacked grid here in the Senior X30s. Lots of names that I would say, like, yeah, they're definitely in with a shout of winning this race. Splattered up and down the field. Honestly, I'd say, like, 80% of the drivers in this grid I've seen up in the top 3 at some point across this season or the last season. So I can't really call it amongst these drivers. Right, let's have a look. Let's have a look at my notes and see if I can work a few things out then. Senior X30. Of course, 2023 champion was Harry Torpy. He lines up on pole position in this one. So again, a driver who we're very used to seeing take great results here at the Whilton Mill Kart Club. I will say, I don't think he... Let me go back to my starting grid. I don't think Harry Torpy uses number 1. Does he? No, he's still the number 73. So I think... no, of course, what am I talking about? I'm getting myself all confused, aren't I? Of course, you can only use the number 1 to number 10, I think it is, or is it number 9? My brain is escaping me today. If you finish in those positions in the British Kart Championship. Of course, I'm getting myself confused with the WM plate, which you win if you take the victory at the final round of the season in round number 8. So despite Harry Torpy taking the win in the championship last season, he doesn't get a special number plate to use, sadly, for this season. So hence why he's still there on his number 73, wasn't it? Yes, my memory does serve me correctly finally. However, in 2024, it's Henry Gregory who's in the lead of the championship going into round 6. He missed round number 5, but he's still there in the lead of the championship by 31 points ahead of Rylan Ekberg, 34 points ahead of Morgan Hill, and what's that, 46 points ahead of Harry Torpy. So Rylan Ekberg and Morgan Hill, were they on our starting grid for this one? Yes, Rylan Ekberg in P6 and Morgan Hill in P13 on the grid for this race. So championship contenders all on the grid for this one, but really it needs to be a relatively relaxed showing from Henry Gregory. Harry Torpy decides he fancies an extra practice of the final corner. Rest of the drivers deciding they fancy trying the old layout around the circuit as we head round for a second warm-up lap here for round number 6 of the Whilton Mill Kart Club. Here in the Senior X30s. Great to see so many people in the live chat. Sorry, I've been negating you throughout today's action. There's been so much going on. Well, I will try and keep more updated with you lot. Thank you, Terry, in the live chat. Yes, Lucas Ellingham back for a fun day. He's just here for a bit of fun. We've seen Lucas Ellingham dominate Senior X30s over the last few years. Of course, was in Senior Rotax last year and this year, I want to say as well. If I can try and skip forward fast enough to the seniors. Yeah, so Senior Rotax champion in 2023 was Lucas Ellingham. And then I want to say the last 3 or 4 years before that was the Senior X30 champion. So Lucas has been pretty dominant here at the Whilton Mill Kart Club. He certainly knows his way around the circuit. As you say, Terry, he's just back for a bit of fun here today, but hey, he's still going to be getting in and amongst it, mixing up with the boys at the front. The boys and girls at the front getting in and amongst it, but will he scupper the championship for a few drivers? We'll have to wait and see. We're underway in racing. To the inside already goes Henry Gregory. He manages to hold on to second place there. Ellingham squeezes through into third, and that's going to be Micah Taylor shuffled wide round the outside. Henry Gregory loves that move, and he's going to get it done yet again. Fantastic clip I've got on my socials of Gregory getting that move done round 2 drivers round the outside. Up at Christmas corner, he's got it done again here at round number 6. It's all a bit closer. Coming down at Ashby though. 3 wide on the exit and 2 drivers off. Exit stage right. 2 drivers coming together as they head down towards the braking zone for Wilkins. Making a bit of contact. I think it was wheel-to-wheel contact, and off to the exit they both went. There is Ellingham fighting back through, so he's actually lost out as we look away there. And is that Henry Gregory? 2 drivers have come together. No, Henry Gregory's still there in the lead. 2 drivers have come together down at Oceans as well. So it's been a rather scrappy lap here to kick off the first heat of the day in Senior X30. I mean, 30 drivers out there in Senior X30 cars. What else can you expect? It was the 28 of Josh Palfreman who was getting confused. Also on one of the Vismo karts is Palfreman. I want to say, if I remember correctly, Palfreman had taken his first win either at the last round or the round before it in the Senior X30s. There's a move. I'm trying to not look away too much because it's all still kicking off over this first lap. Up into the top 3 goes Micah Taylor. That was Rylan Ekberg trying to re-overtake immediately there, unable to do so. Now under pressure from Lucas Ellingham with a number of drivers in behind them as well. There is Senior X30. Yeah, Josh Palfreman. I was correct. Go on, memory. It's actually working a little bit today. Palfreman took the win in the final back at round number 5. See what he can do here at round 6. Bringing in some nice positive energy into today's racing. Moves attempted in front of him, though. He's going to go for one himself, though, down at Ashby. Palfreman down the inside on Jack Cox. I think he's getting shuffled one of the exit. No, that's Jack Cox trying to then defend from Harry Maynard, who tried to slip through as well. So Palfreman makes the move up into the top 6. Just shows how the momentum can change so quickly when drivers are so close in terms of pace as it is here in Senior X30s. Jack Cox was looking for a move on Lucas Ellingham. Only one corner later gets overtaken by Palfreman, and then is trying to defend from Harry Maynard to hold on to his 7th place. But Micah Taylor, after getting back through on Rylan Ekberg, now pressing on towards the leaders as he sets a new fastest lap of the race. There was a move in front, though. Was that Lucas Ellingham getting through on Rylan Ekberg? I do believe it was. So Lucas Ellingham back through into the top 4 after what was a rather scrappy start. And yes, I agree with you in the live chat there. What a move from Henry Gregory. I remember when he did it for the first time around the outside at Christmas corner, he told me the week before, like, oh yeah, I've been practicing going late on the brakes there to get that move done. So I reckon I can pull it off. Only goes and does it in the first race of the day. And now we come into round number 6. He just does it for fun now. He's just showing off. Greg's is out there. He's just showing off. Just be like, yeah, I don't even need to think about it on the race start because I know I can just brake later them up into Christmas corner and do it around the outside. Yet another incredible showing from Henry Gregory. What a talented young racing driver he is. And he's pressing on in the lead of the race now, trying to extend that gap. However, on the last few laps, Torpy, Taylor and Ellingham, the three drivers in behind him, have all gone faster. So Gregory is not out of the woods yet with just over 4 minutes left to go. I say that though. Can everyone hear me out on circuit today? I swear this happened like 3 times now. Gregory sets a new fastest lap of the race. Henry Gregory 46.08. 46.12 for Torpy. 46.12 for Ellingham. 46.28 for Taylor. Some love for Jack Mowat in the chat as well. He's currently running in P12 so far in this race. Started in P11, so remained about where he was to kick this one off. Another name we're very used to seeing here at the Whilton Mill Kart Club. Here we go though. Harry Torpy finds the new fastest lap of the race. The first driver down into the 45s. 45.97, just sneaks his way into the 45-second margin. Now within 0.4 of a second of Henry Gregory. Here is Jack Mowat on the number 23, under a bit of pressure from Piotr Judovic there in that battle for 12th place. But it's all getting a bit close to the front. There you can see them getting nice and close as they come around the final corner. As we head on to lap number 8 of this race. There are your leaders filing through the shot. Then there's Lucas Ellingham, still followed by Rylan Ekberg, another one of your championship contenders there in 5th place at the moment. And your most recent final winner, Josh Palfreman, there in behind them in 6th place as well. Less than 2 minutes left to go on the clock than this first race today in Senior X30. The gap now between the leaders has stayed relatively similar over the last couple of laps. It does get a little bit closer again on this one though. And key factor is that Micah Taylor seems to be closing in on them as well. Actually not quite as close as that gap on the timing screen led me to believe, to be honest, as they head up towards Christmas corner. He's nowhere near close enough to think about a move. But Torpy is putting himself definitely within a shot of the race win here to kick this one off. As I mentioned before the race started, Harry Torpy, your champion in 2023. And we've seen Harry go for plenty of cheeky moves here at the Whilton Mill Kart Club, so don't count him out for going for a little send at the dying moments of the race here in Senior X30. But the 77 of Henry Gregory still holding on to it nicely here, and you can see that. Just a casual check over the shoulder as he leads the rest of the field up towards Christmas corner. Championing that new Vismo kart team with the Brown Power engines for 2024. Great to see so many drivers joining a new team as well. It's great to see lots more competition amongst the karting grids, new teams being formed, and of course competition makes it better for everyone as it forces everyone to buck up their eyes ears a little bit and try and get even better. No one likes to see monopolisation, but we're not going to get into economics chat. I don't want any of that on a Sunday, particularly when I'm not feeling 100%. Let's look back to some karting. That's the thing keeping me going throughout today. And still closing in is Harry Torpy. Another 1/10 of a second or so on that last lap. There's the movers on Archie Hare. No, it's Jack Cox. It's Jack Cox with the number 19. Through on... Was that Josh Palfreman he got through on, or was that a re-overtake on Harry Maynard? I think it was. Getting it back through on Harry Maynard, the 93. They're back. They're still going at it. Sam Lewis in with their battle as well. So it was an overtake for the lead then. Already been completed by Harry Torpy. We've missed that on the live stream, but Gregory back down the inside into the boot. So on to the final lap we go, and Micah Taylor is suddenly in with a shot of a race win here. It was an aggressive move back to the inside there for Henry Gregory into the boot. Now he feels the pressure up to Christmas corner from Micah Taylor. Heavy defensive move from Gregory to hold on to this one. They head down to Ashby again. To the inside goes Gregory. Through goes Torpy on Micah Taylor. They're back to as they were, but Gregory knows he can't leave an inch open on the inside here because Torpy will grab it with all it's worth. Ellingham round the outside to take third place away from Micah Taylor. Side by side down into the boot. It's all going on. Ellingham gets the move done into third place. Torpy gets all closed up to the back of Henry Gregory's car through the last couple of corners. It's all going to get a bit scrappy as they try and find a bit of tarmac, but Henry Gregory holds onto it across the line. What an end to the race that was, with Torpy and Ellingham finalising your top three. Micah Taylor getting shuffled down to fourth, just about holds onto it across the line as Powerfroman was held up there around the last corner and comes across in P5, closely followed by Rylan Ekberg in P6. Blimey, what an end to the race that was. We looked away for a brief moment. Torpy makes his move. Gregory gets back through, but the holding up of both of those drivers got everyone else back involved with a shout. Well, quite the end there to the Senior X30 race. You did say, Terry, he was just back for a bit of fun, but Lucas Ellingham round the outside at Osiers. What a great move that was. Put himself in with a chance as well for a few more positions, but the opportunity didn't arise round the boot. Thought better of it. I think it was probably the right idea there to finalise that race. Right, Harry Torpy is waved through. No nose cone penalty for him. Nothing for Henry Gregory either. And there is your P3 of Lucas Ellingham through as well. So let's run you through the order outside of the top five then. As we said, Rylan Ekberg in 6th place. Another one of your championship contenders there. Jack Cox, Harry Maynard, Sam Lewis and Archie Heron, your top 10. And Piotr Judovic, Leo Robinson. Hold on, Leo Robinson. Didn't you start right near the back of the order in that one? Yeah, Leo Robinson, 28th place he started in that one. Up to 12th. 16 places gained for Leo Robinson. Well done to that man on the number 30. Jack Mowat in behind in 13th. Olivier Picula, your top-rated novice there in 14th. Followed across the line by George Quartermain, Jaden Gregg, Jensen Pugh, Jensen Buckingham, Daniel Archer and Kian Leon Gamiao, your top 20 there. Good race through from Kian as well from the back of the grid. Morgan Hill was in 21st. Followed by Josh Jones, Lucas Armstrong, Harry Yule, Kira Harris, Vishal Patel, Macy Hitter and Harry Quartermain, your top 28, and that was the last of your finishes in that race. Also great to see as well. We're used to seeing George Quartermain in this championship. Great to see Harry Quartermain on the grid as well. On a novice plate as well, which leads me to believe he's sort of giving it a go on the number 95, which is fantastic to see. I imagine two brothers getting involved in Senior X30. Maybe dad and son, you never know, but I'm going to assume it is brothers here between George and Harry. And sadly, of course, we lost Archie Forber and Ollie Keenan across that race. There was Kian Leon Gamiao getting a nose cone penalty. Sadly, the same for the driver behind as well, Josh Jones. So a couple of drivers getting some nose cone penalty at the end of that one. But that brings us to a close. We've seen, oh no, the 65 as well of Harry Yule getting himself a nose cone penalty too. We've seen every single classification out on track so far today then. First 7 races done and dusted, and we're halfway through the morning's action. 7 done, 7 left to go before we head on to the lunch break. Then we'll have a couple of more heats after the lunch break, and then we'll go on to those all-important finals. But don't go anywhere, folks. Plenty of good racing still to come. And, of course, don't forget as well, if you've not seen a driver you're supporting in Junior or Senior Rotax, they'll be out very soon. Well, actually, pretty much now. Junior Rotax heat number 2 is coming up next. Sorry to my producer there, always forget how quickly they go around and get heats back underway. Right, heat number 2 for Junior Rotax then. Let's run you through the grid nice and quickly for this one. Thomas Hill and Devon Nolan line up on the front row with Josh Gore and Finley Jones on row 2. Then it's Aidan Large and Omar Cindy on row 3 with Jack Baker and Michael Dalton on row 4. Lachlan Homer and Samir Paul round out the top 10 on row 5 with Victor Hansen and Marcel Poppercorn on row 6. Harrison Crowther and Oliver Smith are on row 7 with Callum Jones and Alfie Johnson behind them on row 8. Sorry, Alfie Thompson, my bad, Alfie. Daniel Gurney, Ellis Snow, Shane Tandari and Lucy Whilton, your top 20. With Oliver Vogt and Ruben Mamalok on row 11. Then Leo Steed and Harry Wiltsh on row 12. Jacob Smith and Rex Ashley on row 13. Alexander Campbell and Joshua Smith on row 14. Oliver Liversedge and Dominic Powerbock round out the top 30. With Alex Shepherd, Dexter Collins and Hayagriva Gokulnath, your 33 drivers on the grid for this second heat of the day in Junior Rotax. So as I mentioned, hopefully, well, now if you're expecting to see someone in Junior Rotax and you've not seen them yet, I think you might be watching the wrong event, because this should be everyone. We've had Group A out already in the first heat of the day. We're seeing Group B yet again in this one, but this time they're against Group C. Who can take the win in this one? Will Thomas Hill have a bit of a better start? He will. Someone else doesn't, though, as they head off on the exit there. They're trying to find a way through a gap in the barriers. That's not going to work. That's going to take them a while to rejoin off of the grass there. A difficult start for one driver as they got shuffled wide before they even got to turn number 1. Down to Ashby they go then. And you can see the drivers diving to that inside line. Backwards into the corner. Doesn't help though. That's the number 99 going for a little spin. That's Lucy Whilton finding herself facing the one direction down into Ashby. I think helped onto the grass on the inside. That sent her into a spin. Managed to not collect anyone. Slammed on the brakes. So Lucy dealt with that one fantastically well. But either way, it's going to be have the bit between her teeth to try and get a few more positions back for herself throughout the rest of this heat. But Thomas Hill, a much better start in this second attempt here in heat number 2 for Thomas. He holds on to the race lead as they get to the end of lap number 1. Devon Nolan was alongside him on that front row. He's still there in second place. Josh Gora, though, was third on the grid. He slipped down to P6. It's actually Finley Jones who has got back through. Oh dear. 3 wheels on your wagon. That one ain't rolling along any further. That's the 117 of Harrison Crowther out of this race on the first lap. There's the move for the lead. Late down the inside into the boot from Devon Nolan. They're still side by side into the final corner though. Aggressive stuff. And up and under goes Finley Jones. Finley Jones to the lead of the race. Very well read there. Neither Thomas Hill or Devon Nolan wanted to give up that spot. Neither of them did give up that spot. And someone else came in and said, hey, yeah, I'll take that for myself. Thank you very much. Finley Jones through to the lead of the race. Is that Michael Dalton who's just got through into second place then? It's all kicked off at the front of the order with neither Thomas Hill or Devon Nolan wanting to give any margin to each other there through the boot. Still just less than 6 minutes left to go here for it to work itself out. Move to the inside. Change to the lead of the race. Michael Dalton to the front of the order. And now the 237 of Finley Jones under pressure from Devon Nolan. But Nolan actually gets overtaken by Thomas Hill there into the final corner. So now Dalton leads Jones ahead of Hill, Nolan, Large, Baker, Hanson, all in this leading group. And so Agora and Cindy as well, to be fair. I think more drivers are joining the fray as well in this pack. Well, Michael Dalton already trying to make use of this lead already. Trying to build a gap out front. Jack Baker down the inside. Is that a bit too late, a bit too aggressive? No, 3-1 on the exit. Oh, my goodness. Baker holds it around the outside and takes a position in the end, though. As it suddenly went to 3-1, I thought it could all end poorly there, and it might still do on the exit. 2 drivers coming together. Somehow they both end up coming out of that corner unscathed. But not nose to tail anymore as one driver slips into the middle. That's Josh Gora who gets into the middle in between both of them. Separates the two. Stops the fight in its track. It was Omar Cindy and Aidan Large who were rubbing front and rear tyres there. I thought for sure one was going to go up and over the back of the other. But they managed to carry on and live to fight another day here at the Whilton Mill Kart Club. Move down the inside. That was a late on brakes there from the 13. The 55 is going to sleep back through there. That was Samir Paul and Joshua Smith. Actually, Joshua Smith gaining the place back there from Samir Paul. And it's Joshua Smith who has the fastest lap of the race. 47.7 when not a single other driver is in the 47s. That's an unbelievable lap from Joshua Smith. Watch him coming through the order. There's Josh Gora down the inside, but a bit too late on the brakes. And the 19 of Omar Cindy sweeps back round the outside to hold on to his 6th place. And Josh Gora loses a bit of momentum. Now under pressure from the drivers in behind. Victor Hansen, Aidan Large, Alfie Thompson. Victor Hansen pointing forward though, wanting to work together here. And now going for the move on Josh Gora. Late down the inside, but you saw the understeer there on the brakes there from Victor Hansen. He holds on to it. And as Josh Gora tries to slot back in there, makes a little bit of contact with another driver as he does rejoin. I think he's slotted back in behind Alfie Thompson, I think, on the 87. Yes, he has. So back to P10 goes Josh Gora. And look how far this secondary group has now dropped off of our leaders. Headed up by Omar Cindy in 6th place still. But now, look at that. A huge gap between these drivers and the rest of the top 5. Victor Hansen all over the back of Omar Cindy. He's going to get a good exit, but he'll be on the outside for turn 1. Bold overtake. Chops back across. Does Victor Hansen. Takes 6th place. Great aggressive move there as now Cindy under pressure from more drivers. Round the outside, tries the 1-3-3, which becomes the inside at Boxing Day. And Aidan Large now finds his way through on Victor Hansen. Sorry, not Victor Hansen, he's already got through on Omar Cindy. Cindy now getting shuffled wide down at Ashby. It's not been the greatest of laps of that one for Omar Cindy. And now under pressure into Roches. Down the inside goes Josh Gora. Through follows the 55 as well. Omar Cindy's going to slip out of the top 10 here as Joshua Smith finds a way through. Gutting lap for Omar Cindy. It was going so well. He was pressuring through the order so nicely. Started in 6th place, was still there around 5th or 6th place, but this lap has dropped him down to 15th place. He's all the way at the back of this squabble now. So you can see there just how the momentum can change in such a feisty grid such as this here in Junior Rotax. More scuffling going on there on the exit of Christmas corner as drivers fighting for every centimetre of tarmac out there. Looks as though we've lost Daniel Gurney on the last couple of laps as well. The number 98 got a mechanical flag a few minutes ago. And also the number 11 of Dominic Parabok has got himself a penalty. The number 11 has got himself a penalty on the live timing. What that's for, I don't quite know. It doesn't tell me on the live timing, sadly. That's probably who gave it to him. Thanks for the zoom in there. All the members here of the team doing a fantastic job to make sure Whilton Mill Kart Club always runs to plan and runs smoothly. Honestly, one of the best kart clubs in the country here at Whilton Mill. That's why it attracts so many drivers month on month. Like I mentioned at the start of the day, what do we have? Check the entry list again. 221 entries for today's racing. Unbelievable. I've just updated it and went down to 220. So who pulled out yesterday? You're already in the practice. What's going on? Anyway, 220 we'll call it to go into today's racing. Unbelievable to see. And that's why we've got these split grids in, grouped grids, I should say. Split grids is when you've got 2 different classes out on the same time. This is a grouped grid. B versus C here for Junior Rotax. And we're already nearly at the end of this race. 10 seconds left to go on the clock. I think Dalton will see the final lap board this time around. Here we look back to those leaders, so he definitely will. Michael Dalton will come around the final corner and see the last lap board. Joshua Smith is up into the top 10 now. Fastest lap of the race on the last lap, 46.94. The only driver down into the 46s now. What incredible pace of Joshua Smith throughout this race as he's up into the top 10. Right, final lap then in Junior Rotax heat number 2. Michael Dalton looks to have this one pretty much done and dusted if he can just keep a nice clean lap here. Thomas Hill, though, is under a bit more pressure. Finley Jones trying to find a way through, switching back to the inside there into Wilkins. That's not going to work. He's also got to think about Jack Baker behind him, but the up and under at Oshers. No! Contact made. Hill goes wide across the grass. He's going to lose a number of positions from that one as Jones, Baker, and I think Nolan probably skipped through there. As Nolan's closed up really well over that last lap. But here comes Michael Dalton round the final corner to take the win in Heat 2 for Junior Rotax. It will be Finley Jones who finishes in 2nd place with Jack Baker in 3rd, Devon Nolan in 4th. Great run through at the end there to Devon Nolan to get to P4. And Thomas Hill, he didn't have the best race 1. Race 2 was looking a lot better there until the last lap. It was a opportunistic, aggressive move from Finley Jones there to the inside, but you knew it was coming. Thomas Hill tried to cover it off. Finley Jones had got just enough of the front nose go down the inside. They made contact. That chucked Thomas Hill wide. He tried to keep his foot in it over the grass on the exit, but lost out all those 3 places, down from 2nd to 5th on the last lap. Alfie Thompson, Victor Hansen, Aidan Large, Joshua Smith and Oliver Smith, the rest of your top 10 in that one. Joshua Smith going from 28th to 9th there in that one. Is that the most places we've seen gained in a race yet today? I think it might be. 19 places gained in that one. Oh, who's got a nose cone penalty? Who is that? I can't quite see their number as they turn in. Is that the 32? Was that what that said? Was that the 32 of Michael Dalton? Hold on a second. Was that the 32 of Michael Dalton, who just won the race on the road, getting a nose cone penalty? Well, Michael Dalton got to the front of the order relatively quickly in that race, but in the initial overtakes to get to the front there, did he get himself a nose cone penalty? I think that might have been the winner there on circuit. Well, to double check that, of course, head over to results.alphatiming.co.uk/WMKC and you can see the full finalised results there. But we'll just run you through the rest of the order outside of the top 10. It was Callum Sims in 11th with Josh Gore in behind. Then Samir Paul and Omar Cindy getting back to 14th there. Well done to Omar. Shane Tanjaria, Ellis Snow, Rex Ashley, Marcel Poppercool, Ruben Mamalok and Lucy Wielden, your top 20. And there is Ruben Mamalok getting a nose cone penalty. Lachlan Homer in behind in 21st with Dexter Collins, Alexander Campbell, Oliver Liversedge, Harry Wilch, Hayagriva Gokulnath, Alex Shepherd, Oliver Vo, Dominic Parabok, Jacob Smith, Leo Steed, the last year 31 finishers. Sadly, we lost Daniel Gurney on lap 6th and Harrison Crowther on the first lap of the race. There was Alexander Campbell getting himself a nose cone penalty as well. It looks as though the 90 of Oliver Liversedge will get himself one as well. Well, heat number 2 of Junior Rotax done and dusted. And as we saw earlier on in the day, we'll go straight on to the Senior Rotax for their heat number 2. Well then, possible calamities at the end of the race there with a post-race penalty for your winner on circuit. Again, we'll double check that before we go to the next heats later on today. But eyes off of Junior Rotax for the moment anyway. On to the seniors as they head out of the dummy grid. Archie Walker and Freddie Ingram on the front row for this one, with Guy Cunnington and Jack Collins on row 2. Ben Folland and Tyler Harris there on row number 3. Row 4 has Joshua Graham and Brandon Klein-Nagelvort. Then it's Spencer Brougham and Ben Ballou rounding out the top 10, followed by Louis Weaver and Ross Tyler there on row number 6. Row 7 has Dylan Norris and Alex Moody. Then Oliver Johnson and Mac McFarquhar there on row 8. Lord Farquhar finally makes an appearance here at round number 6. Deacon Russell and Samuel Cook are on row 9. And rounding out the top 20 are Joe Fox and George Hart. Harry Gilbert and Miles Roby on row 11, with Jack Wilch and Molly Griffiths on row 12. And row 13 has Lucas Theo and James Becker. Ewan Richards and Ollie Owen are on row 14, with Theo Stanislaus and Jensen Hinchcliffe rounding out the top 30. And then finalising the 31 carts on the grid is Bryce Madison. Well then, off we go. Heat number 2 again. If you've not seen a driver that you're supporting and they're supposed to be racing in Senior Rotax here today, either you're mistaken or something has gone very wrong, because this should have been everyone out now. Of course, Group A are having a little rest. It's B versus C for this second heat of the day in Senior Rotax. Freddie Ingram and Archie Walker, 2 KR Sport teammates side by side, will lead us to the green lights here for 8 minutes plus 1 lap. And through, they follow each other around the first couple of corners. Guy Cunnington breaking free as well as he tries to go with them. Rest of the drivers squabbling in behind. Jack Collins keeping it nice and defensive. However, not defensive enough from Freddie Ingram as Guy Cunnington slips through up at Christmas Corner. Archie Walker continues to lead us though round this first lap of the race, as it can't be won on the first lap, but it can certainly be lost. Drivers fighting tooth and nail for track position, but then again you need a bit of self-preservation as well, so that you make it through the first lap and have the ability to attack for the rest of the race. But Guy Cunnington looking fierce in this one. A bit of a subdued, was it a P7 I want to say, in the first heat of the day for Guy Cunnington? Well, He's like a bat out of hell here in heat number 2. Already up into second place. But we might lose already. Up the Christmas corner. Back down the inside goes Freddie Ingram. The number 69 retakes the place. Again, how many times have I said it already today? How momentum can change here. And Guy Cullington now under pressure from Jack Collins. And Jack Collins has dragged Brandon Klein-Nagelvoort with him as well. Again, seriously heavy-hitting names here across the classes here today at the Whilton Mill Kart Club. Great to see so many drivers who might have been here for a round or two early on this season back once again to battle it out here in WMKC. And what a show they are putting on for us so far. Collins looking feisty. Will he think about it? No, thinks better of it. And that bit of hesitation there from Collins. Brandon Klein-Nagelvoort smells blood in the water, and he goes for the move down the inside, but not for much longer, as back through goes Jack Collins down at Ashby. Is that Ben Ballou? It is on the number 37. Trying to get involved. Ben Ballou, oh, nearly spun on the exit there. That's going to lose him a lot of time there. It was an opportunistic attempt at a re-overtake on Brandon Klein-Nagelvoort. That sees him lose a bit of time, though, for Ballou. He held it well as he was just collected on the exit. Re-slots back in to this train of karts, but it's going to be down in P9 for Ben Ballou, the Southern Champs winner in 2023 down at the Forest Edge Kart Club. Battling well here at Whilton Mill, but just dropping a few places. Speaking of which, down the order drops Jack Collins as he gets nudged out wide there up at Christmas corner, and 4 drivers decide that they'll take away a place from him. Collins down to P8 then, still just ahead of Ben Ballou at the bottom end of the top 10. Cunnington's broken free there in 3rd place. He's in a bit of no man's land though as Ingram tries to chase back down Archie Walker in the lead. But Archie Walker looking to make it 2 wins from 2 already here at the Whilton Mill Kart Club for round number 6 of the 2024 season. Less than 5 minutes left to go on the clock already in this second heat of the day for the seniors. And here's the move up at Christmas corner. 78 back down the inside. So that's Joshua Graham. Another one of the KR Sport drivers was batting up near the sharp end in heat number 1. He's trying to get up and amongst it again here in heat 2. Moved down the inside and behind him as well. Change for position as the 384 of Tyler Harris drops another position. Louis Weaver follows through into P6. Tyler Harris now having to hold on to that P7 ahead of Collins, Ballou and Folland. Folland has got through on Ballou though. He slips down into P10. There is your leader of Archie Walker starting another lap of this race, but again extends that lead by 0.3 of a second. It wasn't even his personal best, but it was still 0.3 of a second quicker than the personal best of Ingram and Cunnington in behind. Will anyone be able to shift the immovable force of Archie Walker here today? Up at Christmas corner, that's another move. I think that's Ben Folland through on Jack Collins, and more people making move on Collins down at Ashby. Ben Ballou gets back through, and that's Brom trying to thread the needle down at Wilkins. It's not going to work, and he's going to lose a couple of places from that one. A couple of drivers slipping back through. Collins tries to get back through, but unable to do so. He slips back behind Brom then. It was the 13 of Ross Tyler who managed to get through. So it's all been a bit squabbly there at the bottom end of the top 10. It ends up being Folland in 8th, Ballou in 9th, Tyler in 10th, Brom in 11th, and Collins now in 12th. Jack Collins now under pressure from Alex Moody. Up into Christmas corner. That's Tyler Harris losing out to Ben Folland. Folland's got some great pace in this second heat of the day here in Senior Rotax. He continues to scythe his way through the order. Impressive driving from the number 81. But Spencer Brom, don't forget, championship leader heading into today's racing. Started off this race in P9, so it hasn't started great for Spencer Brom. Now finds himself in P11. Still there in the wheel tracks of Ross Tyler, the Jax Motorsport driver. But Spencer Brom, CRG, on that CRG kart for the number 65. Of course, Motorsport UK Academy driver is Spencer Brom, also wearing his Team UK suit from the Rotax Max Grand Finals from last year. So an accomplished racing driver, to say the least, is Spencer Brom. But it is a very challenging grid out here today at Senior Rotax at the Whilton Mill Kart Club. And that just shows a driver of that calibre still struggling to get into the top 10 here in heat number 2. But Archie Walker, what is that gap now? Almost 2.5 seconds Archie Walker has out in the lead of the race. Still setting laps faster than any other driver out there on circuit has done on their best lap of the race. That's a move down the inside though for third place. Brandon Klein-Nagelvoort chases down and gets it done on Guy Cunnington. And Cunnington now under pressure from Joshua Graham as well, but no, makes the re-overtake on the exit of Ashby. Great move from Guy Cunnington there, and now Nagelvoort's under pressure down into Osiers. The 78 of Joshua Graham trying to find a way through, unable to do so. And also is in a tough spot with the 67 of Louis Weaver right behind as well. Ben Folland now makes it a train of 4, and Tyler Harris is not far behind either. So after they chase down Guy Cunnington, that opportunistic move from Nagelvoort. Oh, but he's let the door open up at Christmas corner. Down the inside goes the 78 of Joshua Graham. Into 4th place goes Joshua Graham. As I was saying, they chased down Guy Cunnington, but the overtake didn't work, and now off goes Brandon Klein-Nagelvoort. They make contact on the exit there of Ashby. I think it was tyre-to-tyre contact there. Sent Nagelvoort up and over the back of Joshua Graham's kart. Hopefully it didn't break anything on the back of Joshua Graham's kart. We'll wait and see as they come round. Only 10 seconds left to go on this race. But Nagelvoort had chased down Cunnington. They went for the move. The move didn't work. Cunnington managed to break away a little bit again. And then Nagelvoort had to turn his attention to the drivers behind. And then sadly, it all comes to an end down at Ashby. Brandon Klein-Nagelvoort has rejoined, but in 18th place. So it's going to be a race to forget now for Brandon Klein-Nagelvoort, from something that looked very promising from a P8 start to be batting up for the podium. How quickly fortunes can change here in such an exciting grid here in Senior Rotax at the Whilton Mill Kart Club. Got some support for Freddie Ingram from Lisa Ingram in the live chat, wishing him on across his final lap, but Archie Walker does seem to have not only Freddie but the rest of the field in his back pocket here. Now with a 2.8 second gap at the front of the order. Still moves going on the last lap though. That's Ben Ballou down the inside of Louis Weaver for 7th place up at Christmas corner. And they're still squabbling on the exit. That is an attempt from Spencer Brom on Ben Ballou as well. And he's got it done. Brom through on Ballou then. Great move. That would have been for either 8th or 7th place. But look at Archie Walker. He checks over his shoulder. He's like, where is everyone? What are they all doing today? Archie Walker with another commanding win in Senior Rotax. Archie Walker takes maximum points there from heat number 2. And what an exciting race that was. Freddie Ingram and Guy Cunnington, your top 3 there. So after a relatively disappointing P7 for Guy Cunnington in the first race, makes up for it there with a P3 in heat number 2. Joshua Graham and Ben Folland, your top 5. Great battling from Ben Folland. He really impressed me across that race. Tyler Harris, Louis Weaver, Spencer Brom, Ben Ballou and Alex Moody, your top 10. So Moody, bit of a dark horse in that one, managing to get back into the top 10 by the dying moments of that one. I know at least a previous Cardiff University Motorsports driver is Alex Moody, the same as me, so my heart goes out to him there in P10. Ross Tyler in behind in P11 with Jack Collins, Deacon Russell, Dylan Norris, Samuel Cook, Oliver Johnson, Brandon Klein-Nagelvoort there. What could have been for Brandon in P17, followed home by Mac McFarquhar in P18, then Ollie Owen, Miles Roby, your top 20. Jack Wilch, Joe Fox, Lucas Theo, George Hart, Molly Griffiths, Jensen Hinchcliffe, James Becker, Harry Gilbert, Theo Stanislaus and Bryce Madison. All 30 drivers making it to the checkered flag there, which is great to see, particularly when it was a rather feisty race there. We had some great battling amongst the grid there, but still, all drivers giving just enough room All drivers making it to the checkered flag. Some penalties are going out, though. There is one for the 384 of Tyler Harris. 6th place. Now, if we had 5 seconds to that time, that will be 16th place. That just shows how much a nose cone penalty can affect you in a grid as close as this. 5 seconds lost. That's 10 places lost for Tyler Harris. That is absolutely gutting for Tyler. And another one there, that's Oliver Johnson getting a 5-second penalty. That will drop him down to around 20th or 21st place from a P13 was at the end. Blimey. Blimey. Well, Senior Rotax is done and dusted for their second heat of the day. We will see both them and the Junior Rotaxes out again before the lunch break, as they'll crack on with their last heats. That's, of course, where we'll then see A versus C. So in both Juniors and Senior Rotaxes, we've had A versus B. We've had B versus C. We've got A versus C yet to come. And then, of course, all the results of those will be amalgamated. We'll see who makes it straight through into the A final, who has to battle it out in the B final, and of course the top 4 for the B final then get up into the A. So to maximise track time, really you want to be starting on pole for the B final, win the B final, and then come through from the back of the grid in the A final. But obviously, if you're wanting a good championship result, if you're wanting a trophy at the end of the day, you kind of want to go straight through into the A final. But hey, if you're here for a bit of fun, who cares? Who cares? Get out there and enjoy some racing. What racing we've had so far today. If you've been enjoying, make sure you drop a like on the stream. Subscribe to Alpha Live for the rest of the rounds this season that you're definitely not going to want to miss. But Senior Rotax done and dusted for their second heat of the day. Then that was race number 9 of today's schedule. And we head back to the Army Water Swift Restricteds and the Rotax Micros for race 10 of the day and their second race of the day. Right then, Heat 2 for Rotax Micros and Army Water Swift Restricted. Now, I've seen in the live chat a few people wanting a bit of a better coverage of the Water Swift Restricted. Now, in fairness, there's about 3 times as many Rotax Micros out on circuit, so it's difficult to focus between the 2 of them. But we will do our best in this race to keep an eye on both categories and make sure we're giving them the coverage that they deserve. So apologies if anyone felt that we weren't covering them enough in that first race. I'll do my best to keep an eye out. Lucian Smith, though, lines up on pole position here for the Rotax Micros. Alongside him is Sebastian Behrman, Charlie Page and Benedictas Mazioskas on the second row, with Maximilian Eberhardt and George Swire on row number 3. Row 4 on the grid will see Josh Cook and Logan Rolfe. Then it's Chloe McGill and Elijah Westley round out the top 10, followed by Luke Millwood and Dimitar Uzanov on row number 6. Row 7 is Teddy Higgs and James Devereaux. Hopefully Teddy's back out there after that incident that saw us have a red flag in Heat 1. Darren Dimitrov, Harry Knight, Edison Burrows, Finley Beals. Then rounding out the top 20 are Hugo Barra and Marshall Liu. Then it's Roger Guckelnath, Tommy Climo, George Climo and Victor Popakul. Then we move on to the Army Water Swift Restricted. Pole position for Philip Petro and Harry Fable alongside him on the front row. Then it's Henry Algar and Reggie Chandler, Alessandro Salas and Max Dunn. So fair play to Alessandro Salas, winning the first heat from P5 on the grid. Felix Booker, Rex Pooley and Ronnie Kempson. 33 drivers on track for this one. Of course, 24 drivers in the Rotax Micros and 9 drivers for the Army Water Swift Restricted. Right then, around the final corner, Rotax Micros will lead us to their race start to begin with, and then we'll see the Water Swifts come through for their race start. Lucian Smith alongside Sebastian Behrman, but as Behrman snuck it at the race start, no, Smith has held onto it around the outside, and actually I think Behrman might have lost out second, potentially even third here, as Abrahart's going to try and hold it round the outside. Will squeeze into the apex. Do they make contact though? No, they manage to hold onto it, and Abrahart does hold onto the place. There's the Water Swifts carrying up to the first corner, and who's taking the lead there? I think it's Reggie Chandler who's got through into the lead. Great start from Reggie Chandler as they head down into Ashby. One of the Birrell ART drivers making this send for second place. That's the 17 of Philip Petro, your pole sitter, getting back into P2. Who's there in third and fourth place? 828 of Harry Fable there. He made a good start, but he's dropped back to fourth or fifth there, battling in with Rex Pooley and Henry Algar, I think. But to the end of lap 1 go our Rotax Micros. Still Smith from Page. Then Behrman, Abrahart, Mazioskas, Cook, Swire, McGill, Millward and Rolfe. Your top 10. We pretty much got the entirety of the top 10 all in a train here. I think it's the top 11, I want to say, in a train before we have a slight gap back to the rest of karts. But will it be as chaotic as the first race, or will we settle into a bit more of a rhythm? I hate to say it, but I feel like it may be the former this one. I mean, I love to say it in terms of watching great racing action, but my voice says otherwise. 44 of Lucian Smith, though, still leading us through this race. So Charlie Page made the most of that race start there. A good start for the pole side of the grid. Saw him jump up into second spot. And now he's pressuring for the lead of the race here. They've still got Behrman right in their wheel tracks. As there we go. Moves to the inside. Just Charlie Page. Charlie Page down the inside. And Charlie Page to the lead of the race. Relegates Lucian Smith to P2. Lucian immediately checks over the shoulder. Doesn't need to cover off from behind, though, as the two all-black cars going side by side. Abrahart and Mazioskas battling for track position there. Battling for fourth place. And who will hold on to it? There's a move down the inside. I want to say that's for second or third place in the Water Swiss. That's the GP plate of Alessandro Salas slipping through in the 31. Getting shuffled out wide. Rex Pooley getting shuffled wide as Salas gets back through. And I think Harry Fable managed to slip through there as well. Back to our leaders, though. Charlie Page has got to the lead of the race. Or holds the lead of the race, I should say. But he's wide. He is wide out the first couple of corners. And whoa, the gap opened up there. Charlie Page tried to cover it off there at what's not really an apex of a corner. It's just where the racing line goes as you're flat out up towards Christmas Corner. Charlie Page tries to close the door, but Lucian Smith was already enough alongside. And Lucian squeezes through into the lead, and through follows Sebastian Behrman. The number 37 up into P2 then. The number 33 relegated down to third place. And now the O-plate of Josh Cook is all in his figurative mirrors. Well, he's down the inside now, and through follows Maximilian Abrahart. So Charlie Page, leading the race, only a lap ago, now finds himself down in fifth. Through goes Cook, through goes Abrahart, but it's actually Logan Rolfe who's just taken the fastest lap of the race in ninth place. He's at the back of this train, only with Chloe McGill and Harry Knight in behind him. There is Logan Rolfe on the Synergy kart. You hear them rumble down towards Ashby. Less than 4 minutes left to go. So we're just over halfway through this race then. But I feel as though this might be how this race plays out. We get a moment of chaos as they all work themselves out. Then we get back into a rhythm yet again. But Josh Cook looking rather good in this race. See if I can just grab the finishing orders. Okay, right, hold on a second. Was there some penalties in the first race? Or was I just blind? Did Josh Cook take the win on the road in the last one? Is my memory just not not holding out today? Well, he looks like he's about to lose third place. He just about gets the room there, as it was a bit of a late move from the 61 of Abrahart, as Abrahart now takes the fastest lap of the race. Under pressure, though, in the lead now. They've all started to chopping across here. As where's Josh Cook gone? He's been overtaken. He's gone down to fifth place as Abrahart gets through. Abrahart now through on Page. Back through follows Josh Cook. So Abrahart is now into P3. And the top two of Smith and Behrman have been given a bit of a break here at the front of the order. On to lap number 7 they'll go then. Lucian Smith still leading us. Abrahart in third. Cook now in fourth. Millward now in fifth. Page slipping down into P6 with George Swire Benedict Spazioskas, Logan Rolfe and Chloe McGill the top 10, but a change to the lead up at Christmas corner. No! Side by side, nearly up and over the top there goes the 44 of Lucian Smith. Super close, but the move is made. Behrman, though, loses back out on corner exit. Goodness, that was close. A late move to the inside from Behrman. It nearly all went wrong for both Smith and Behrman there, but they managed to carry on. They both managed to stay in first and second place somehow. Josh Cook in behind us got through though, and there's the move of the lead again. Behrman aggressive to the inside into the boot. Opens up the opportunity for Josh Cook, but he can't quite follow through and get through on the 44 of Lucian Smith. And it's all closed up yet again amongst our leaders. But this time, Sebastian Behrman to the lead of the race. He finished up the last one in third place. He wants the win in this one. Josh Cook, your winner in race 1, wants second place. But again, side by side with Lucian Smith through Boxing Day. This time a bit less contact. This time the place is made by the attacking driver. And Josh Cook goes into P2. Point forward from Lucian Smith, but I'm not sure if Luke Millward is going to listen to him here. No, he's not. Down the inside immediately at Ocean, side by side to the exit. They give each other enough room. Now Maximilian Eberhardt is trying to get involved as well. Change to the lead as Josh Cook goes down the inside into the boot. Great racing here in the Rotax Micros as Josh Cook takes the lead. Oh, bit of a wobble there through the final corner for Sebastian Behrman, and that's going to drop him back into the path of now Luke Millward. It's all kicked off over the last part of that last lap. There is the 82 of George Swire now getting involved. We haven't seen him so far in this race. He's got through on Maximilian Eberhardt, but here comes Eberhardt back down the inside at Ashby. Late move to the inside from the orange lidded driver. In behind as well, the 1-1-2 of Benedictas Bazioskas trying to get back involved as well. He's trying to find a way through on George Swire. That was a bit of sideways movement there from Behrman through Osiers. That lost him a bit of momentum. That's why he's under pressure for second place, and that's how the 38 slipped through, but too late on the brakes from Luke Millward. Back through skips Sebastian Behrman. Number 65 of Darren Dimitrov there trying to make up some positions through the boot. Stays where he is for now, but they're all still chopping and changing. Final lap of the race though. And Josh Cook coming up on the back marker of Felix Booker. In the Water Swift Restricted, Reggie Chandler is in third place at the moment, but Alessandro Salas is... Sorry about that. Alessandro Salas is battling with Philip Petro for the lead of the race around this final lap. Salas took the win in the first race. He's going for it again here in the second race. But here are the Rotax Micros then into the final sector. Josh Cook trying to make it 2 wins from 2, and I think he's pretty much got it signed, sealed and delivered now that he took the fastest lap on the previous lap of the race. The O-plate showing why he achieved that plate earlier on this year. Takes the second win of the day here. 2 from 2 for Josh Cook. Sebastian Behrman and Maximilian Eberhardt are your podium sitters, with Benedictas Bazioskas and Luke Millward in the top 5. Lucian Smith, Charlie Page, Logan Rolfe, George Swire and Darren Dimitrov your top 10. With Harry Knight, Chloe McGill, Dimitar Uzanov, George Climo, Finley Beals, Tommy Climo, Elijah West, James Devereaux, Marshall Liu, then Victor Popakul, Roger Gokulnath, Edison Burrows and Hugo Barra, your finishers in the Rotax Micros. But it was Alessandro Salas who held off from Philip Petro by only 0.3 of a second. But the GP plate holder of Salas makes it also 2 from 2. So on our split grid for the day, both drivers in the Rotax Micros and the Water Swift Restricted getting 2 wins from 2 so far today. A perfect day for Josh Cook and Alessandro Salas so far. Well, the top 3 in Rotax Micros all getting waved through. It was pretty feisty at the front of the order, but all very respectful racing. And everyone looking to be given the thumbs up. So, another great race there in the Rotax Micros and the Water Swift Restricted. Again, sorry that we couldn't focus so much on the Water Swift Restricted. It's very difficult here from a live streaming point of view when you can only really have one thing going on the screen. To try and keep up to date with two races happening at the same time on track, it's a difficult one to cover, and we're doing our best here at Alpha Live. I hope you're enjoying the coverage of today's racing, and hopefully we were able to give a bit more screen time there to the Water Swift Restricted. But yet again, there is the GP plate holder of Alessandro Salas pushing his kart through into Parc Ferme, claiming another maximum points there from another race in the Water Swift Restricted. Well, we're well over halfway through the morning's heats anyway. And that was it for race number 10. So does that mean we've got 4 more to go before the lunch break? Yes, it does. Up next, the Army Water Swift Intermediates for their second heat. Already out on circuit then. Let's run you through the grid for this one. Jonty Restrick and Alfie Taylor are on the front row, with Enzo Butterazzi and Henry Clark on row 2. Simeon Stone and Xavier Fonge are on row number 3. And row 4 sees Seth Angus and Millen Tomlinson. Jensen Ackerman and Henry Johnson are on row 5, with Ethan Lucas rounding out the 11 karts on the grid for this race. Well, heat number 1 was certainly an exciting one. Jonty Restrick winning the race by less than 0.2 of a second. And there was great battling between those two at the front of the order. However, Jonty Restrick and Henry Clark, teammates, bit of a truce throughout that one. Hopefully it's a bit more feisty in this one. We're going to have to wait and see, though, because we are going to go around again. Chevron flag. I just saw before we cut round to the first corner camera there, the lights come on the gantry. So they'll be going around for another warm-up lap. But Jonty Restrick, as I mentioned, taking the win in the first race of the day. The two BMR teammates, though, line astern from pretty much, I want to say, lap 3 or 4. As Henry Clark could battle through the field well, to be fair. Of course, same grid as we had in race number 1 for this one. Henry once again starting P4. And let's see if he can have as positive of a start as he had in heat number 1. And he can press on forward, follow his teammate to the checkered flag yet again. But in the IARMY Water Swift Intermediates then, 11 karts on the grid for today's racing. It's Jensen Ackerman who leads the championship going into today. 368 points ahead of Enzo Butterazzi on 359. Then Jonty Restrick on 357. All still to play for, and it's looking good so far for Jonty Restrick as he took the win in the first heat of the day. What a move from Henry Clark. He read that so nicely as the two drivers around him went side by side. I want to say that was Alfie Taylor and Simeon Stone going side by side. And Henry Clark read that lovely, going late into the first initial corner to cut back to the second apex and take third place for himself. Butterazzi holds on to P2 there, so it was Alfie Taylor and Simeon Stone who were going side by side through the first couple of corners, getting their elbows out on the first lap of this race. We're already seeing some Spanish archers elbow down at the first corner. Drivers getting them sharpened and ready to go for Heat 2 and IARMY Water Swift Restricted here. Sorry, not Restricted, Intermediate. We've already seen the Restricted out in the previous race. But Alfie Taylor ends up in 4th. Simeon Stone in 5th then. Jensen Ackerman making up a couple of places on that first lap, up into 6th. Of course, Ackerman went out on lap 2 of the first race of the day. Your championship leader heading into today. It's not started well for Jensen Ackerman. And that could be a big hit for his championship charge. He's going to have to hope that this race goes a little better. And he's in and amongst it in this group. He's the number 12, trying to find a way through on Simeon Stone here to get into the top 5. As it's changed to second place, though. Butterazzi has been overtaken by Henry Clark. And we fall into a similar order that we had in race number 1. The only real change to the order is Jensen Ackerman getting involved, as he's thankfully for himself, not out of the race. He was already out of the race at this point in heat number 1. But he's still there, battling in and amongst it here in race 2. But great to see Jensen back involved. Let's have a further look at those championship tallies. Yeah, so 9 points that Ackerman had over Butterazzi going into today's racing. That will have already been nullified in that first race, so it all will have changed already as Butterazzi finished in P3 in that first race. Restrick in 3rd place in the championship, only 2 points behind Butterazzi. He finished in the lead though. He won the race, I should say, in heat number 1. So I think that might have taken Jonty Restrick to the lead of the championship here going into heat 2, with Butterazzi I think still in 2nd and Ackerman potentially falling down into P3 in the standing. So I think it might have done a full flip basically between the top 3 as Restrick has kicked off round 6 as he means to go on. He's now got a 2nd in the lead here ahead of his BMR teammate of Henry Clark. And no one else quite able to match the pace of those 2 leaders. Only driver getting close though is Jensen Ackerman. There is Jonty Restrick on the 67 leading us round the final corners. Still pretty windy out there. You can hear that up at the Christmas corner camera. I feel bad for the camera up there, trying to basically hold on to the camera, make sure it doesn't fly away, it sounds like. If that's a wind going up towards Christmas, though, that's going to be a huge bit of extra speed heading up to Christmas, and that might catch a few drivers out if that changes ever so slightly. If it gets stronger, then stops and gets stronger again, might catch a few drivers out. We might see a few going straight on. Luckily, it's obviously an uphill braking zone to Christmas, so you can usually gather it back up if it does all go wrong, and you've got a nice bit of runoff as well. But I've seen some big bins up there. I myself have binned it pretty heavily up at Christmas corner, so crazier things have happened. But equally, I'm an okay racing driver, but these guys out here definitely a lot faster than me. Particularly Jonty Restrick again extending the lead. 1.3 seconds he now has over Henry Clark, and unlike last race where Henry Clark just sort of sat on the bumper of Jonty Restrick trading fastest lap times, he now isn't quite on the back of him and might just have Butterazzi and Ackerman to contend with soon enough, because actually on the last lap, although it wasn't the fastest lap of the race, Jensen Ackerman set the fastest lap of any other driver on that last lap, a 51.05, his own personal best, as he closes down Butterazzi and Clark. Less than 3 minutes left to go on the clock though. He doesn't have all the time in the world to get something done here, and to have a chance at P2 and getting past the 82 of Henry Clark first, he's got to get through on Enzo Butterazzi. But blimey, is he doing everything he can to do that. 50.81 for Jensen Ackerman. He takes the fastest lap of the race, but he's not going to go for it up at Christmas corner. That is surprising. The pace difference he has over Butterazzi is sizable. He needs to go for a move soon here if he wants a shot at any of further positions up the road. 50.81. It would have been the fastest lap for the race for Henry Clark if Jensen Ackerman hadn't set that blinder. It was a 50.89 on the last lap for Henry Clark. 51.04 for Restrick, 51.14 for Butterazzi, and that was Butterazzi's fastest lap of the race. Enzo just not quite able to match the pace of the drivers around him so far here today in the Water Swift Intermediates. Less than 2 minutes left to go on the clock now, and still, despite the pace difference, Ackerman not able to find a way through. Will he go for it here though at Christmas corner? Pulls out from behind Enzo Butterazzi. Textbook move down the inside. Room given from the number 20. And the two drivers switch places on lap number 8. So I feel as though that might be it in terms of battling here in the Water Swift Intermediates, as Butterazzi gets overtaken by Ackerman. Ackerman, I think, might have left it a little bit too little too late here to try and chase down Henry Clark. as Clark has found some good pace over the last lap. He's been slowly but surely closing in on Jonty Restrick, but Jonty had a nice enough gap here to be relatively relaxed through these last few laps. Gap has dropped to below a second now, 0.9 seconds between Restrick and Clark. But nothing too much to worry about for the two BMR drivers at the front end of the order. And now that Ackerman is 2 on Butterazzi, he's lost a bit of pace. I'll be honest, he's back into the low 51s at the moment. Identical lap time to Restrick on that last lap, to be fair to Jensen Ackerman. But no one meeting the lofty heights of the 50.8 that we saw from Ackerman only a few laps ago. 20 seconds on the clock as Restrick starts the penultimate lap of the race. And again, that gap still around 0.9 seconds between Restrick and Clark. And Ackerman and Butterazzi, I mean, working together relatively well, but not closing that gap to the two leaders. Actually, the gap extending lap on lap now, almost 2.5 seconds between Clark and Ackerman. So the three championship contenders of Restrick, Ackerman and Butterazzi, 3 of the top 4 at the moment. But Henry Clark doing a great job as a teammate to make sure that the rest of the championship contenders of Ackerman and Butterazzi score much fewer points than Jonty Restrick. And Restrick now, I think, extending that lead at the front of the championship as we head through round number 6. And now Jonty Restrick leads us on to the final lap of this race. No changing going on throughout the order then. They stayed as they were through the last few laps, and a lot of drivers in a bit of no man's land here in the Army Water Swift Intermediates. Not quite close enough in pace to create huge battling packs. All drivers sort of finding their own rhythm, finding their own space on circuit, and cracking on through heat number 2. But Jonty Restrick, once again, is going to make it 2 from 2. The third driver we've seen do that so far today. And the BMR driver, I believe, extends his championship lead even further. Henry Clark finishes in 2nd place with Jensen Ackerman. A better race in this one. Of course, it was a DNF in heat number 1. This time a P3 in heat number 2. Not a bad showing for the number 12. Enzo Butterazzi and Simeon Stone, your top 5 in that one. Followed across the line by Alfie Taylor, then Millen Tomlinson, and Xavier Fonge, and Seth Angus, Ethan Lucas, and Henry Johnson. All 11 drivers who took to the start in that one, though, making it to the checkered flag. So that is always good to see. The drivers obviously head round back to the pit lane, and we'll wait and see whether any drivers have got themselves a nose cone penalty during that race. After lap sort of 3 or 4, there wasn't a huge amount of battling, so you'd expect all the drivers to be getting through undisturbed in this race, but you never know. Both the leaders through into Parc Ferme, untested. And there we go. 12 as well of Jensen Ackerman. Looks as though all the top 3 have managed to get through unscathed. No nose cone penalties anyway. Of course, there could always be other things after the race. So again, all the results I give you here on the live stream are very, very provisional. But it's been some great racing so far. We've only got 3 races yet to go before the lunch break. And it's some very exciting ones, I will say. Very exciting ones. But I'll quickly say, if you've enjoyed today's commentary, I'm sorry if I've been a little bit more subdued than usual. I know I usually get very excited, but I've been doing my best battling through this cold, and I hope you still enjoyed it. If you have, at Ratters Media on Instagram and TikTok, make sure you go and drop me a follow. I'd really appreciate that. But we move straight on to the third to last race before the lunch break. We'll crack on with Heat 2 for Rotax Minis. Right, driver's already on track. Let's run you through the grid nice and quickly for this one. Finley's on the front row again. Hines and Lyons alongside each other. Then it's Edward Haynes and Jack Baker. Josh Cormack and Leo Livings. Joshua Griffin and Devin Taylor. Then Harry Taylor and Theo Bradshaw, your top 10. Miles Burton, Sebastian Clark, Daniel Wisnauskas, Noah Jebson, Alfie Ward, Ilya Veliko, Nathan Rond, Luca Holmes Ballock, Oliver Barton, Ralph Rakitis, Archie Rogers-Tyler, Akil Nangianon, Adam Yadatis, George Fountain, Arthur Brooker, Ayrton Rye, Louis Marshall, Max Wheatley, Dylan Suresh, Ruben Jenkins and Harper Das. 31 drivers on the grid for this second heat of the day in Rotax Minis. Your winner in the first race, Finley Lyons, by a good 2.5 seconds. It was a difficult start for Finley Lyons. Initially dropping back to P4, fought back to the lead very swiftly. And after that, I should say, didn't feel like he was under much pressure at all. Was able to extend that gap out front, keep it relaxed and take a heat win. Can he do that again in heat number 2? Finley versus Finley to the first corner. And guess what? Finley wins. It's Finley Hines, though, who takes the lead. And again, the exact same thing happens. Finley Lyons drops back into P4. Now under pressure from the 5, though, who tries to dive down the inside. Attempting the up and under there was Finley Lyons. Out of Christmas corner, but as the drivers close up on each other, it's not going to work. Lyons trying to the inside, though, as they all get a bit squabbly down into Ashby. Haynes trying to find a way through into the lead. He's not quite got it. Back down. Sorry, that's Haynes to the inside now to P2. It's his teammate, the 1-2-1 of Josh Cormack, who was attempting for the lead. Now he's going to get shuffled back to 5th place. As through goes Finley Lyons as well. And I do believe Joshua Griffin has slipped through. Yes, he has to P4. So an attempt for the lead for Josh Cormack sees him now slip back to P5 as they come to the end of lap number 1. It's Hines from Haynes, Lyons, Griffin, Cormack, Baker, Taylor, Burton, Livings and Taylor, your top 10. Here could be the move for the lead, though. Late to the inside from Edward Haynes. That opens up the opportunity for Finley Lyons as well, but he can't quite slip through on the exit. So Finley Hines shuffled back to P2. Immediate defensive manoeuvres, though, from Edward Haynes. We've still got 6.5 minutes left to go in this race, Edward. But he's wanting to consolidate that race win for the moment and hold on to it as best he can and pretty much shuffle the rest of the drivers back into the pack and say, you guys crack on, I'll try and drive away with this one. Finley Lyons down the inside of Finley Hines. Through goes the 5 of Joshua Griffin as well. Great bit of battling between those 3 drivers. And your race winner in heat number 1 goes up into 2nd place, and Joshua Griffin follows him through. Joshua Griffin takes the fastest lap of the race, but immediately taken away by Max Wheatley there in 11th place. He's having another great race, as there we see Leo Livings down the inside of the 71 of Jack Baker in the background. That's a change for P8 in this race. Down the inside to Ashby. More moves going on. Max Wheatley again started this race in P28 and he's already up into P11 in this race. We've only had 2 laps of racing, ladies and gentlemen. That is unbelievable. The number 12 of Max Wheatley, he is quite the rising star here in the Rotax Mini class. Keep an eye out for the number 12 throughout this race. If he can get onto this leading gaggle, you best be sure he'll be in with a shout of fighting up and amongst it. On to lap number 4 we go then, and now it's Finley Lyons who takes the fastest lap of the race. He's chasing down that rear axle of Edward Haynes. Haynes checks over the shoulder as they head up towards Christmas corner. Doesn't feel the need to defend, though. Still has enough of a gap, just enough, over Finley Lyons as they head on round lap number 4. But for how much longer, though? There's Joshua Griffin, Josh Cormack and Finley Hines. So Cormack has managed to get back through on Finley Hines then. And Cormack following in the wheel tracks of Joshua Griffin. But if he knows what he's doing, and I'm pretty sure Josh Cormack does, he'll sit here with Joshua Griffin, try and close down the 2 leaders, because you can only imagine as soon as Lyons is on the back of Haynes, there's going to be an attempt for the move. But we've already seen how much Haynes is willing to defend here to hold on to the lead of the race. As now Josh Cormack takes the lead of the race. Great to see that pace from the number 1-2-1. That's laid down the inside from Leo Livings on Miles Burton. Great bit of blocking there on the exit, though, and holds on to the place. That's 7th position now for Leo Livings. There's Luca Holmes Ballock down the inside. Was that on Max Wheatley? It was indeed, so a change to 11th. Max Wheatley, after a great one on the opening laps, has sort of stayed there in 11th place now, and Holmes Ballock gets the move done for himself. There goes Josh Cormack. Felt like he was being held up from Joshua Griffin. Griffin back down the inside on the exit, though. That's going to lose them both a heap of time. Exactly what I said they needed to make sure that they didn't do. Because Haynes and Lyons will continue to drive away with this one, especially if Edward Haynes keeps doing laps like that. New fastest lap of the race for Edward Haynes. Only 4 thousandths quicker than Finley Lyons, but they're a formidable pairing to be joining up together at the front of the field here and pressing on, as Griffin and Cormac squabble in behind, inviting the rest of the Rotax Mini grid to join them for an opportunity at third place now. Still just over 3 minutes left to go in this one. I think Lyons now just waiting for the perfect possible opportunity. Cormac was doing the same, though. It seems to have the opportunity has arisen. Down at the boot, through to third place goes Cormac, and this time he gets it done and dusted. No re-overtake occurrence from Joshua Griffin this time. Still Finley Hines in behind. Who's that joining the fray? The 53 of Harry Taylor on the LN chassis getting involved. Leo Livingston with them as well. Then there's Miles Burton, Jack Baker. And only a little bit of a gap back to Devon Taylor as well. Top 10 all pretty much within this group. Move for the lead down into the boot, though. Finley Lyons gets it done. Up and under attempt from Edward Haynes there. Doesn't quite work out. That looked as though it was more of a defence there from Finley Lyons. I think he'd already got the move done potentially into Osiers, and was just trying to consolidate that position into the boot, and does it absolutely perfectly, as we expect to see from Finley Lyons. As he once again takes the lead of the race in the Rotax Minis. Leo Livings down the inside on Harry Taylor. That's a change for P6 out there on circuit. But Finley Lyons, your race winner in heat number 1 earlier on today. And yet again, we've had some great racing here so far today, but every class now that doesn't have grouped grids has so far had the same winner in both Heat 1 and Heat 2. Well, I shouldn't speak too soon. There's still a minute and 20 seconds left to go in this race. You never know what could happen, but it looks as though for the moment, Finley Lyons is looking relatively comfortable there at the front of the field. He's extended that gap by another 1/10 of a second over Edward Haynes on that last lap. So he's hoping he can keep Edward at arm's distance, but still have him there as a bit of a rear gunner. If anyone catches them up, Edward will hopefully defend and hold them all up. 2KR Sport teammate drivers now in second and third. Haynes in second, Cormac in third. Griffin's still there in fourth, but he's still got Finley Hines and Leo Livings for company as well. It's going to be about 30 seconds on the clock then as they cross the line to start a new lap. This will be the penultimate lap of this Rotax Mini Heat number 2. So top 3 in the first race was Lyons, Cormac and Griffin. This time looking to be Lyons, Haynes and Cormac. Griffin just off of the podium in 4th place, and Haynes was the one in 4th place in the first race. So this is going to be really close as they head into their third heat later on this afternoon. What am I on about? Of course, 2 heats of the day. It's only 3 heats for the juniors and the senior Rotaxes because they're split into those groups. So it's going to be really close in terms of finishing order that then sets the grid for the finals later on this afternoon. Basically the top 4 all still finishing in the top 4, just in slightly differing positions. So I'll leave that mathematics up to the fantastic ladies and gentlemen in the I was going to say the box. That's kind of why I'm in the commentary box, isn't it? They're in the building beside the circuit, dealing with all of the timing and all the stewarding inquiries and whatnot. Fantastic team that we have here down at the Whilton Mill Kart Club, and hence why I said it earlier, so many people keep coming back and they love the Whilton Mill Kart Club, and this is why. Great racing out there on circuit as well. That was Leo Livings, I think, with Finley Hines getting a bit scrappy. I think Leo Livings has made that one work in behind. Up into the top 5 goes Leo Livings then. And it's Livings, Hines, Taylor, Burton, Baker all scrapping at it for the final position in the top 5. But here comes Finley Lyons. Another respectful and relaxed race win for Finley Lyons. He had to work a little bit harder for that one. But again, 2 from 2, this time in the Rotax Minis here at round 6 of the Whilton Mill Kart Club in 2024. And not only that, Finley Lyons takes the fastest lap on the last lap as well. Just rubbing salt in the wound there, weren't you, Finley? Edward Haynes and Josh Cormack, your top 3. Joshua Griffin just off of the top 3 this time around, with Finley Hines, Leo Livings, Harry Taylor, Miles Burton, Jack Baker and Devon Taylor, your top 10 in that race. As more drivers come across the line to see that checkered flag. Outside of the top 10 were Luca Holmes-Ballock, Alfie Ward, Sebastian Clark, Max Wheatley there in 14th. So a bit of pace dropping off at the end there for Max Wheatley, sadly. Ilya Veliko in 15th place. Good to see him battling well here in the Rotax Minis. Akil Nangionon in 16th place. And Archie Rogers-Tyler, Adam Yadatis as well. Adam's a lovely kid there in 18th place. Good to see him having some good battles. Noah Jebson and Nathan Ron there in the top 20. Again, as well, thanks to Nathan Ron for coming and saying hello to me earlier on this morning. I love chatting with all the drivers here. Obviously, I'm a little bit hidden away here down at the Alpha Live house. A lot of people don't realise that. I was chatting with someone at my usual work office, 9 to 5, the other week, and they didn't even realise I was down at the Alpha Live house, that I can't see the track from my vantage point here. I'm just in a house about 100, 200 metres away from the track. I can just see the screen. So I can only go off what I see on the live stream, sadly. So yeah, it's nice that I could go and have a chat with a few drivers this morning. But of course, if you see me walking on the paddock, come and say hello. I always like to introduce myself and have you guys introduce yourselves to me as well. And now, you might have seen on my Instagram, if you follow me, at Ratters Media, I've got the Ratters Media merch on now, so you can't miss me. I'm easily spotted with me logo all over my top as well. Right, the rest of the order, let's run through that. Ruben Jenkins in 21st, Theo Bradshaw, Daniel Wisnauskas, Oliver Barton, George Fountain, Ralph Rakitic, Dylan Suresh. Oliver Barton, I've just mentioned there, he's getting a nose cone penalty, sadly for him. Behind Dylan Suresh was Harper Das, Ayrton Rye, Arthur Brooker and Louis Marshall. All 31 drivers who started that race, though, making it to the checkered flag, as I've said so many times. That's always what we want to see out there on circuit. Only 2 more races to go before we go to a 35-minute lunch break. And it's going to be our grouped grids once again. The juniors and the seniors for the Rotaxes. And first up, it's heat number 3 for Junior Rotax. Right then, already out on track, let's run you through the grid of this one. Charlie Neve and Devon Nolan on the front row, followed by Harry Russell and Finley Jones on row 2. Then Charlie Wolfert and Omar Cindy there on row number 3. Harry Freeman and Michael Dalter on row 4, with William Webb and Samir Poole on row 5. Then Jack West and Marcel Popical on row 6, followed by Hugh Moulton and Oliver Smith on row 7. Daniel Adamatis, Alfie Thompson, Ethan Hatch, Ellis Snow. And then Joel Dixon-Cohen and Lucy Wielden round out the top 20. Mateus Jedward-Barney, then Ruben Mamalok, Will Archer and Harry Wilkes there, row 11 and 12. Matthew So, Rex Ashley, Noah Barham, Joshua Smith, Sava Solochenko, Dominic Parabok, your top 30. And 33 karts on the grid are finalised by Gabriel Towers, then Dexter Collins and Kai Beach. Well, round the final corner, it's Neve and Nolan, your drivers on the front row, and Charlie Neve immediately chops across to kick off the race. Through slips the 25 of Harry Russell into P2 as well. He's read that well off the start. I have said, though, across this racing day so far here at round 6, the anti-pole side has not done well throughout today's racing. It doesn't look like it's gone well up a Christmas corner either. A number of drivers taking to the grass in avoidance there as one driver spins off and out of the action. Back to second place goes Devon Nolan, though, after it was stolen away by Harry Russell on the race start, and that's going to open up the opportunity for a few more drivers to sling one down the inside on the exit. Up to P3 goes the 237 of Finley Jones, and the 195 of Charlie Wolfett followed through as well. So Harry Russell, after a great initial start into P2, now finds himself down in P5. That was not a good rejoin from someone there near the back of the pack. Whoever spun it down the back and rejoined, I don't want to call out someone who might be in the wrong. Well, Rex Ashley's down 5, Mateus Debarbani's down 10, and Michael Dalton's down 24 on that first lap. Whoever it was that had spun it down at the boot, well, that was a bit of a dangerous rejoin. Just driving straight back on the circuit there. But anyway, that's not my job to give out penalties. I just shout about things. So let's get back to doing that. Gutting to see Michael Dalton dropping down, what would that be? 18th place to 32nd on the first lap. That's far from an ideal way to kick off heat number 2. Side by side into the final corner, though. Just about enough room given, though. Attempting to move there from Charlie Wolford on Devon Nolan. It's not going to work out. Loss of momentum out of the final corner actually means that Harry Freeman loses out from that one. Through slips Hugh Moulton into the top 5. And there's a move up at Christmas corner. Down the inside goes Jack West on William Webb. Good move from the KR Sport driver to snatch a position for himself. That batting, though, between Devon Nolan and Charlie Wolford, that's allowed for Finley Jones and Charlie Neve to scamper off at the front of the field in this one. A little bit wide there through Osiers for the 78 of Harry Freeman. I think collided with the rear bumper of the driver ahead. That made him go deep into the corner. And as he tried to collect it up on the exit, 2 drivers slipping through and taking places for themselves. 5.5 minutes left to go still in this race. Contact warning for Rex Ashley on the number 27. He needs to be a little bit careful through the rest of this race, and as he tries to make up for the difficulties over the first few laps. Late move to the inside at Christmas corner. Great move was that from Devon Nolan to take away, Hugh Moulton to take away 3rd place from Devon Nolan. Yes, it was. Back down the inside, though, almost forcibly so from Devon Nolan. Hugh Moulton loses out because of that as Charlie Wolford forces his way through. They're side by side on the exit. Big slide. How did he hold on to the position there? Jack West, fair play, chopping back over to the inside there. Fending off from William Webb, and now what a send to the inside there into the boot from Jack West. As initially Hugh Moulton had some great momentum, looking like he was going up to the top 2, now getting shuffled down. Harry Freeman, though, dropping into P9 there. He's lost a few places on that last lap as that momentum goes against him. Joel Dixon-Cohen up 3 spots on the last lap, though, up into P7. Watch out for the 167 coming through your pack here. As there goes Hugh Moulton. Now trying to defend from Dixon-Cohen. Forces Dixon-Cohen back to the outside. That opens up the move for William Webb in behind, though, and Webb slicks back through. Ooh, a bit close there on the exit. That's Wolfett pressurising, not happy with Devon Nolan. And you can see that as he shoves him off into the boot. Ooh, a little bit feisty there between the 2 of those drivers. I'm not going to say anything further. I don't want to get myself in trouble. But that was an interesting move, to say the least, into the final few corners. Either way, Charlie Wolfett is up into 3rd place. Jack West has followed him through into P4. And there's the change to 3rd place, is it? Not quite. Wolfett forced to the outside at Christmas corner, and all still trying to hold on to it there. That's Devon Nolan as he shuffles backwards. And more drivers finding their way through down the inside into Ashby. Oh, there's been a bit of contact though into Ashby, and one driver really losing out because of that one. That's the number 13 of Samir Paul, dropping down the order as he was forced out wide there down at Ashby. Well, Finley Jones took the fastest lap of the race on the last lap, trying to close down Charlie Neve in the lead of the race, but there's still 1.6 seconds. Now, there is 8 seconds between Charlie Neve in the lead and Jack West in 3rd place. That's not something you usually see here in a heat race at the Whilton Mill Kart Club, but that's how scrappy it's been in this race from 3rd place downwards. Here is Jack West at the front of this gaggle. 4 of them now battling over 3rd place. West, Wolfett, Moulton and Dixon-Cohen. Jones, though, still with that fastest lap, as I mentioned. Now, how did it all end up in the first heat? I can't really look away, though. Moulton trying it down the inside of Wolfett. Up and under at the boot, though. Great read of the situation there from Hugh Moulton. And he takes 4th place away from Charlie Wolfett. Now who's in this one? We're B versus C, aren't we? Sorry, A versus C for this last race. So earlier in the A race, Jack West took the win. Harry Freeman second, Hugh Moulton in third. Still a few names that we're recognising there from the B group. And then in B versus C, Finley Jones took the win. Jack Baker second, Devon Nolan third. As there's a move from Joel Dixon Cohen. He gets through on Charlie Wolfett for 5th place. And that's Harry Freeman in behind, trying to close down this gaggle of drivers as well. A minute and a half still left to go on the clock. Still all to play for from 3rd place downwards. But as I mentioned, all getting relatively settled in that group ahead. Lots of support for Finley Jones in the chat from Luke F Racing and from IVR Francis. Both wishing on Finley Jones. Well, he did have the fastest lap of the race. That's now been stolen away by Harry Freeman on the number 78. Oh, that's a good little battle going down into Ashby. Blimey, those drivers are close. That's the battle headed up by Omar Cindy, 10th place backwards. We've got 10th to honestly like 22nd in a group there. That's an incredible battle in the middle of the pack as we head into the final minute of this race. Great battles to keep an eye on there as they head through the boot. But we look forward to the leaders once again. Well, not quite the leaders. Joel Dixon Cohen now takes the fastest lap. First driver down into the 46s. Fair play to Joel Dixon Cohen. But here we go then. Oh, and an incident up at Christmas corner. Will Archer gets spun round. Who was that on the inside of him though? The 19 it was of Omar Cindy. Omar Cindy and Will Archer come together. How did that even happen? Because Archer was on the outside there, Cindy on the inside. They just made contact. But Cindy went off to the left of the track. Spun round was Will Archer. Too close for comfort there in the battle for 14th. We knew it was all kicking off. And both those drivers losing a lot of time. And I think potentially Omar Cindy even out of this race. Well, time has hit 0, but Charlie Neve had already got through and passed the gantry before that happened. So this is the penultimate lap of this final heat for Junior Rotax to set up the grid and to decide who gets into the who gets into the A final, or who has to battle it through in the B final later on today. Contact warning for Will Archer. So clearly the stewards deeming that contact between Will Archer and Omar Cindy being at the fault of Will Archer. Well, on to the final lap we go then. Charlie Neve still with a good 2 seconds at the front of the order here. Another impressive race from Charlie Neve. Vinnie Jones already, I believe, if I remember correctly, having a win under his belt here today. So a P2 is going to put himself in a good stead for pole position in the final this afternoon. Some love for Daniel in the chat as well. Daniel Adamatis, the only Daniel in this race. I assume it's for him. But there is Charlie Neve, totally relaxed across the finish line as he takes the win in heat number 3 in Junior Rotax. Finley Jones and Jack West are your drivers to follow him across the line. Hugh Moulton and Joel Dixon Cohen, the top 5. As there's an earthquake down at the first corner. Just our... I know where that camera is because I've been up there and I've had that camera position many times. You're up on this huge stand. It's terrifying up there. So I can understand it getting a bit wobbly there for our camera operator down at the first corner. But as I mentioned, top 5 finalised by Joel Dixon Cohen. Fastest lap on the last lap from Joel Dixon Cohen. Had some good races through the pack so far today. A 46.88, that fastest lap. And Joel Dixon Cohen, where did he even start on that grid? Hold on, where did he start on that grid? 19th place. Wow. Fair play to Joel Dixon Cohen. 19th to 5th there in heat number 3. Rest of the top 10, Charlie Wolfett, Harry Freeman, Noah Barham, William Webb and Joshua Smith. And behind them, Devon Nolan, Alfie Thompson, Oliver Smith, Kai Veach, Ellis Snow, Marcel Popicool. Then Michael Dalton, Daniel Adamatis, Rex Ashley, Ruben Mamalock, Harry Russell, Lucy Wheeldon, Will Archer back to 23rd there after that incident with Omar Cindy. Then Matthew So, Dominic Parabok, Harry Welch, Dexter Collins, Samir Paul, Gabriel Towers, Mateus Jedrubny, Omar Cindy and Sava Solonchenko. All drivers making it to the checkered flag there, but certainly some incidents causing difficulties for some drivers throughout that race. And that could scupper them for the grids until the finals, and maybe even force drivers who maybe really weren't expecting it to be up down in the B final, having to fight their way back through. Michael Dalton finished that race 17th on the road, but he's just got himself a penalty there on the number 32. So where was he? 17 seconds off the leader. That'll then be 22 seconds off the leader. That'll put him down to 25th place for Michael Dalton. Less than ideal. But I believe we've only got one more race to go before a 35-minute lunch break. My voice is very happy about that, and also so's my tummy. I am feeling a little bit hungry. I'm sure lots of the drivers are as well, as they need to get themselves replenished and ready to go for those all-important finals later on. Lots of water back on board. It's not too hot and sweaty today, to be fair, but still making sure you're keeping hydrated and getting some food and nutrition. These drivers, athletes out here at the Whilton Mill Kart Club, they've got to keep themselves fit and ready and in form. Unlike me in the commentary box, I can just sit here and shout and get nice and fat. So, I prefer being out here, but I hope you guys enjoy it out on track today. As I say, one race left to go. Senior Rotax for their third heat. Let's see them out on track in only a moment's time. As if by magic, here materialise the Senior Rotax drivers out of the dummy grid for the third heat of the day. This will be Group A versus Group C. Charlie Webb and Freddie Ingram alongside each other on the front row, with Ethan Ling and Jack Collins on row 2, William Pemble and Tyler Harris there on row number 3. Row 4 has Stefan Kashmashik and Brandon Klein-Nagelvort, Liam Thomas and Ben Ballou on row 5, with Dalton Norris and Ross Tyler on row number 6. Row 7 has Charlie Cox and Alex Moody, then Ben Cook and Matt McFarquhar on row 8, with James Tester and Samuel Cook alongside each other. Finley Hayes and George Hart round out the top 20, with Jack Gillingham, Miles Roby, Luca Osmond-Price and Molly Griffiths there, row 11 and row 12. And row 13, unlucky for some, will it be unlucky for Ryan Hedge and James Becker? They're followed by JJ Hyde, Ollie Owen, Louis Judd and Jensen Hinchcliffe, your top 30. And then Asa Pinder all alone, the number 74 there. 31st on the grid for the last heat of the day for our Senior Rotax drivers. Now, we have still got 2 more heats to go after this one. After the lunch break, we'll have the second heat of the day for our X30 Juniors and X30 Seniors before we go on to the B finals for Junior and Senior Rotax, and then on to all of the 12-minute plus 1 lap finals to cap off the day's action. But before the lunch break, here we go. Group A versus Group C for Senior Rotax. We're underway and racing as we go to 8 minutes plus 1 lap. Ethan Ling trying to be a bit cheeky there as Ben Ballou has a spin round the first corner. Was Ballou helped into that spin, or was that all on his own? I didn't quite see it, but either way, he ends the first corner facing the wrong direction, and Ben Ballou has got a lot to do through heat number 3 here to try and salvage some good points and a good grid position for the final this afternoon. Could a mistake like that send him into the B final? We just don't know. We'll have to wait and see later on this afternoon. But as the drivers funnel their way through into sector number 3, Webb still has the lead ahead of Ingram. Ling, I believe William Pemble's still there in 4th place as well, with Jack Collins in 5th. So all kicking off over this first lap of racing in heat number 3 for Senior Rotax. Ling, I was saying, was trying to be a bit cheeky there through the first corner. We know Ethan Ling's a very cheeky chap. Tried to get through on Freddie Ingram. Ingram was like, not a chance, mate. Not a chance. Close that door immediately. And Ethan Ling had to settle back into 3rd place. Move still going on around the middle to bottom section of the top 10, though. Oh, that is a late move to the inside. Great move there from, was that Liam Thomas on the 77? I think Brandon Klein-Nagelvort has already got through into P5. I think that might have been Liam Thomas slipping through as well with that late dart to the inside there. You can still see how much airtime the drivers get over that inside curb on the, well, in quotation marks, new final corner. I mean, it's been here for the whole year now, but it still feels new, doesn't it? when you have a huge section of a track changed like that, you don't really forget it, what the old section was like. Here we go, up to Christmas corner, more moves going on. Down the inside, was that Jack Collins getting stuff done? Potentially Stefan Kashmashik. It's all so close in this gaggle. Down through into Ashby. Alex Moody's right in the thick of this one as well. He's going to go up and under though. He's going to make the most of that. Great moving in the middle of that pack there from Alex Moody. The door opened up down at Osiers, and he's taken a couple of positions for his troubles there. He's got the 127. Is that of James Tester behind? Not for much longer though. Through fights the 66 of Samuel Cook. And he gets a position back, but not for much longer. Tester back through on the exit. A bit of side pod to side pod rubbing there. Just a little kiss between the two drivers as they head onto the gantries to start a new lap. And that gives a bit of breathing room to Alex Moody, now who's up in the top 10. Late move to the inside there for the 129. Shuffles the 87 wide. George Hart through on Mac McFarquhar there, as Mac is chucked back down into P17. I didn't recognise Mac. What's happened to Mac McFarquhar's lid? Oh, what's happened to that cart? My goodness. That's been in the wars. That's the 74 of Asa Pinder. Oh, gutted to see Asa out of this race already. And Jensen Hinchcliffe on the number 70 has a mechanical flag as well, so he'll be out of this race at the end of this lap from P21. As oh dear, Asa Pinder was starting last on this race, and it's all gone wrong from the back of the grid for the number 74. I think that will force Asa Pinder down into the B final. And in this one, we saw Asa in the B final the last round, battled through really nicely and got up into the A final. Had a great race in the A final as well. Hopefully Asa will be channeling the same energy here around number 6. Tyler Harris, though, in P7 has taken the fastest lap of the race so far in this one. 46.01. No one quite into the 45s just yet, but I don't think that's gonna take too long as there's more moves down into the boot. 55 slipping through there. That's Luca Osman Price gaining a couple of places. As no, actually it was Luca Osman Price gaining back a place after losing 2. George Hart up into P17, Miles Roby up into 18. Osman Price and Finley Hayes losing a couple of positions between each other. There's a move up at Christmas corner, or the 101. And Miles Roby tried to switch back there on Luca Osman Price, but actually ended up making contact. Lost all the momentum, and now is under pressure from Finley Hayes as Luke Osborne Price drops to the bottom end of the teen positions. 3.5 minutes still left to go on this one. After making a great start here, Charlie Webb is slowly but surely being closed back down here by Freddie Ingram. And now they're almost line astern as they come across the line to start lap number 7. Jensen Hinchcliffe, has he come in for his... No, he still hasn't come in for that mechanical flag. Is he going to come in this time? Yes, he is. Jensen Hinchcliffe has seen the flag and has come in now for his mechanical. It's never a nice way to end a race, but either way, if you're given that meatball flag, you have got to respect it. You've got to come into the pits. I think one more lap of that on the meatball would have then been a black flag and you would have been DSQ'd from that race pretty much, or given a DNF, I should say, by the end of that one. But it's a very much a waggle of the finger from the steward there. If you see that mechanical flag multiple times and do not come into the pits, it's not really looked upon too kindly. And black flag immediately given for the race. Webb continues to lead us onto lap number 8 then. Pretty much identical times between Webb and Ingram on that last lap. And again, two drivers who have been very impressive throughout today's running in Senior Rotax. Top 3 in race 1, so A versus B for Senior Rotax, was Archie Walker, Joshua Graham and Louis Weaver. In Heat 2 was Archie Walker, Freddie Ingram and Guy Cullington. Of course, Archie Walker not in this race. He was in Group B. So it gives someone else an opportunity to take a race win here. Freddie Ingram already has a P2 from that second race, and he's in P3 again in this one. But he is looking feisty, and he is looking visibly as though he is closing down Charlie Webb. I thought so. I thought Charlie Webb had come second in a previous race. Charlie Webb was disqualified from heat number 1 due to a scrutineering non-compliance. That is far from ideal from Charlie Webb, because that is not only a last place, that's 0 points for a DSQ. Not only like, oh, you get a couple of points, you still were there in the race. No, 0 points. I think just having a DSQ here, even if Charlie Webb wins this race, might still see him in the B final. That's a big might. I don't want to call anything just yet. I'm not a mathematical man. I don't know how that's all going to work itself out. Now, as I say, Charlie Webb's doing everything possible here to make sure that doesn't happen. Winning the race would be the best possible thing he could do from the other opportunity that he has. But still, a race of 0 plus a race of 36. You can still have drivers who get maybe an average of P10, still beating you out there in terms of points and getting themselves up into the A final. So we'll have to wait and see this afternoon, folks. We'll, of course, go to a 35-minute lunch break, but please keep this live stream open. Don't go anywhere. You're not going to want to miss what's coming at you over this afternoon. What a great day of racing it's been so far here at the Whilton Mill Kart Club. This squabble still going on. Liam Thomas, Tyler Harris, Ethan Ling, Stefan Kasperczyk, Jack Collins, Alex Moody. This is from 5th down to 10th pretty much. 6 drivers battling over positions here. Liam Thomas just about managed to hold into it. Just as I say that, not for much longer. Down the inside goes Tyler Harris. Through follows Ethan Ling down at Ashby. But all a bit held up there for Ethan Ling. Back to the inside goes Liam Thomas. Through follows the 44 of Stefan Kasperczyk as well. That's an aggressive move to the inside from Liam Thomas to retake 5th place from Tyler Harris. So I think it's going to end up finishing pretty much as it started, but there was a lot of changing there. The only person to gain from that is Stefan Kasperczyk. He gets 7th place away from Ethan Ling. But we have started the final lap of racing here in heat number 3 for Senior Rotax, and these 5 or 6 now are going to keep squabbling through this last lap to get as many points as they can and set themselves up for a good grid position in the final. Ethan Ling trying to get around the outside of Oshers. It's a dangerous place to put yourself, but it's worked out as he then gets the inside heading into Wilkins, and he'll take the place away from the 384 of Tyler Harris. So Ling already got back through on Kasperczyk, now through on Harris then. Great bit of battling there. But here comes your leaders around the final corner. Charlie Webb doing everything he can to nullify that DSQ from heat number 1. But it's still going to be a challenge as to whether he'll be in with a shout there for the A final. We'll have to see when the grids materialise on results.alphatiming.co.uk/WMKC. And that's why I always tell you to go over and look at those finalised results, because my results here are very provisional because of things like that. Scrutiny and non-compliances can ruin your race day. But then again, it's only you to blame. You should have been compliant to the rules here at the Whilton Mill Kart Club. But either way, Charlie Webb proves that he's still got it. A win on the road for the number 24. Freddie Elliam gets another 2nd place. 2 2nd places from his 2 heats. That's going to set him up for a good position, probably alongside the race winner in both Heat 1 and Heat 2, Mr. Archie Walker. That final is going to be so exciting in the A final in Senior Rotax later on today. Brandon Klein-Nagelvort, good race in that one after a difficult... It was his first heat, but it was Heat 2 for Senior Rotax. It all gets very confusing. Great one anyway in Heat 3 there for Brandon Klein-Nagelvort. With William Pemble and Liam Thomas, your top 5. Ethan Ling, Tyler Harris, Stefan Kasperczyk, Alex Moody and Jack Collins, your top 10. Followed by James Tester, Ollie Owen, Ben Cook, Jack Gillingham, Samuel Cook, Mac McFarquhar, George Hart, Luca Osborne-Price, Miles Roby, Finley Hayes, Dalton Norris, James Becker, Ryan Hedge, Molly Griffiths, JJ Hind and Louis Judd, the last of your 26th finishes in that one. Sadly, we lost Ross Tyler and Charlie Cox on row 10. I imagine that was probably something to do with each other there on row 10. We lost Jensen Hitchcliffe on lap 6, Ben Ballou on lap 4 and Asa Pinder on lap 3 as well. So a few heavy hitters there that we lost from that heat. Again, that could scupper up the grids for the final later on this afternoon. It's going to be very exciting. Don't go anywhere, folks. If you've enjoyed this morning's action from the Whilton Mill Kart Club, drop a like on the stream and make sure you subscribe to Alpha Live as well so you don't miss the final 2 rounds still coming up later on this year. If you've enjoyed the commentary, sorry if I've been a bit more subdued today. Still nursing that illness, but I think it's going rather well, all things considered. My voice box is holding up for now anyway. Let's not commentators curse the voice box, eh? If you have enjoyed it, make sure you go and drop me a follow at Ratters Media on Instagram and on TikTok. I would really appreciate that. But as I say, still loads more action still to come here at the Whilton Mill Kart Club this afternoon. We've got the second heats for Junior and Senior X30, then the B finals for Junior Max and Senior Max, and then the 12-minute plus 1 lap finals for all classes here today at the Whilton Mill Kart Club. Thank you for joining me for this morning and early afternoon's action. We'll go for about a 35-minute lunch break, and then we'll be back for all of those races that I've just mentioned. We'll see you very, very soon. Hello everyone and welcome back to round number 6 of the Whilton Mill Kart Club in 2024. What a fantastic day of racing it's been so far up here in Northamptonshire, but as you can hear there from the camera up at the top part of the circuit, still very, very windy out there. Luckily, we've not been given any precipitation so far today. Drivers still staying on those dry tyres, but certainly some difficult conditions to contend with out there. But it's been given us some really good racing, as I say. Now, we're nearly almost completed with all of the heats throughout today. We've only got a couple more yet to come before we then move on to all of the finals. My name is John Ratcliffe. I've been guiding you through the action so far today. And what an honour it's been to be involved with the Whilton Mill Kart Club, not only throughout this year, but particularly at this round as well, because so many drivers out there today, 220 odd on the entry list. Absolutely stacked grids throughout today. And the racing has been second to none. Now, as I mentioned, we've still got 2 more heats left to go before we go into those finals. It's 2 of our X30 classes, and we're going to kick that off with the X30 Juniors. So let's run you through the grid then for this first race post-lunch break. Rocco Shenton lines up on pole position with Harrison Leach alongside him on the front row. Then it's Alex Dodds and Max Ewell on row 2, with Joshua Byrne and Macaulay Guy there on row number 3. Row 4 sees Charlie Myers and Max Cooper. Then it's Charlie Blenkinsop and Mayan Patel there, rounding up the top 10, followed by Alex Wiley and Henry Ryan on row number 6. Row 7 sees Isabel Banks and Autumn Hansford. Then it's Jamie Fagan and Dylan Masters. Monty Brathwaite and Jacob Marples round out the top 18. And there's only one more driver left to go. Jack Owen Drawbridge there, 19th and all alone on row number 10. So 19 drivers in total then on the grid for this second heat of the day for Junior X30s. Let's take a quick gander back to the first heat of the day. Rocco Shenton converting the pole position to a win, but it wasn't quite as easy as that. Of course, you can go back and watch the previous races from today at your leisure, not only now, but also any time later on. You can head back to the stream and watch them all back whenever you like. But Rocco Shenton had to fight with that one. He had a few drivers battling it out with him to try and take the win there. Of course, Max Ewell made a great start from 3rd to 1st. It was, I want to say, Harrison Leach, if my memory serves me correctly. He dived it down the inside of Rocco Shenton at the first corner, shuffled them both wide on the exit. Max Ewell slipped through, and then it was a battle back through for Rocco Shenton. But he managed to do it. He did it in style. Only won by a few tenths of a second, but that's all you need. Took maximum points, and they'll be hoping he can do the same in this one. He'll probably be hoping it's a little bit less challenging than it was in the first one. He can just close it off at the first corner and start to drive away with it there on his CRG kart. Macaulay Guy from, is it 8th place on the grid? Sorry, 6th place on the grid for Macaulay Guy. P2 in the first race. Great showing from the driver from Jersey. And he's, of course, one of our championship protagonists in Junior X30. It's realistically at the moment a battle between Macaulay Guy and Mayan Patel. Patel was leading the championship coming into today, but clearly had a bit of an issue in qualifying, starting P10 for both of these heats. And in the first heat, had a bit of an issue, was battling through well in the first lap, but then came together with Monty Brathwaite out of Ashby. It was between Ashby and Wilkins where they came together. It knocked Monty Brathwaite out of the race. Mayan Patel was able to keep going, had to battle it back through for the rest of the race, managed to get back to P8, to be fair to Mayan. So nullified the issues as much as possible, but then again, still a P8 when your championship rival's got a P2 in that race. Less than ideal. Now, I will say I've just seen Macaulay Guy at the back of the pack for this one. So I don't know if something's happened here, if he just left the pits later than everyone else and he'll get back into his grid position. I'm going to be keeping an eye on that for sure. So it's the 38 of Macaulay Guy and the 20 of Mayan Patel who you need to be watching in terms of championship permutations. But Rocco Shenton has been relatively dominant so far today. Of course, you've only seen one race so far in our Junior and Senior X30 categories. 3 for the Junior and Senior Rotaxes, just for the amount of entries here today. But yeah, coming into this round, only 3 points were separating Patel and Guy. going to be slightly different when we come out of this one, but of course, it'll all depend on how this race goes. That then sets up the grid for the final. And there is Macaulay Guy dropping back into his actual grid slot for the race start. Well then, let's get it underway for this afternoon's action. As I say, we've got 2 heats to kick off before we get into the finals. First of those is Junior X30, and we're not going to get it started the first time of asking. It was a little bit aggressive out of that final corner from our drivers on the front row of the grid. And there you see that green and yellow chevron flag denoting that we'll be going round again. And the drivers with another opportunity to get this race started, and another opportunity to warm up those tyres as well. As it really is quite a key thing to get those tyres into a nice operating window ready for the race start. And of course, you've got all that time to get them warmed. And then especially if you're at the front of the order, you've got a lot of time from sort of here onwards to the rest of the lap where you slow down, get into proper order, and it's just more and more and more time for those tyres to cool and cool and cool again. So you need to have made sure that you put in the effort in the first part of the lap to get as much heat into those tyres as possible. As I mentioned, second place on the grid, Harrison Leach, was rather aggressive on the race start in heat number 1, to the dismay of Rocco Shenton. Will he do it again here in heat number 2? Well, we won't find out just yet because we're going round again. Chevron flag is going to be out on the first marshal post, as there we do indeed see it out. So drivers getting another chance to warm up those tyres, get back in order, ready for the race start. Now clearly, something not being done quite right here. The stewards denoting that the start procedure not being completed correctly. And if it's not completed correctly or to a high enough standard, the drivers get sent round again, and that's exactly what we're seeing here at the first heat after lunch. It's understandable. We've had a little break and a little chillax. We've had a bit of yummy grub and a bit of liquids getting back on board. Water, I hope. Water, guys. But let's see if they can get it on third time of asking then. Of course, being told by the fantastic staff here at Whilton Mill, keep in that 2x2 formation. Keep it nice and slow as you come around the final corner. It should be to full throttle when the lights go out. And then you can overtake, of course, when you come out of the tram lines over the start-finish line. That's when you can start going racing. There is one of our head scrutineers, Chris Derrick, there watching on for the side with a lovely apple. I hope he's enjoying. All right, around the final corner we come then. Third time of asking, chaps. Let's get it underway. Still a bit dismayed by the race start there was Harrison Leach, but he's got it again. Round the outside, a little bit less aggressive this time, and he takes the race win immediately away from Rocco Shenton. Drivers following up in behind as well. It's all getting a bit slidey there for Rocco Shenton. Under brakes into Christmas corner, but they all managed to get it stopped. Max Yule's still there in third place. Macaulay Guy in behind in fourth. Down the inside goes Max Yule, and Rocco Shenton, no, can't quite get enough alongside, and Rocco back on the attack on Harrison Leach. Through they go into Osiers. Harrison aggressively defending that inside line. The Croc Promotion driver trying to hold on to the lead this time. It didn't end so well after that initial squabble on the first lap. Last time they come together, Macaulay Guy is up and over the front of Max Yule. Round in the background as well. Don't tell me that was Mayan Patel. Do not tell me that was Mayan Patel. They're going to come round to end the first lap of the race. I think it might have been, you know. Yes, it was again. Calamity on the first lap for your championship leader. This time, though, he'll be happy to know that it was also issues for his championship rival of Macaulay Guy. Macaulay Guy's come across the line in 10th place, 3.5 seconds off the leader. Mayan Patel is in last, 7.5 seconds behind the leader. It's not gone well on that race start. It all just got a bit clunky down at the boot. That time of asking, I thought that might be the move for the lead, though. It's a little bit too sideways for Rocco Shenton. But he's already all over the back. Now he's down the inside at the boot. The 86 gets the move done. And on the second lap of this race, Rocco Shenton back to the front of the order. Harrison Leach is going to try and stick with him, but he's looking very quick as Rocco Shenton. He's going to, I believe, quite quickly extend this gap out of the front of the field. But with the clunkiness of the drivers battling in behind, it's given them a nice bit of breathing room, and that'll be really good for Harrison Leach here. The plan for the 79 is just try and hook onto the back of Rocco Shenton and stick with him as these two in behind go at it. So do the drivers in behind as well. That's Max Cooper and Josh Byrne. I think Byrne down the inside of Cooper there at Ashby. Dodds and Ewell were going side by side as well. Dodds was putting on a bit of defensive masterclass through the first half of that lap, and he's still holding on to it, to be fair, there in third place. Whereabouts did... So Dodds did start in third place with Ewell in fourth. So they're technically as they were off that race start, but that doesn't quite explain the first few laps of this one. But there you go, Rocco Shenton, new fastest lap of the race. There's the move for third place, though. Max Ewell gets it done down the inside. So as one Croc Promotion driver moves backwards, another moves forward. Second and third now for the Croc Promotion karts. There's Macaulay Guy down the inside of Jacob Marples at Ashby. Trying to gain back a few places. He's already got back through on Brathwaite and Wiley. And now he's pressing on past Marples and up into the top 7. The gap has been given to these drivers out front, and they are using it well. Less than 5 minutes left to go on the clock now. We're already a few minutes into this one. Couple of contact warnings coming through. One for Jacob Marples, one for Max Ewell. Macaulay Guy got 2 overtakes on the last part of that lap. Fair play to the 38. He got through not only on Jacob Marples, but also on Max Cooper. Here's a move up into Christmas corner. Jacob Marples through on Max Cooper, but Cooper holds it round the outside on the exit. Well held, sir. And that means that the 28 of Jacob Marples actually ends up losing 2 places to Alex Wiley and Monty Brathwaite. So Marples down to P10. What initially looked like a move forward by 1 position ends up losing him 2 places. But he's looking to fight back already as they head down into the boot all over the back of Monty Brathwaite's car. Tim Wilson, Motorsport driver number 85, well within the thick of it right now. But Macaulay Guy is like a bull to a red rag at the moment. He's absolutely on fire out there. 47.13 for Macaulay Guy as he sets the new fastest lap of the race. There's a move up at Christmas corner, though. 2 for the price of 1 there, as both Alex Wiley and Monty Brathwaite slip through on Max Cooper. And Cooper now under pressure from Jacob Marples. They're side by side still on corner exit. Marples is on the outside, though. He tries to switch back and get the inside for Ogiers, and he's managed to do it. But they're still going to be side by side on the exit. Great battling between the 2 novices there. But at the end of the day, the 87 of Max Cooper just about manages to stay in front. So Cooper's now in 9th place with Marples in 10th, and now they've got more drivers joining that squabble. Jack Owen Drawbridge, Charlie Myers, Mayan Patel, and Charlie Blenkinsop. Those 6 drivers now all line astern from 9th to 14th. Move still attempted, though, up at Christmas corner again. This time it's done and dusted, though, for Marples as he gets the move done on Max Cooper. Relegates Max to 10th, but not for long, as Jack Owen Drawbridge now tries it down the inside. Gets it done at Ashby. 87 of Cooper now out of the top 10. Another one of the Tim Wilson Motorsport drivers. Macaulay Guy is up to P5, though. He's through on Joshua Byrne now, as more moves going on. Sadly, more positions lost for Max Cooper, as Mayan Patel is on the attempt to run back through the pack after again an issue on the first lap of the race. It's not been the greatest day for Mayan Patel, and it hasn't either for that driver whose car gave up the ghost there across the line. Was that Jack Owen Drawbridge? Someone's kart had a little bit too much smoke for my liking and seemed to be going a bit slowly. As yeah, they parked it up out the first corner. You can see them just in the background of that shot, punching their kart in frustration, understandably so. Kart giving up the ghost is never an ideal way to end a race. And we'll see who that is that's parked up beside the circuit at the end of lap number 6. Alex Dodds on the 55 has also got a mechanical flag. He has returned to the pit lane. He was in 4th place at the time, so that's going to give a free position to everyone who was in behind him as well. So Alex Dodds into the pits. It was Jacko in Drawbridge on the 72 whose kart failed across the line there, and he's parked it up beside the circuit down at the first corner. Well out of the harm's way though, so well done for him for getting it off track as soon as possible. 22 down the inside, opens up the 3 wide on the exit. Patel forced to the outside, but he's going to switch that back down into Osiers. 2 for 1 again, this time for Mayan Patel. Great moves there as Patel moves up into 8th place. Myers then stays in 9th, and Marples slips down to 10th place. Less than 45 seconds to go on the clock now. Macaulay Guy is just setting fastest lap like it's nobody's business. 46.93, the first driver in this race down into the 46s. What could have been for Macaulay Guy when he's setting lap times like this. But he didn't get so lucky on the first lap of this race either. But great to see the desire from the drivers involved in this one, despite being involved in incidents early on in this race, pushing back through, carrying on for the rest of the race, and pressing on. Well, it's going to be about 3 seconds when Rocco Shenton's across the line, so we're going to get 2 more laps of this fantastic Whilton Mill Kart circuit. Here is your battle for second place though. Yule has caught Leach now, and Yule immediately goes down the inside. No need to wait around for that one. The Croc Promotion teammates switch positions. I don't think that one was out of choice though. Yule absolutely sent that one under brakes into Christmas corner and got it done. But you can see there Macaulay Guy is almost right upon them. I think 2 more laps and he's there. He's in with a shout at 3rd or 2nd. There's only 1 more lap after this though. It's going to be a challenging one for Macaulay Guy. Rocco Shenton leads us around the final corner then, and on to the final lap of this race. And Macaulay Guy has closed in loads in that final sector. I still think 3rd place is on here on Harrison Leach. But it might be a 1 available attempt into the final sector. But let's see how this one plays out. But this will mean 2 wins from 2 so far today for Rocco Shenton. As I said, we've seen that across so many classes so far today, but that hasn't explained what the racing has been like. It's been absolutely phenomenal racing. Just the cream of the crop has rise to the top in this one. And across this round, and Rocco Shenton continues collecting the accolades as Rocco Shenton makes it 2 from 2 in the heats in Junior X30. Max Yule will finish in 2nd. I think Harrison Leach will just about hold on to 3rd place ahead of Macaulay Guy. But great run through the pack from Macaulay Guy there. And so what happened on the last lap to Mayan Patel? Mayan Patel was in 7th or 8th place there onto the last lap, but ends up finishing in P10. He grabbed the fastest lap away from Macaulay Guy on the 2nd to last lap with a 46.88. But getting overtaken by a few people on that last lap for Mayan Patel, that's less than ideal, not only for the grid for the final, but also for the championship heading into the last 2 rounds, once we complete this one today. Joshua Byrne was rounding out the top 5. Then it was Alex Wiley, Charlie Miles, Monty Brathwaite, Jacob Marples and Mayan Patel, the top 10 there. Then Max Cooper, Charlie Blenkinsop, Henry Ryan, Dylan Masters, Isabel Banks, Autumn Hamsford, the last of your finishers there in 16th place. Sadly, we lost Alex Dodds and Jacko in Drawbridge on the same lap, but for completely different reasons. A mechanical flag for Alex Dodds saw him return to the pit lane, and Jacko in Drawbridge's car gave up the ghost, sadly, as he crossed the line to start lap number 7. Parked it up on the exit of the first couple of corners. Hopefully nothing too major, and we'll see him out later on today. Oh no, Macaulay Guy has a nose cone penalty. That'll be 5 seconds added to his time at the end of the race. And that'll be 8 seconds. Luckily, people were so extended during that race. The gaps were quite extended compared to other classes. So that should only put him down to P6. So not all lost there for Macaulay Guy. Only a couple of positions at the end there. Few points lost. And probably a starting position or 2 on the grid lost as well from that one. But not the end of the world. Right, heat number 2 for Junior X30 is done and dusted then. We've got 1 more heat left to go. Up next, race number 16 of the day. It's heat number 2 for Senior X30. Here we go then. Out on track come our Senior X30 drivers. Their last try at a heat race that then sets the grid for the final later on this afternoon. Harry Torpy and Henry Gregory on the front row once again, with Micah Taylor and Lucas Ellingham on row number 2. Harry Maynard and Rylan Ekberg are there on row 3. And row 4 sees Archie Forber and Jack Cox. Jaden Gregg and Josh Palferman round out the top 10, with Jack Miller and Sam Lewis behind them on row number 6. Row 7 sees Morgan Hill and Jensen Buckingham, then Archie Heron and George Quartermain on row 8, with Olivier Pecula and Ollie Keenan on row number 9. And then rounding out the top 20 are Piotr Judovic and Macy Hitter. Kira Harris and Daniel Archer on row 11, with Vishal Patel and Josh Jones on row 12. Then row 13 sees Lucas Armstrong and Harry Quartermain, Kian Leon Leo Robinson, Jensen Pugh and Harry Yule round out the 30 karts on the grid for this race, as the drivers fly round the final corner, starting their second warm-up lap of this race. As I mentioned, last heat of the day, this one, race number 16. Let's see how this one goes. Right, heat number 1 earlier on today, Henry Gregory won the race, but only just less than 0.2 of a second ahead of Harry Torpy. It was a great scrap between them right to the end, and the top 4 separated by 0.7 seconds across the line. So safe to say it was a pretty solid heat number 1 in terms of racing action. Let's hope for more of that here in heat number 2. Of course, Henry Gregory, very impressive driver, racing in the British Kart Championships this year. Harry Torpy, very well-known name here around Whilton Mill. Of course, I mentioned champion from last year is Harry Torpy. Trying to do the same again, but it's Henry Gregory who leads the championship going into this round. Lucas Ellingham as well. Used to be dominant. That's quite early there from as expected. Very early there on the throttle from Harry Torpy, and deemed too early by the stewards. We go round again for another attempt at the race start. As I was mentioning, Lucas Ellingham, previously very, very dominant here at the Whilton Mill Kart Club. He's taken multiple championships in Senior X30, at least 1 if not 2 in Senior Rotax as well. That man knows how to drive a kart, and specifically he knows how to drive a kart very well around this Whilton Mill Kart circuit. But definitely don't count out Lucas Ellingham. He was there in that top 4 that was separated by 0.7 across the line. Lucas finishing Heat 1 in 3rd place. Micah Taylor was in 4th. Josh Palferman, your winner in the final, last round there in P5. Rylan Ekberg as well, he's one of your championship contenders, finished P6 in the first race. And plenty of other names that I'm used to seeing at the sharp end of the order who maybe just didn't quite get to the heights that they were hoping for, that they were expecting in the first race of the day. Hopefully they come out fighting in this one, trying to set themselves up for a good grid start for the final later on this afternoon. And we've not got too long to wait until those finals either. Right, hopefully Harry Torpy keeps it a bit more chillaxed here around the final corner this time. Gives a bit of chance for the rest of the drivers to follow him round to the 2x2 formation start. Right, eyes to the lights, we're underway and racing for 8 minutes plus 1 lap, and Harry Torpy leads us around the first few corners. Gregory slots back in 3rd place just about, and as they fan out up towards Christmas Corner, 2nd place there is Micah Taylor. It's been a good start from Micah yet again. More squabbling in the mid-pack. That was Archie Heron holding it round the outside there as they carry on down towards Ashby. There was a spin. I thought the cameraman was moving for a reason there. The 95 of Harry Quartermain has found himself facing the wrong direction as there's more drivers off on the exit of Ashby, kicking up the dust here as they power on to the end of lap number 1. Here's the move from Henry Gregory down the inside for P2. Shifts Micah Taylor back to 3rd, but Micah's under pressure now from Lucas Ellingham. Lucas unable to get it enough alongside though to complete the move. Sits back into 4th place as they head to the end of lap number 1. And it's Rylan Ekberg who's joined them in that top 5 scrap. Harry Maynard not far behind either. Torpy now knows he needs to watch out though, as he's got Gregory right behind him. There goes Rylan Ekberg down the inside of Lucas Ellingham. Committed move there to the inside from Rylan Ekberg, but you just know that Lucas is going to go straight back down the inside. No room given at the apex there, and Lucas says, what are you doing, mate? I was clearly down the inside there, you gave me no room. I imagine Rylan will feel slightly differently about that one. Leaders have come together though. Henry Gregory down the inside of Harry Torpy into Oceans, and they've come together. That's destroyed the Nassau panel of Harry Torpy. He's going to come straight in the pits. And look at Henry Gregory's car. Destroyed as well. Both out of this race. That blows it wide open for the grid for the final later on this afternoon. What a calamity there on lap number 2 of this race. And we've got someone else off at the end of the first corner. Someone else has gone grass cutting there. Is that the number 12 of Archie Forber? Yes, it is. Forber trying to get back going. Of course, when you get on that grass, it's very difficult to warm the tyres back up. So he'll be slipping and sliding for a little bit of the rest of this lap at least. Yellow flag down into sector 2. That's all because Henry Gregory's car is still out there stricken on the exit of the circuit. I saw that Harry Torpy's mechanics were trying to wrestle the Nassau panel back into place. I seem to believe once you come into the pits, you can't then leave again in heats here at Whilton Mill Kart Club. So I think that will be it for Harry Torpy. I think he will now be out of this race. Same with Henry Gregory. Wow. That is amazing change to this race. No one was expecting that. We knew the move was coming soon enough from Henry Gregory, but no room given. Both drivers out of the race. Jensen Pugh has now got himself a mechanical flag as well. The Jensen Pugh, the 23rd at the moment, the number 60. He's going to be pulling off and out of this race soon as well. There's Josh Palfreman. Just got back through on Jack Mowat there. They're battling over 7th place. Josh Palfreman pointing forward, wanting to work together with Jack Mowat. We'll see whether Jack Mowat responds as Josh is hoping. Two Jack Dex Racing karts in ahead. Archie Heron and Jack Cox. 6th and 5th respectively for those two. Here's a move for 3rd place though. Down the inside goes Ryan Ekberg. Through on Harry Maynard. Up into the top 3 he goes. And this is big as well, don't forget. Harry Torpy and Henry Gregory, both championship contenders here in Senior X30. Henry Gregory, your championship leader going into today. Ryan Ekberg in P2, Morgan Hill in P3, Harry Torpy in P4. Now, Morgan Hill, I don't think he... No, he is here today. Sorry, he's in P13. He's just having a little bit of an off day today. Not quite able to get it up into the top 10. Now, someone who was also a little bit off colour in the first heat was Jaden Gregg. We know he battles up well near the sharp end. He wasn't quite there in the first heat. He's battling through well in this one, though. Fastest lap of the race, 46.13 on the last lap for Jaden Gregg. And he had the fastest lap on the last lap as well. So he's just getting faster and faster is the number 34. He's up into the top 10 now in P9. But I think, oh, it's coming together down at Ashby. That's Palfreman and Heron who have come together. Heron spins down at Ashby. I think helped round there by Josh Palfreman, and that loses Josh a bit of time as well. Looks as though Archie Heron's been able to rejoin, but that's definitely going to be at least a few places lost there for the number 159. They're dropping like flies here in the Senior X30 second heat of the day. I thought we'd be saving this kind of action for the finals, but nope. The X30 drivers tried to give it to us a bit earlier. I'm totally happy with that. Perfectly happy with that. Thank you, drivers. Right then, Micah Taylor and Lucas Ellingham, nose to tail here. Lucas Ellingham coming back to the championship today to have a bit of fun, have a play. But he might be about to cause a bit of upsets here if he takes the lead of the race. And he's going for it down at Oshers, late under the brakes, perfectly weighted from Lucas Ellingham. And we miss Lucas Ellingham in this championship. He was so impressive to watch. I thoroughly enjoyed commentating over all of his racing. Good to see him back for another bash here at WMKC with his oh-so-faithful Jack Dex Racing squad. Micah Taylor then shuffled back into P2. Mike has been very impressive throughout today. Let's just double-check again the finishing positions from the first race. So now that Lucas has got back in front, if it finishes like this, Lucas Ellingham is going to be on pole for the final. Micah Taylor's going to be alongside him in second place. Then just looking down, I think it'll likely be Ryan Ekberg who lines up on the second row, probably with Josh Palfreman. Then it'll be the likes of Harry Maynard and Jack Cox and Jack Mowat all around sort of there. No, Jack Mowat had a tough first race, so he won't be in amongst it. It will be Jack Cox and Harry Maynard. Then past that, my maths will not compute that far, so we'll leave that until the grid comes out later on today. But after making that move for the lead, Lucas Ellingham pressing on well at the front of the order, already extending that gap to nearly half a second as he takes the fastest lap of the race. Now that Lucas has given a bit of clear air, pressing on like it's nothing. 46.09. Closest, fastest lap being Jaden Gregg, so 46.10, hundredth of a second in it. Lucas Ellingham pressing on very nicely as he leads us on to lap number 9. Well, early calamities in this race have seen the field extend somewhat. Hold on a second, what's happened to Harry Maynard? Harry Maynard is dropping down my timing screen. The number 93 is dropping like a stone down my timing screen, and there he is. That's why Harry Maynard is out of this race. Now, it didn't look like anyone else lost a load of time. So is that simply a mechanical issue for Harry Maynard, or has something gone on with another competitor out there on circuit? We haven't quite seen... Whoa, 2 drivers are going across the grass there on the inside of the corner. That's not the right line up there. What were they doing? I don't know. They were getting a bit too close to comfort up at that part of the corner. Ah, that's where he's pulled off. Right, okay. That's definitely a mechanical issue then for Harry Maynard if he's pulled off to the right-hand side out the final corner. Definitely a mechanical issue for the 93 there. But yeah, some serious scrapping going on in the mid-pack as we saw at the back of our shot a few times there. Here we look back though. That's Jaden Gregg getting frustrated, being like, why are you defending to Josh Palfreman? Because you're quick, Jaden, because you're quick. He's scared that you're going to overtake him, and that's why he's defending from you. But I understand the frustration. Jaden realises he can probably get both of these drivers if he tries hard enough, but timer has hit 0. Lucas Ellingham is going to come around the final corner to start the last lap in only a moment's time. This, your closest battle near the sharp end of the order, though. Both Palfreman and Gregg have closed down Moa. Is there enough time left, though? Lucas Ellingham starts the final lap of the race. And this is the battle for 5th place, then, that we're watching here on your Alpha live stream. Good exit from Jaden Gregg. I think Palfreman's going to defend. Yes, he is. That's going to frustrate Jaden Gregg even more. He's going to do the up and under, though. Can he get enough alongside on the exit? Not quite. A little bit of front to rear contact there between the two of them as Jaden tried to complete that crossover. Just lost in the momentum and meant he had to stay behind. He loves this switchback, though, down into Oceans. It's not going to be enough yet again. Palfreman controls the inside line. So as they head down to the boot then, we look back to Lucas Ellingham round the final corner. And Lucas Ellingham's back at Whilton Mill. Lucas Ellingham's back on top form. A win in heat number 2 in Senior X30 for the number 11. Micah Taylor and Ryan Eckberg in 2nd and 3rd spot. Followed by Jack Cox, Jack Moa, Josh Palfreman and Jaden Gregg. They do stay as they were round the final sector and across the line. Piotr Judovic, Morgan Hill and Vishal Patel, your top 10 in that one. Followed across the line by George Quartermain, Olivier Pecula, Ollie Keenan, Daniel Archer, Harry Yule. Then Macy Hitter, Sam Lewis, Leo Robinson, Archie Heron, Keon Leon Gamiao, then Archie Forber, Kira Harris, Lucas Armstrong, Harry Quartermain, the last of your 24 finishes in that one. Sadly, we lost 5 drivers over the course of that race. We lost Harry Maynard on lap number 9 with what looked to be a mechanical issue. Jensen Pugh on lap number 4. Jensen Buckingham on lap number 3. And of course, Harry Torpy and Henry Gregory on lap 2 coming together whilst battling for the lead of the race there in Senior X30. Neither of them making it to the checkered flag. And that's going to scupper their grid position to the final. Expect to see the 73 and the 77 clambering their way through the pack in their final later on this afternoon. So we take a look at the nose cones then as the drivers head back into the pit lane, and all seemingly drivers at the front of the order all looking okay in terms of penalties. Just as I say that, the 57 at Piotr Judovic gets himself a +5 second nose cone penalty. Where's that going to drop him down to? Oh, that'll be 14th place from a potential 8th on the road there from Piotr. Certainly frustrating, but again, results on alphatiming.co.uk/WMKC for all of the finalised results here at today's action at round number 6 of the Whilton Mill Kart Club. Right then, ladies and gentlemen, we are done and dusted for the heats today at round number 6. It's only the finals yet to go, and before we kick off the all-important A finals and final, depending on what class you're in. We'll firstly get on with the B finals. Of course, the top 4 from each of these B finals going on to their A finals later on today. We've got both the juniors and the seniors coming up soon for Rotaxes, and we're going to kick that off with our junior Rotax final coming up next. So the B final then for junior Rotax. Of course, to remind you, the top 4 going through to the A final. Daniel Adamatis and Omar Cindy line up alongside on the front row with Jacob Smith and Oliver Liversedge on row 2. Dexter Collins and Lachlan Homer on row 3. And then on row number 4 is going to be Daniel Gurney and Alex Shepherd. Harry Wilch and Harry Russell and all Harry row number 5 there to finalise the top 10, followed by Hayagriva Gokulnath and Mateus Jedwabny there on row 6. Row 7 has Gabriel Towers and Michael Dalton. Alexander Campbell and Leo Steed on row number 8 with Sava Solonchenko and Dominic Parabok there on row number 9. Row 10 and the final of 20 drivers on the grid, it's Oliver Vo and Ethan Hatch. 20 drivers on the grid for a B final. That does make it rather exciting. This is going to be an exciting one, as I say. 4 drivers only going through to the A final. Who is it going to be? Make sure you let me know your picks in the live chat. Who do you think is going to be able to get through to the A final? Now, before we go to the action here for the finals, I'm just going to get it out of the way because I'm scared it's all going to get too exciting. I'm just going to give myself a very quick 30-second break, and we'll be back for the B final of Junior Motax in a moment's time. Out on track then for our junior Rotax B final. Let's see how this one plays out. Definitely a few drivers on the grid for this one, which maybe I wasn't assuming would be on the grid for the B final. Things just not quite going their way across the heats earlier on this morning. But remember, let me know in the live chat who you're supporting for this race. Who do you think is going to get through to the A final? Can we get this one underway? First time of asking. No, we cannot. Chevron flag is out. And oh dear, driver spinning off there before we even got to the first corner. Oh dear. Clearly feeling like he was helped round a little bit there, the number 97. That's Lachlan Homer going for a bit of a spin. It does seem like an odd place to spin off to the right when you're going into a left-hander, which leads me to believe it probably was across the nose cone of another driver there. And why Lachlan was maybe a little bit frustrated about the outcome of that one. Let's hope we can be a little bit more calm on the second attempt at the race start for this one. So, Daniel Adamatis on pole position has secured 27 points across today's racing. Omar Cindy, 26 points. Jacob Smith, 25. Then the drivers behind, 24, 24, 23, 23, 22, 22, 21, 21. So close amongst the drivers throughout today's racing. One little mistake can drop you a number of positions on the grid and drop you down into the B final. These drivers wanting to get into that top 4 by the end of this race and send themselves through into the A final later on this afternoon. 2 by 2 to the lights. We're underway in racing for 8 minutes plus 1 lap here in the Junior Rotax B final. It looks as though the driver might have gone off on the grass yet again to the inside. No, they managed to collect it back up and carry on. but it's a good start from pole position from Omar Cindy as two drivers come together there. That's Lachlan Homer again. He's in an incident before the race start. Now he's on an incident in the actual race start, and that's coming together with Alex Shepherd. I think Lachlan was frustrated about that, but Alex was totally conjoined to the back of his kart there. Nothing that they could do by the time they got to the scene of the accident. But how that one started, I did not see. Either way, both of them dropping to the back of the order. And it's going to be a tall order now for them to try and find a way back through and up into the top 4 to get themselves into the A final. Who's that already parked at the side of the track? There were supposed to be 20 drivers in this race. Only 18 have taken to the race start here. Who have we lost already from this one? It's going to be very difficult for me to actually double check. I'll try to throughout the rest of this race though. There's a move down the inside. Up at Christmas corner. The 32 of Michael Dalton trying to make some moves now as he gets through on Daniel Gurney. That's a battle for 7th place. Attempted a move there down on Ashby. Harry Wilch trying to make some moves. Battling with Sava Solenchenko. And Oliver Vaux in behind as well. Here is the battle for 2nd place. The number 90 or Oliver Liversedge there. Trying to hold on, and that actually opens up the move in behind for Dexter Collins. They're still going to be side by side though down to the final corner. Just about enough room given there. Adamatis holds on to P3. But look at that. Was a 3-way battle for 2nd place, and now they've invited more drivers into the mix. Of course, only the top 3 go through to the A final here. They need to be a bit careful. There is Michael Dalton making more moves. He gets through on Harry Russell then for 5th place. Forward moves as well. Continuing on. Now past Dexter Collins. Adamatis now getting involved with the battling too. So Adamatis through into 2nd place. Liversedge relegated to 3rd, and he has now got Michael Dalton in his wheel tracks. Through the boot they come then. This is the opportunity for Adamatis to build a bit of a gap here and try and secure himself 2nd on the road, which will obviously become 32nd on the grid for the final later on. Side by side up to Christmas corner, move in front as well. Late move to the inside from Dalton. Enough room given though by Liversedge at the apex there at Christmas corner. And Dalton fights his way through into 3rd place, and now Liversedge is really under pressure. He now holds the final spot in the A final. And he's got 4 drivers right behind him wanting to stop him from getting through. He's in a very dangerous position for the moment, is Oliver Liversedge. The 25 of Harry Russell has skipped through as well. He's now in 5th place. He's the one pressuring Liversedge, and he's got his teammate right behind him. The 43 of Dexter Collins now, and it's Daniel Gurney on the number 98 in with them also. Now that Michael Dalton's been released, he's pressing on towards the leaders. Here's the move though for 4th place. Too late under brakes there from Harry Russell. He backs out of that. Just about gave him enough stopping power up to Christmas corner there to back out of it. But this time down at Ashby, he goes for it down the inside. Forces Liversedge to the outside, but Liversedge gets the cut back on the exit. Great bit of battling between these drivers over the final spot in that top 4 bubble that goes through to the A final. As, Dalton's fallen back into their path. We saw that Dalton and Adamatis were having a bit of a battle over 2nd place. Maybe something's not quite worked out. And Dalton's fallen back into the path of Liversedge. Penalty for Alex Shepherd. He's in 17th at the moment, so I don't think this will be a huge problem for him. But maybe is that to do with the first lap incident with Lachlan Homer potentially? That would make a bit of sense. I will say though, Leo Steed has just dropped down from 16th to 18th. He was the driver just ahead of Alex Shepherd, so maybe something to do with that as well. I won't speculate. Either way, Alex Shepherd has got a penalty. Salt in the wound there for Alex Shepherd in this B final. That's super late under brakes. Again, the 25 of Harry Russell cannot find a way through on Oliver Liversedge. And now he's under pressure from his teammate once again. Dexter Collins thinking, well, I can't be waiting around for too much longer here, mate. I need you to get through so I can have a chance at getting up into the top 4. But Oliver Liversedge on the number 90, doing a good job of it at the moment, holding on to that final spot in the A final. Here comes Michael Dalton. He's just got the fastest lap of the race, the first driver in this race down into the 47s. Now pressuring Adamatis for second. Now down the inside of Adamatis for second. And Michael Dalton moves his way up the order. Just about closes that move off on the exit. And we've still got 6 drivers line astern here. Only 3 of them going through to the A final though. 2.5 minutes left to go on the clock. Which of these drivers will get another 12 minutes plus 1 lap race later on this afternoon, and which of these drivers will be going home for an early bath? There's Dexter Collins with Daniel Gurney right in the wheel tracks. Here it is. No, thinks better of it again, does Harry Russell. I get it. You want to get this overtake done without any sort of rubbing here. It needs to be a clean move. Firstly, don't want to take each other out, and then you've lost all hope at a top 4. Or you don't want to give yourself a stupid penalty, as all very close through Wilkins there. Harry Russell is doing everything he can to try and force open the door here on Oliver Liversedge, but it's proving a challenge to say the least, and this is the difficulty that it opens up. Teammates side by side through the boot, but it's actually going to be a bit wide then for the 43 of Dexter Collins, and Daniel Gurney's going to end up slipping through. And once again, Oliver Liversedge is given another lap or so to breathe out there in 4th place. He's in the biggest pressure point in this whole race. 4th place was the last of the safe positions, but you're the one open to being attacked by the rest of the field who have nothing to lose. Because realistically, in the B final, it's top 4 or bin it. Absolutely go for it, leave nothing on the table. And to be fair, the drivers aren't doing that at the moment, I will say. Since getting to 2nd place as well, Michael Dalton has closed in on Omar Cindy. There's only just over a second between them now, as Dalton still has that fastest lap of the race. You can see everyone in one camera shot now, so they have all closed up on the leader. They're all good 4 or 5 tenths quicker on that last lap. New fastest lap of the race from Michael Dalton, but new personal best from everyone in the top 7 apart from Omar Cindy. Something's happened to Oliver Vaux. He is dropping down the timing screens as well. He's just dropped 5 places. As someone's off there. Down at Ashby and collecting. That's the battle for 4th. Together go the 2 drivers. That's Oliver Liversedge and Harry Russell coming together on the exit of Ashby. They just about both managed to continue. But who was it that's just parked up at the side of the circuit down at Ashby? I couldn't quite tell who that was. Was it someone within the bubble or was it not? I don't think it was. I think I can still see Adamatis there in 3rd place. So no, this is still the battle for 4th place. Liversedge and Russell. It was Daniel Gurney. The number 98 of Daniel Gurney is out of the race. He was the one who parked it up down at Ashby. He was right in there with a shout right behind Harry Russell here. And Russell goes for it. Up at Christmas corner. Leaning on each other to the exit. And Liversedge retakes the place. And now the teammate of Russell, Dexter Collins, is back in with a shout again. This is the final lap, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, they come together on the exit. And through goes Dexter Collins. On the last lap of the race. Through goes Russell as well on the exit. And to rub salt in the wound, Jacob Smith gets through on Liversedge as well. There's the move for the lead of the race. That's going to gain Dalton 1 more place on the grid for the A final. Dalton's going to come through to win the race then. Cindy in 2nd, Adamatis in 3rd. But it's going to be Dexter Collins who gets the final spot in the A final. Great end to the B final there for the number 43. It looked like that was all it. It was Russell and Liversedge battling it for the last place in the final. But you could see that battle. It was just building and building. You could see it just bubbling and bubbling. And suddenly, last lap, it all bubbled over. They made that bit of contact, held each other up, and through slipped Dexter Collins. He should be very happy about that one. Now also, can't forget as well, these results I'm giving you, very provisional. Because, of course, there could still be nose cone penalties. There could be other penalties that we don't know of. Could be scrutiny and non-compliances. You never know. Right then, let's run you through the finishing order for that B final. That was an exciting one. Michael Dalton, Omar Cindy, Daniel Adamatis, Dexter Collins, provisionally your 4 drivers going through to the A final. Behind them, Harry Russell just missing out there in 5th place, and such a shame for Oliver Liversedge. Didn't crack under the pressure, did so well throughout that final, but you've got to be in that 4th place on the last lap, and he was in 4th place pretty much every lap except for the last lap. Gutting for the number 90 there. Harry Wilch, in behind was Jacob Smith, Alexander Campbell, Harry Wilch and Sava Solenchenko, the top 10. Behind them, Gabriel Towers, Haya Grieva, Gokulnath, Mateus Jedwabny, then Alex Shepard, Lachlan Homer, Oliver Vo, Leo Steed, the last of your finishers. Of course, we lost Daniel Gurney. He parked it up right at the dying moments there. It didn't look as though any of our top 4 got nose cone penalties in that, which is good to see. Now, I'm just trying to spot, who did we miss on that one? So, Ethan Hatch didn't take to the race start in that one. Was it Dominic Powerbock who didn't as well? Yes, Dominic Powerbock it was. So it was Dominic Powerbock and Ethan Hatch who didn't make it to the race start in that race, sadly for them. But that's it for the B final. Of course, provisionally, those top 4 going through to the A final. We'll double check that when we get to the A final later on this afternoon. But we've got another B final to come to you before we move into those full 12 minutes plus 1 lap finals. So up next is the B final for Senior Rotax. Well, if that B final is anything to go by, this one should be rather exciting as well. The seniors have been so impressive throughout today. Battles galore. That's going to continue for 8 minutes plus 1 lap here to see which 4 drivers can get themselves into the A final. Miles Roby and Jack Wilch are on the front row, with George Hart and Lucas Theo on row number 2. Finley Hayes and Ryan Hedge are there on row number 3. With row 4 seeing Luca Osman Price and JJ Hind. James Becker and Molly Griffiths round out the top 10 on row number 5, with Theo Stanislaus and Louis Judd on row number 6. Row 7 has Jensen Hinchcliffe and Harry Gilbert. Then it's Bryce Madison, Asa Pinder and Ewan Richards. 17 karts on the grid for this Senior Rotax B final. Well then, what a day it's been so far in Senior Rotax. I think my personal opinion, it's been some of the best battling so far today has been in our Senior Rotax class, nip and tuck throughout. And a few drivers here who maybe feel they shouldn't be in the B final, having issues throughout the day, whether to their fault or not. Either way, they find themselves in this position here in the B final, and they've got to battle through well and battle through cleanly to get themselves up into the A final. Again, as I say, 8 minutes plus 1 lap for these B finals, just the same as the heats that we've had throughout today. And then after this race, we'll move on to the main events, the proper finals, to finish off the day. And those races will be 12 minutes plus 1 lap. And given there's 7 classes, you've got 7 of those to come, ladies and gentlemen. So I hope you're very excited. Let me know in the live chat who you're supporting. Had some love for Daniel in the last race, some love for Daniel Adamatis. He got through into the A final provisionally. So good to see some love for him in that one. But drivers getting ready in their 2x2 formation for this start. The 101 of Miles Roby, the 88 of Jack Wilch. These two side by side for the race start. And again, top 4 go through to the A final. Who's it going to be? Not long to find out now. Oh, okay, it's going to be a little bit longer to find out, actually. One more lap of warm-up to come as we go to a chevron flag. And the drivers all get another lap to try and warm up those tyres. But both absolutely stacked entry lists for today across junior and senior Rotax. A total of 50 in the juniors and a total of 47 in the seniors. And that makes sense. We had, I think, 20. Well, we were supposed to have 20 for the race start in juniors, and we ended up having 18. We're supposed to have 17 on the start for this one. Over the timing screen, I can only actually see 16 drivers. So we are missing someone from the grid who's supposed to be starting in this race. And I believe it is Ewan Richards. Yeah, Ewan Richards not on my timing screen at the moment. Maybe that'll be updated, but at the moment it's looking like we've only got 16 of the 17 drivers taking to the start here. And by how the grid looks, they all look to have a friend beside them. So I do think there is only an even number out there on circuit at the moment. But we'll wait and see. How's this one going to play out then? 2 by 2 to the lights. Who's getting through to the A final? Lights are out. We're underway and racing. 8 minutes plus 1 lap on the clock, and immediately sidling across to take the lead is Miles Roby. Battles going on, side-by-side action on the exit. Drivers filing their way up towards Christmas corner, trying to keep themselves in with a shout, but also trying to make up positions. That's less than ideal there. I think that was the 136, was it, of Harry Gilbert, potentially getting all a bit close with a few drivers up at Christmas corner. Might have been the 129 of George Hart if it was. No, George is still there in 4th. Oh, that was really close there. Spin at the exit for the 222. That's broken his rear bumper. He's going to be out of this race. That's James Becker. Someone else almost having a full collision there as he spun. I think took off over his rear right tyre. I think they managed to carry on though, to be fair. So at the end of the first lap, in those top 4 positions at the moment, Roby, Wilch, Theo and Hart. Some big winners on that first lap, and also some big losers out of the race. James Becker and Harry Gilbert. So I think Gilbert collected James pretty big time after that one. That was the second person who came in and just poked it straight in his, I was about to say sidewall. That's a tyre. Side pod, that's what I mean. So James Becker and Harry Gilbert out. Couple of places lost for Louis Judd. 3 places gained for Jensen Hinchcliffe. 5 places gained for Asa Pinder. 3 places gained for Bryce Madison. So it's been a great start for Asa Pinder. More battles through the final couple of corners. That's Ryan Hedge and Luca Osmond-Price. No, it's not. It's the 88. No, it is the 88 of Ryan Hedge and Luca Osmond-Price. Luca gets forced out wide. Finley Hayes dives through and takes away 6th place. But it's Molly Griffiths in behind who's got the fastest lap of the race. 129 down the inside and moves in behind as well. That's Luca Osmond-Price. Price trying to get back through on Finley Hayes. And in front, a battle in the top 4 as well. They need to be careful though, because of course the top 2 go through. Sorry, the top 4 go through. It doesn't really matter what order you're in that top 4. It decides whether you're 31st or 34th on the grid. So realistically, then in a 12-minute plus 1 lap final, that's not going to make a huge difference whether you're 1 or 2 places behind. But you need to be in it to win it. You need to be in that top 4 to get through to the A final. And if you're battling over who's finishing second and you end up taking each other out, neither of you are going to be going through. So there needs to be a bit of smart heads-up driving here for the drivers in this B final. And it's now Ryan Hedge in 5th place who's got the fastest lap of the race. 47.11 for Ryan. Oh, move for 2nd place. Down the inside goes George Hart on Jack Wilch. And now points forward. Now that he's in front, he wants to work together. But before then, working together was not an option. I'm not specifically calling you out there, George. Don't worry. I just love seeing that. I find that really funny in karting. Everyone wants to work together when you're the kart in front. Either way, George Hart, good move there to take 2nd place. Puts himself ahead of Jack Wilch. Lucas Theo still with them on the 333. And now Finley Hayes on the 57 takes the fastest lap of the race. Oh, what's happened to Asa Pinder? Asa Pinder had the great start up into the top 10. And now that last lap was about 5 seconds off the pace. I think something's happened to Asa Pinder there as Asa drops down back to the back of the order, sadly for Asa. 4.5 minutes left to go on the clock in this B final. Miles Roby doing a good job so far in this one, commanding the race from the front. But he is a bit slower than the drivers in behind, at least on the last couple of laps. George Hart certainly with some good pace in that car underneath him. And he is looking to chase down Miles Roby. George Hart racing for Precision Racing this weekend. That's such a late send up to Christmas corner. The 55 of Luca Osmond-Price gets through on the 88 of Ryan Hedge. Ryan Hedge there was under a bit of pressure from Finley Hayes as well. Hayes trying to find a way past but can't quite do it. Still in his wheel tracks down towards Osiers. Now the drivers certainly haven't fanned out at all in this race. Top 7 still separated by 1.5 seconds. And we're already halfway through this race now. Now the top 8 separated by 2 seconds. Here it is though, closing in for the lead. This might be the move up at Christmas corner. Late on the brakes for George Hart. He just about manages to get it stopped by the time they get to the exit, and George Hart to the lead of the race. If you're going to make a move for the lead, it needs to be something aggressive like that, and he's managed to get it done and lose very little time. And that's a key part of the race there. They are battling heavily over 5th place. That's allowing for Lucas Theo to build a bit of a gap once again as they battle in behind for 5th position. Of course, the first of the places that won't be going through to the A final. Who has managed to end that lap in that all-important 5th place? It's Ryan Hedge who's got through on Lucas Theo then. So Luca Osborne Price had got through on Lucas Theo a lap or 2 ago to put himself up into the top 4 positions, into the safety of the A final places. But also there's definitely been a bit more scrapping going on in this B final compared to the B final in juniors. So definitely more potential for some drop nose cones as well. I can't see any visibly shaking around at the moment, so drivers looking to be all good, at least for now. Still just less than 2 minutes to go in this race though. Still plenty of time for lots to unfold. On to lap number 8 of this race. Oh, that's a late move down the inside. Super late from Luca Osborne Price. But he gets it done at Christmas corner on Jack Wilch, and that now puts Jack Wilch down into the danger zone. He's got Ryan Hedge, the driver who set the fastest lap on the last lap, right in his wheel tracks now. And that has seriously given Jack Wilch something to worry about. The Croc Promotion driver is going to do everything he can to hold on to this last place in the A final. 46.28, that fastest lap from Ryan Hedge on the last lap. The top 5 still lying astern here though. Finley Hayes and Molly Griffiths have got through on Lucas Theo on the last lap as well. He slipped down into 8th place. And they have fallen off of this group of 5. As here we go, the battle commences for P4. It was a little bit wide there for Jack Wilch. Opens up the opportunity for Ryan Hedge. Down the inside of Ashby. Closes off and off the track. Off the track goes Ryan Hedge. He's going to keep it planted and try and rejoin there on the exit of Sector 2. I'm not sure how happy people are going to be about that one. And we'll see where he manages to rejoin here. He's going to rejoin ahead of Ryan Hedge. Well, we'll see how this one plays out. I saw the hand gesture offered there from Jack Wilch on the exit. I won't go into any detail about what it means. Either way, he was not very happy about the move. Now, Ryan Hedge and Jack Wilch have lost quite a bit of time there to the leaders, but Jack Wilch has now cut out basically the entirety of Sector 2 to rejoin the circuit ahead of Ryan Hedge. I can only assume that he's going to be dropped from 4th place at the end of this race. But I really don't know. I can't say I've ever seen that before here at the Whilton Mill Kart Club. So we'll wait and see. But either way, Ryan Hedge is now right back onto the back of Jack Wilch once again. I did see as well, there was a change to 2nd place as well. So Luca Osborne Price through on Miles Roby for P2. Some love from Niam. I assume that's Niam Nate in the chat. Hello, Niam. Saying, come on, Lucas Theo. Sadly, Lucas just dropping down in the middle part of this race to P7. Not quite able to keep in. Whoa, there was contact there between the 2 leaders. Such good exit there from Luca Osborne Price. Goes right into the back of George Hart there. Up the back straight towards Christmas corner. This is bold from Luca Osborne Price here, but he gets it done. Takes the lead of the race on the last lap. That would have been a calamitous one if he'd taken himself out of the race and out of the A final because of that one, but he gets it done nonetheless. Right, these top 3 are sorted. We need to look back to P4 now, realistically, of Jack Wilch and Ryan Hedge, of how that one is playing out. So as these 3 come round the final couple of corners, they're going to take the first 3 slots provisionally in the A final. Where are Jack Wilch and Ryan Hedge? The 84 is ahead. Hold on a second. How has that happened? Molly Griffiths is through into 4th place. Now I really don't know what's going to happen. What's happened there on the final lap? And both Hedge and Wilch had their hands up in dismay Something has happened there on the final lap. Hedge and Wilch have come together. Griffiths has managed to slip through into 4th place. Now, I can only assume the only way to deal with that is, oh dear, out on the final corner as well. There goes the 86 of Bryce Madison out on the final lap as well. Blimey. Well, that was quite an interesting B final. What I was going to say is the only way I can see them dealing with that situation is being like, right, nothing's going to be done about that. You're in 5th and 6th. You're both out. Because Molly Griffiths has got through there. Doesn't matter what's happened earlier on in the race. She's got through and she's got into the top 4. Now, Ryan Hedge will obviously say, well, if Wilch hadn't have rejoined the circuit, cutting out a whole sector, I would have been that anyway. I would have driven away and I would have never had that happen at the last corner. So, goodness, a lot to talk about after that race, that's for sure. And I think the stewards might have their work cut out for them after that one. But provisionally, Luca Osman-Price, George Hart, Miles Roby and Molly Griffiths, your top 4 going through into the A final. I'll confirm that when we get through to the A final later on today as to who actually ended up making it through. The first of the drivers going home early sadly looked to be Ryan Hedge, Jack Wilch, Jensen Hinchcliffe, Lucas Theo, JJ Hind, Louis Judd. That was your top 10, or Lewis Judd. Sorry, Lewis or Lou. I never quite worked out which one it is. Please let me know in the live chat next time. Asa Pinder in 11th place. Then Finley Hayes, the last of your finishers there in P12. And then sadly, we lost Bryce Madison, Theo Stanislaus, James Becker and Harry Gilbert. That looked as though the 70 of Jensen Hinchcliffe as well got himself a nose cone penalty after that one. Rubbing salt in the wound a little bit there for Jensen. Well then, that was, yeah, certainly some talking points from that B final there in Senior Rotax. But that's it. All heats and the B finals are done and dusted. We move on now to the all-important finals, ladies and gentlemen, where maximum points are offered throughout the day. And also, you finish in the top 3, you're taking home a lovely little trophy for yourself as well. We're going to kick off the finals with our Rotax Micros and iArmy Water Swift Restricted. Here we go then, first final of the afternoon. Now I can see a few karts still getting picked up from the inside of the circuit here, so no need to rush through the grid. We've got a bit of time to get ourselves settled and ready to go. Josh Cook, the O-plate holder in the Rotax Microcast, lines up on pole position. Sebastian Behrman, one of the Behrman family, alongside him on row number 2. Maximilian Abrahart and Benediktas Mazioskas are there on row 2, with Charlie Page and Luke Millward on row number 3. Row 4 sees Logan Rolfe and Darren Dimitrov. Then it's George Swire and George Climo, and all George, row number 5 there to finalise the top 10. Lucian Smith and Harry Knight are there on row number 6, with row 7 seeing Dimitar Uzanov and Chloe McGill. Finley Beals and Tommy Climo are on row 8, with Elijah West and James Devereaux there on row number 9. Row 10 and finalising the top 20 are Marshall Yu and Victor Popacool. Roger Gockelnath and Edison Burrows are on row 11, with Hugo Barra and Teddy Higgs there on row number 12. And that finalises the Rotax microgrid here for their final. Then we move on to the iArmy Water Swift Restricted. Alessandro Salas, your GP plate winner at Kart Masters this year, lines up on pole position with Philip Petro alongside him. Rex Pooley and Henry Algar are on row 2 for the Water Swifts, with Reggie Chandler and Ronnie Kempson on row number 3. Row 4 sees Harry Favel and Felix Booker, and then Max Dunn finalises the grid of 9 karts in the iArmy Water Swifts and the total grid of 33 karts out on circuit for their respective finals. As I say, still some drivers and karts being collected from inside of the circuit, so it might just be a few minutes to wait for this one to get underway. Well, there's been some exciting battling across both Rotax Micros and iArmy Water Swift Restricted here today. And let's see how that continues in the final. Absolutely stacked grids, as we've said throughout today, in both Water Swift Restricted and Rotax Micros. Some of the best drivers in the country swarming down to Whilton Mill for this month's round of the Kart Club. and giving us, well, treating us to some fantastic racing. But Josh Cook, the O-Plate driver, has been so impressive since he took to Rotax Micros, and he's continuing that on today. 2 wins from 2 so far today for Josh Cook, and also 2 wins from 2 for your pole sitter in the Water Swift Restricted of Alessandro Salas as well. Of course, just like in the heats though, this will be a split grid race start. We'll watch the race start for the Rotax Micros, and then we'll try and pull our attention back to the race start for the Water Swift Restricted class. Of course, we'll do our best to cover 2 races going on at the same time, but it is quite a challenge. Let's do our best to keep an eye on what's going on. 12 minutes plus 1 lap. Are we good for a race start? Yes, we are. The Rotax Micros kick us off for the first final of round number 6. Drivers taking to the curbs there as they head through the first couple of corners. Immediately moving over to defend is Josh Cook, not allowing the opportunity for anyone in behind, but it's been a good start from Abrahart. He's already through on Sebastian Behrman. We look back to the Water Swifts though. Alessandro Salas gets it going as, oh dear, the 44 is already out of this race. That's Lucian Smith in the Rotax Micros already off on the grass. The Water Swift Restricteds get their race underway. Salas leads us to the light, followed by Rex Pooley, Reggie Chandler, Philip Petro. He's been running really well today as Philip. I'm interested to see what he does in this final on the number 17. We'll keep an eye on how their race unfolds as well. But Josh Cook, oh, there's a spin in the background in the Rotax Micros I see on the entrance to the boot there. But Josh Cook leads us to the end of the first lap of racing here in the Rotax Micros. And nice and relaxed as usual for Josh Cook. There is Salas still leading the way in the Water Swifts. I think that driver they're chasing down is actually Lucian Smith, who had that off earlier on in the first lap in the Rotax Micros. So as the Water Swift come across the line, it's still Salas ahead of Pooley, then Chandler. Algar's made up a spot on Petro. Kempson's made up a spot on Fable. And then there's Booker and Dunn coming across the line to finish their order. Here are the leaders once again, though, in Rotax Micro. Still Cook ahead of Abrahart. Behrman's there in 3rd place, followed by Page, Mazioskas, Rolf, and Swire. Top 7, I think it is, Linus. And actually, no, the top 8 it is. Oh no, my maths is awful, clearly. Darren Dimitrov is not close enough to be involved in this gaggle. It is indeed the top 7 line astern. Mazioskas looking for it. Here comes Abrahart, though, down the inside for the lead. Maximilian Abrahart late on the brakes up into Christmas corner. And Abrahart takes the lead of the race early on in this one. Of course, 12 minutes plus 1 lap this final. It's a lot more time to make up positions. It's a lot more time for things to go wrong as well. Oh, that's late to the inside for the 33. Charlie Page trying to force the door open there on Sebastian Behrman, but he can't quite get it done this time of asking. These drivers are all very experienced, though. They know how these races play out. They know how to make them work through the early stages. It's good getting track position, but you've also got to have a bit of working together, pressing on, and trying to make sure you have as little or as few people as possible to battle with you when you get to the end of the race. You'd rather have a 2-way battle for the lead rather than having 6 drivers involved and it all getting a bit too scrappy. There's Mazioskas down the inside. Well weighted under brakes there for Mazioskas. He takes 4th place away from Charlie Page up at Christmas corner. But now it has become 8 karts in this train. Darren Dimitrov joins the back of it and he takes the fastest lap on the last lap at 53.16 for the number 65. 8 karts now scrapping over the lead here in Rotax Micro. All still as it was in Water Swift. Salas ahead of Pooley, ahead of Chandler in that top 3. Philip Petro has got back through on Henry Algar for 4th place. But that's the only change there in the Water Swifts. I'll keep you updated on them as we head through this final. We're just about to hit 8 minutes left to go, so we're just about to start our usual heat length. Here's a change to 2nd place, though. Down the inside goes Sebastian Behrman. Relegates Josh Cook down to P3. And that's 2 in 3 laps there of positions lost at Christmas corner for Josh Cook. And Benediktas Mazioskas, the next one in line, wanting to have a crack and see if he can get himself up into the podium places now. And it is Mazioskas who set the fastest lap on the last lap. Number of drivers now dropping down into the 52s with a 52.67 for Mazioskas. Great last lap. No way is that an overtake into the first corner. Yes, it is from Josh Cook. Great aggressive overtake there to retake second place. And Behrman is now looking all in his virtual mirrors, his non-existent mirrors, aka looking behind him. All eyes on Benediktas Mazioskas as he tries to not have that negative momentum push him further down the pack. Charlie Page still very much there, in with a shout. But Abrahart, after getting to the front here, has built a little bit of margin. That's perfect for his chances here in the final, keeping it nice and tidy at the front of the order, and that's why these drivers are trying to work together here. Continuing on then, lap number 7 of this race. As the Water Swift come across the line as well, Salas now has nearly a 2-second gap as he sets yet another personal best on the last lap. Still Rex Pooley in second with Henry Algar in third place, but Algar now under quite a bit of pressure from Philip Petro and Reggie Charnley in that battle for the final podium spot there in the Water Swifts. And here, ooh, this could be interesting. The 19 of Felix Booker, currently at the back of the pack in the Water Swift Restricted now, might just get in the way of the Rotax Micros. That does lose Abrahart a bit of time. Abrahart's now under pressure here, up into Christmas corner. Ooh, a bit too late for Cook to make the most of that one. Abrahart just about holds on to the lead, but that was a couple of tenths of a second loss there for Abrahart. Not a huge amount, but it gives the opportunity like that. Cook down the inside of Ashby. Josh Cook back to the lead of the race then. Abrahart's able to file back into second place. Just about chops off the nose cone of Sebastian Behrman and slots himself back into second place. To no fault of Felix Booker, he was just staying on his line, but Abrahart was struggling to find a way around him. Lost him the tiniest bit of time. And Josh Cook made the most of that one. Less than 5 minutes now to go on the clock. And now, there's a move for third place though. Late down the inside from Mazioskas, he takes third place away from Sebastian Behrman. In front as well, Josh Cook was heavily defending to the inside of Behrman, back through on Mazioskas. Great aggressive move there down at Ashby. And they end up as they were. But now, Cook and Abrahart have a lovely little gap at the front of the order. And also, they're now chasing down Max Dunn at the back of the Water Swift category. Again, could this cause any issues for the drivers near the sharp end of the Rotax Micros? Now, I think Abrahart will likely check over the shoulder here. See, they've got a bit of a gap and be like, right, we've got 4 minutes left to go here still. Let's just try and get away together. Then it's at least just Abrahart versus Cook for the win, rather than bringing Behrman, Mazioskas, Page all back in with a shout. Speaking of which, Behrman's trying to hold on to third place here. Manages to trot back across up at Christmas corner. Mazioskas and Page getting relatively feisty in behind. As there we see Cook and Abrahart get through on the back marker of Max Dunn. Still 3.5 minutes left to go in this race as the rest of the drivers try and funnel through. But this is sort of as settled down as it's been all race here in the Rotax Micros, as that bit of breathing room has been given to Cook and Abrahart at the front of the order. And as I thought, looks as though they're working together. They've got about a second gap over Behrman and the rest of them in that gaggle in behind. I was getting myself ready to eat my words out to Christmas Corner, but nope. Aberhart does sit in behind. And he was definitely close enough to go for a move there, which leads me to believe my racing knowledge for once might be correct. And Aberhart is indeed trying to work with Cook. Even the greatest of rivals will truce at a time where it benefits them both. And that seems to be what's happening at the moment. Check over the shoulder again from Maximilian Aberhart. He did set a personal best on the last lap than Maximilian, but this one's been a little bit slower. You can see there visibly he's dropped about a kart length off of the rear bumper of Josh Cook. Yeah, 0.2 of a second lost on that last one as Josh Cook sets his personal best and matches the fastest lap of the race set by Benediktas Maziauskis early on in that one. Maziauskis still all over the back of Sebastian Behrman. We've already seen him go for a move for third place earlier on in this race, but Behrman was able to dive straight back through here down at Ashby. Thought Maziauskis might give him a taste of his own medicine this time around, but nope, sticks behind in fourth for now. Only a minute and 40 left to go on the clock. And just as some of the Rotax Micros are getting through on the back markers in the Army Water Swifts, it's the same with the leaders in Water Swifts. Salas has just gone through on Edison Barrows to put a lap on him. Henry Algar and Philip Petro, now your drivers battling for second and third. They were in fourth and fifth only a moment ago, so they've dropped Reggie Charner and Rex Pooley. Rex Pooley was second, Reggie Chandler was third. Now Reggie Chandler is in fourth and Rex Pooley's in fifth. Henry Algar finds himself up in P2. Philip Petro is back into third place as well, so it's all changed around in the Army Water Swifts as we head into the final minute of this race. Still working together nicely at the front of the order here in the Rotax Micros. Still, I think, a relative truce between Behrman and Maziauskis as well. Once that gap opened up, they sort of realised, oh, we need to work together here if we want any chance at closing down these two at the front of the order. But it doesn't seem to have happened. Really, they need them to start kicking off here as we head on to the penultimate lap of the race. Charlie Page, though, at the back of that train of three, suddenly finds a bit of pace. 52.48 for Charlie Page, and Benediktas Maziauskis knows it. Pulls over to the inside to defend there up into Christmas Corner. But now, is that going to change things? Maziauskis turns his attention from Behrman in front to Page in behind and is defending down into Ashby. That could be a serious thorn in the side for Charlie Page despite some pace found over the last couple of laps. That might force them into a battle for fourth place as they give the gap to Behrman to try and pull off into a bit of no man's land there into third. Right, here we go then into the final couple of corners for Josh Cook and Maximilian Aberhart. They'll soon be starting the final lap of this race. It's been a big truce for the last 4 or 5 laps, but as you see there, heading into the first couple of corners, that truce is no more. Josh Cook heavily defending there. Now, we've seen Josh with a defensive masterclass in the heats earlier on today, and he's going to be wanting to continue that throughout. Up and under goes Aberhart, though. What a move from Maximilian Aberhart. Unbelievable. Up and under there from the number 61, and on the key moment of the race, into the last lap, Aberhart snatches the lead away from Josh Cook. Absolutely textbooked from Aberhart there, but he performed that absolutely beautifully. Through they go then into the final sector. Cook getting his head down, but I think he's dropped a little bit too far back to even think about a move. And Maximilian Aberhart, it's been Cook's day all day, but the 61 is going to snatch it at the final moment in the final to take the win. Great racing there between Maximilian Aberhart and Josh Cook, but this time it goes the way of Aberhart. Sebastian Behrman rounds out that podium ahead of Maziauskis and Charlie Page. Benediktas Maziauskis manages to defend well there to hold on to his P4 ahead of Charlie Page. George Swire, Logan Rolfe, Damon Dimitrov, Luke Millward and Harry Knight, your top 10, with George Climo, Chloe McGill, Dimitar Uzanov, Finley Beals, Marshall Liu, Tommy Climo, James Devereaux, Elijah West, Lucian Smith, Victor Popical, your top 20. There is Alessandro Salas across the line to take the win in the Army Water Swift Restricted. Philip Petro and Henry Algar come across the line almost side by side there. 0.2 of a second in it, but Petro gets past Algar on the last couple of laps and takes second place for himself. Edison Burrows was behind in the Rotaxes, then Rex Pudi and Reggie Chana in the Water Swifts, then Hugo Barra in the Rotaxes, then Harry Favel, Ronnie Kempson, Max Dunn and Felix Booker. All drivers making it to the finish then, but this is the key moment. Looking at the nose cone penalties. Maximilian Abrahart gets pointed through. Here is Josh Cook. He's all good. Here's Sebastian Behrman then, and he is all good as well. Well, provisionally, your top three in Rotax Micros, Maximilian Abrahart, Josh Cook, and Sebastian Behrman. Well, I think it's going to be a little while until we get to see the top three for Water to come through, so we can double check their nose cones as well. But a great race to kick off the finals. It got all a bit squabbly early on in that one. Settled down in the mid-pack as drivers realised, oh, okay, we need to work together here, or the top two are going to scamper away. But that's exactly what happened anyway. Left it to the final couple of laps to battle, did Abrahart and Cook. Cook, defensive masterclass throughout today. But it wasn't enough this time in the final. Abrahart with an impressive up and under at Christmas Corner. Timed it to perfection. Took that outside line, which then became the inside line. And took the win of the race for himself. Great win there for Maximilian Abrahart. Looks as though there is Alessandro Salas coming down the entrance to the pit lane. So we'll wait and see whether there are any drop nose cones in that class. So one final done and dusted then. We've still got 6 more left to go throughout today's racing. 6 more 12-minute plus 1 lap finals that we're treated to here at the Whilton Mill Kart Club. The cameraman clearly trying to fix something on the camera there as we're watching the cars coming into the pit lane. Here's the GP plate holder. Alessandro pointed straight through. Now it's the 17 and the 12 that we're looking for as well. I think they might have already slipped through. So let's go straight on to the next final. They're already out on track then. The Water Swift Inters are up next for their final. Here we go then, second final of the day. Jonty Restrick and Henry Clark on the front row here for the Water Swift Intermediates. Enzo Butterazzi and Alfie Taylor on row 2 with Millen Tomlinson and Simeon Stone on row number 3. Row 40's Jensen Ackerman and Xavier Fonge, then Seth Angus, Ethan Lucas and Henry Johnson. Your 11 karts on the grid for this one. Don't forget, Jensen Ackerman, your championship leader going into today's action, being a bit off colour throughout today has Jensen sadly, but we'll see if he can turn it around here in the final. Came in today's action 9 points in the clear ahead of Enzo Butterazzi. I don't think it's going to be the same when we get to the end of today and see the points. Well, we're not going to get the final started off like that, are we, ladies and gentlemen? Driver's a bit too feisty. I get it. We're going into your 12-minute plus 1 lap final. It's the last race for a month here at Whilton Mill. Well, in terms of the Whilton Mill Kart Club, that is. We get a bit excited. We want to get the race started, but no, that's not how we do it. Drivers needing to get in a bit of a better formation, ready to go. And the drivers will need to chill out once more, head round for another lap of tyre warming before we get this race properly started. Now, of course, that race we've just seen, the only race that is a split grid. All the rest, one singular grid. We don't need to try and have 2 sets of eyes out there on circuit, don't worry. Just one to watch on this one. So let's go for the start then. Jonty Restrick has been very impressive throughout today. The 2 BMR teammates have been very impressive, to be fair. Jonty and Henry, these two lining up side by side for the first time today on the front row of the grid for the Army Water Swift Intermediate final here at round 6 of the Whilton Mill Kart Club, and this time we are good for a start. Jonty Restrick will hold on to it through the first couple of corners. Henry Clark stays there in 3rd place as well, and Butterazzi just about holds on to 3rd. Bit of sideways action as they headed through the first couple of corners. The 24 of Alfie Taylor remains strong in his 4th place. He is under pressure though from Mill Tomlinson as they head through down into Ashby. Mill Tomlinson might have the inside line there, and he does. Takes away 4th place from Alfie Taylor. Battling for the lead though. Hold on a second. Henry Clark's down the inside of John T. Restrick. That wasn't on the script. Henry Clark takes the lead of the race for the first time today. We've seen them very close on pace throughout today, but there's been a nice relaxed atmosphere. An atmosphere of we won't fight, we're going to get some good results in the team. Well, that's off for the final. Through goes Henry Clark to the lead of the race after lap number 1, and that's dragged Enzo Butterazzi, and championship leader coming into today anyway. That's your asterisks on that one. Jensen Ackerman's there in 4th place as well. Not for much longer though, down the inside on Enzo Butterazzi into Christmas corner. These two swap around, and they need to be careful that the BMR drivers don't actually decide, oh no, we are friends again, we're going to work together now, so sorry guys, see you later. They need to make sure they stick right on that rear bumper of John T. Restrick, and they don't let them drive away. But all playing out nicely through the start of this race. Henry Clark taking that lead on the first lap. A good committed move there on his teammate of John T. Restrick. There was 2 wins from 2 so far today here for John T. Well, that doesn't seem like it's going to continue through here. Have I annoyed Jensen Ackerman? Has he heard me saying he's a bit off colour today? And now he's finding some insane pace. New fastest lap for Jensen Ackerman, but a new race leader in John T. Restrick. Through follows Jensen Ackerman as well. There was a little bit of front to rear contact between Restrick and Clark. That sent Clark ever so slightly wide. And that meant Jensen Ackerman was able to pick up the pieces. Follows John T. Restrick through. So Restrick on the 67. Back to the lead of the race. And Jensen Ackerman now from 7th place on the grid finds himself in 2nd. This will make up for points lost throughout today's action so far. But of course, Ackerman's going to want to turn it into a race win. Still over 9 minutes left to go here. Plenty of time for things to play out. And these 3 have started to scamper off from the rest of the field. Could this be it? No, I think it's better of it this time, does Jensen. He's your championship leader coming into this round for a reason. He knows what he's doing at the sharp end of the order, waiting for the perfect moment. And he's also in that difficult position where not only is he looking forward to try and attack John T. Restrick, he knows he's got Henry Clark right in behind him as well. New fastest lap on the last lap from John T. Restrick, a 50.89. 50.90 for Jensen Ackerman, so pretty close on pace, I think you can say. Pretty close on pace, just a little bit close. Bit slidey there through the final corner. Henry Clark with a little bit of a kiss from his front bumper onto the rear bumper of Jensen Ackerman. John T. Restrick, new fastest lap of the race, and again, these 3 so close on pace. 50.75, 50.78, 50.87. The only drivers down in the 50s at the moment, and that's why Enzo Butterazzi just finds himself dropping off of this leading squabble for the podium places. And he'll really need for these 3 at the front to start squabbling a little bit more than this for Enzo to have a shot with getting back involved. And Enzo Butterazzi is 2nd in the championship coming into today's racing. It was Ackerman on 3.68, Butterazzi on 3.59, Restrick on 3.57. I think we can assume now Restrick will be in the lead of the championship after taking 2 race wins. But hello, down the inside at Christmas corner goes Jensen Ackerman. New race leader here in the Army Waterslift Intermediate Final. And Henry Clark follows him through as well. The momentum shifts once more. Henry Clark now has the fastest lap of the race. 50.63 on the last lap. And he's going for it. Down the inside at Osiers, the 82 takes the lead of the race. So we basically just done a full swap there. Clark to the lead, Ackerman still in 2nd, and Restrick now in 3rd place. Still 7 minutes left to go on the clock though, my goodness. And there's nothing separating these 3 drivers. They're all so close on pace. They're all shown that they can lead the race. They've all done it already in this race. All three of them, of course, wanting this race win at the end of this. Only one of them can have it though. And I genuinely could not tell you who it's going to be. I've got no idea. Restrick has won the 2 races I say earlier on today, so he's collected himself some good points throughout today so far. I think for the moment, will likely be moving himself into the lead of the championship at the end of this one. But of course, close challenger Ackerman, close Butterazzi as well. He's been decently consistent throughout on points today. But this is where Ackerman can gain some points back, especially if he can finish the race ahead of Jonty Restrick. Henry Clark not in with a shot of the championship. He's in 16th place. He's only been to 2 rounds so far this season, only here for round 3 and round 4 prior to this round number 6. Using this as a bit of practice, ready for the final round of the Rotax Championship in 2 weeks' time, part of the British Kart Championships. Of course, that'll also be live on Alpha Live in 2 weeks' time, so make sure you subscribe to the channel so you don't miss the notification for that one. That's going to be a great day of racing, I'm sure. With Henry Burdett and Andrew Mather guiding you through the action at that one. It's 5 minutes left to go still in this race, and again, they've settled into a bit of a routine, a bit of a rhythm here in the top 3. Close through the first couple of corners though, very close for Jensen Ackerman. He checks over the shoulder, maybe meaning we go for a move. Nope, not this time. I thought checking over the shoulder and seeing that Jonty was a little bit off of himself on that lap, maybe would have meant he was going for down the inside. And Jonty really had a look at that one, down into Ashby. Again, so many near overtakes here at the sharp end of the order in IARMI Water Swift Intermediate. But it all just settling in once more. Nearly 4 seconds the gap they now have over Enzo Butterazzi in 4th place. 5 seconds back to Simeon Stone, 6 and a bit back to Alfie Taylor, Millen Tomlinson. And then Xavier Fon, Seth Angus, Henry Johnson and Ethan Lucas. Your 11 karts all still in the race in this one as well, which is great to see. Just over 4 minutes on the clock. Here's the move though, Butterazzi, sorry not Butterazzi, Ackerman knows it up at Christmas corner. Was a little bit naughty there, the late move to the inside there. But Jonty Restrick was going for that one, and that little shift, the little shimmy out to the right there from Ackerman scared Restrick off. A fair play, it would have scared me off too. Bold there, defensive move there from Ackerman. But he held on to 2nd place nonetheless. But I think, as I've said a couple of times today, the best form of defence is attack. I think Ackerman really needs to try and find a way through here on Clark. The longer he leaves it, the more opportunity there is for an overtake to come instead from Jonty Restrick. Close again up to Christmas corner. Surely this has got to be it. Checks over the shoulder, does Ackerman. This has to be the move. No, sits back again. Doesn't go for it, does Jensen Ackerman. So close between these drivers still on lap times, but that last one, Ackerman, a little bit faster than both Clark and Restrick. Sitting in the middle of a bit of a BMR sandwich at the moment. 2 BMR drivers, the slice of bread. And Jensen Ackerman, the meat in the sandwich. Unable to find a way through as of yet though on Henry Clark. Less than 3 minutes now to go in this race as they head on to lap number 12. So we'll see, will they continue sort of working together through the last few minutes here until they get to the last lap or two, and then maybe it'll all start to kick off. Change of position in behind though. Henry Johnson through on Seth Angus, that's for 9th place. Little change of position there between the 68 and the 22. Through they go again. So that's how hard Henry Clark smashes that curb there on the inside there through the final corner. I know it gains you a bit of lap time, but Heard it's a bit of a chassis killer, that one. Right, close again. This is clearly where Ackerman is faster than Clark. It's through those first couple of corners and up to Christmas corner. Maybe Ackerman's just formulating the data in his head, just like an AI. He's learning at the moment. He's learning. He's getting ready to make the move when it counts. With just over a minute left to go in this Army Water Swift Intermediate Final. Well, obviously, don't go anywhere throughout this afternoon's action, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're enjoying the coverage here on Alpha Live of round number 6 of the Whilton Mill Kart Club in 2024. Of course, there's more great racing going on as we speak over at Shennington. The Super 1 Championship has taken to Shennington this weekend. There's been some great racing over there throughout today, but of course, don't go anywhere just yet. That stream will be available to watch whenever you fancy, so don't go over now. You can watch that at your leisure. This is why, move down the inside for second place. Not quite committed enough this time, and with only 40 seconds to go, could this be the win on the plate for Henry Clark? Has Jensen Ackerman waited too long here to go for a move for the lead? Not too long to wait and find out, folks. As I say, head over and watch that action at Super 1 in your own time. And also, I'm pretty sure there's a Bank Holiday Monday stream of the 750 Motor Club at Brands Hatch Indy tomorrow as well. I'll be tuning in for that. That's going to be some great racing. Still on the Alpha Live YouTube channel. I know there was action at Brands Hatch Indy yesterday. I had personally thought that there was also racing out there tomorrow for the bank holiday, but maybe I'm wrong about that information. Either way, lots of streaming going on Alpha Live, not only this weekend, but through the rest of the year. Lots to keep your eyes on, so make sure you're subscribing to the Alpha Live YouTube channel. Timer has hit 0. Still, Henry Clark in the lead of this race, who we've been umming and ahhing throughout this entire race here today. But just hasn't quite crescendoed as maybe we would have hoped. Ackerman looked so close a number of times, close enough definitely to go for a move, but just hasn't quite gone for it. Of course, Clark not involved with the championship this season. Ackerman and Restrick are. So, Henry Clark on the number 82 then leads us on to the final lap. And he's built a nice little gap here. A good kart length or two over Jensen Ackerman. And we'd said there'd been 4 or 5 opportunities for Ackerman to go for it into Christmas corner. This lap isn't one of them though. Ackerman's too far back. But a little bit of defence there from Henry Clark. I would say unnecessarily so. Sees him now bring the other two back into play. More defence down into Ashby. This creates the opportunity of the up and under for Ackerman on the exit. Can he get the inside line for Rogers? He tries to force the door open, but can't quite do it. And Henry Clark will lead us down into sector number 3. Checks over the shoulder to see what kind of space he has. Will the gap open up? Almost does, but no. Straight on and out of the race goes Jensen Ackerman. Through goes Jonty Restrick on the exit. And it's going to be an upset to the line. Jonty Restrick will take the win across the line. 0.2 of a second ahead of Henry Clark. That's not how we thought that was going to end. Ackerman manages to get it back on track. I thought maybe he'd broken his steering and that's why he went straight on there. But nope, gets it back on. Finishes 5 seconds behind the lead. Well, the race was relatively slow throughout that one. But it all came to a head on the final lap there as Henry Clark began to defend. He left that little bit of a door open there into the second part of the boot. Jensen Ackerman saw that gap. Went for it. It closed up at the apex. Contact was made. Ackerman went wide. Clark manages to get back on the circuit. Restrick slips through on the last lap from 3rd to 1st. And Restrick, provisionally may I add, makes it 3 from 3 here today in the Army Water Swift Intermediates. A Heat 1 win, a Heat 2 win, and now provisionally a win in the final as well. So it ends up being a 1-2 for the BMR drivers. I'm sure to the dismay of that man, the number 12, Jensen Ackerman, has to settle for 3rd place this time. Simeon Stone and Enzo Butterazzi, your top 5 there. Well done, Simeon Stone getting past Enzo Butterazzi there on the last couple of laps. With Alfie Taylor, Millen Tomlinson, Xavier Fonch, Henry Johnson, Seth Angus and Ethan Lucas. All 11 drivers who took to the start in that one, making it to the finish as well. So well done to the drivers out in the Army Water Swift Intermediates. That's their last time that they'll see tarmac for today's racing here at round number 6. We'll swiftly move on, I think, because we've seen all the nose cones come through. No one getting a nose cone penalty, of course, which is great to see. Up next is the Rotax Minis for their final. An absolute bumper grid for this Rotax Mini final. 31 drivers in total then. Let's see how this one goes. Finally, for the first time today, it's not an all Finley front row. Finley Lyons is still there, but it's Josh Cormack who joins him on the front row. Edward Haynes and Joshua Griffin on row 2, with Finley Hines and Leo Livings there on row number 3. Row 4 sees Jack Baker and Miles Burton, and it's Luca Holmes-Ballock and Devin Taylor on row number 5, the two Synergy teammates rounding out the top 10. They're followed by Harry Taylor and Sebastian Clark on row number 6. Row 7 has Ilya Veliko and Max Wheatley, and Alfie Ward and Archie Rogers-Tyler there on row 8, with Theo Bradshaw and Noah Jebson on row number 9. Rounding out the top 20 are Adam Yadatis and Nathan Rond, and it's George Fountain and Akil Nangianon on row 11. Daniel Wisnauskas and Ruben Jenkins are on row number 12, with Ralph Rakitis and Ayrton Rye on row 13. Oliver Barton, Dylan Suresh, Harper Das and Arthur Brooker round out the top 30, with Louis Marshall all alone there on row number 16. As I mentioned, 31 drivers on the grid for this race. It looks at the moment as though there's only 30 out on the track. So whoever we've lost on the back of this pack, I'm not 100% sure. It's sad to see we're already missing a driver from this race. It should be then 30 drivers taking to the start for this one. Finley Lyons has looked to have the rest of the grid in his back pocket throughout today. Will anyone be able to challenge him a little bit harder for this race start? We'll see if we actually go to green here. We are going to go to green. It will be giving us a good race start, and already off. Josh Cormack hip checked across the line, and Josh Cormack off on the grass. He manages to rejoin, but whereabouts, I don't know. There he is. I think I'm in about 8th place after that one. Holmes-Ballock with a move down the inside up into Christmas corner. Wow, feisty race start in the Rotax Minis then. Blimey. That was Finley Lyons swinging back across the circuit to open up the corner for the left-hander. Side-pod to side-pod contact with Josh Cormack. Off he goes onto the grass. He did well to hold that one and rejoin the circuit safely. But wow, I don't think Josh was expecting that one, that's for sure. He's got a bit to do now in the rest of this final to try and climb back up through the order. It looks to be Edward Haynes who's had a good start in there to 3rd place. He's behind Joshua Griffin, who's also had a decent start. So Haynes has stayed in 3rd place. Griffin's up 2 to 2nd place. Leo Livings has had a good start as well to P4. Up 2 places for Leo Livings as well. Finley Hines there in 5th. Holmes-Ballock in 6th. Cormack's there in 7th. Then Devin Taylor, Ilya Veliko and Alfie Ward. Of course, a reminder, I did say at the start of the day, but happy 13th birthday to Devin Taylor for yesterday. Today's gone overall well for Devin Taylor. He had a bit of an issue in the first heat of the day. Second heat was less calamitous. And now he's battling up in the top 10 here in the final, in what is a very, very strong Rotax Mini grid. We're closing in to 10 minutes left to go then. Already Finley Lyons is trying to extend that gap at the front of the field. It's nearly a second already after only 2 laps of racing. There are Finley Hines, Luca Holmes-Ballock and Josh Cormack battling it out over 5th place. That is changed to a 2nd. Down the inside goes Edward Haynes or Joshua Griffin in the background as well. Holmes-Ballock and Cormack get through. They're going to try and go side by side round Wilkins. That usually doesn't end well. Have they managed to get through? Just about, but they both lost a lot of time, because Holmes-Ballock is still ahead, but Hines has got back through on the exit there for on Josh Cormack. Josh Cormack re-overtakes though by the time they get down to the boot. So it ends up working out pretty well for all of them, to be fair, but it's allowed for a lot of drivers to get back involved. Devin Taylor's there, so's Ilya Veliko, Alfie Ward, Sebastian Clark, Max Wheatley, Theo Bradshaw, all in that train there from 5th place backwards. Moves galore up at Christmas corner. Devon Taylor overtaken by Ilya Veliko. In front as well, I think, was that Josh Cormack? Yes, through on Luke Holmes-Ballock, but Ballock repays the favour. Down at Ashby. Back down the inside goes Luca Holmes-Ballock to retake 5th place for himself. But all of this battling is losing them time to the leaders. They're basically settling for a 5th place finish being their maximum so far in this one. Oh, you saw what Cormack was trying to do there, setting up a move into the right-hander there through the boot. Unable to quite get it alongside and has to sit back in 6th for now. There's an interesting change. Joshua Griffin, fastest lap of the race. 49.45 for Joshua Griffin. He's in the middle of the sandwich there at the front of the order with Edward Haynes and Leo Livings as they try and close the gap to Finley Lyons. Still at about a second though at the front of the field. Here we look back to that pack. Still headed up by Luca Holmes-Ballock, I do believe. Yeah, Holmes-Ballock, Cormack in behind. Then there's Hines and Veliko. There was the 50 on of Sebastian Clark battling with Alfie Ward. Max Wheatley in and amongst that gaggle as well. So all rather feisty through this Rotax Mini final. Great to see so many drivers out on circuit in some of these younger classes. And they treat us to some brilliant battles. These are drivers, despite being so young, these are drivers with so much experience, not only here at Whilton Mill, but just in kart racing in general. They've had years of experience already, and they're only barely in their teenage years yet. Unbelievable, unbelievable. Hold on a second, the gap at the front of the order, I mean, it's only just gone under a second. I'll give you that, I'm getting a little bit excited. But it has gone under a second. So we'll keep an eye on that gap between Lyons, Haynes, Griffin, Livings at the front of the order. Haynes, Griffin and Livings seem to be doing a good job at the moment of working together. Have they been able to bring down that? No. New fastest lap from Finley Lyons. Extends the gap over a second once again. I knew I was getting excited too early. Finley Lyons always has something in the locker to answer a claim like that, and he does just that on the last lap of the race. 49.39. Oh, that was a bit aggressive there from the 1-2-1 of Josh Cormack. Definitely some front to rear pressurizing, should we say, there from Josh Cormack. Forces Luca Holmes-Ballock wide up at Christmas corner. Cormack slips through, so does Finley Hines. That's going to relegate Luca Holmes-Ballock down to 7th place. And I can imagine Holmes-Ballock's probably not going to be too happy with that one. He puts his head back in frustration. Still 6 minutes left to go in this one. Still plenty of time to make things right. Theo Bradshaw's just lost 5 places on the last lap. Something's gone wrong for him there. Doing a 53-second lap time when the usual laps are 49s and 50s. So the 1:44 drops from 12th to 17th on the last lap. There's Holmes-Ballock back down the inside at Ashby. Retakes 6th place away from Finley Hines, and Hines now under pressure from the 177 of Alfie Ward. Alfie Ward down the inside at Osiers. He takes 7th place now away from Finley Hines. So it's 2 places lost on lap number 8 for Finley Hines. The Coles Racing driver battling in well. Just that loss of momentum on the last couple of laps. And now he's got Ilya Veliko right on his tail as well. Again, that gap at the front of the order, pretty stagnant. 49.47 for Lyons, 49.44 for Haynes, 49.42 for Griffin. Ever so slightly faster, but not fast enough to have a meaningful impact on that leading gap. Still very windy out there on circuit at the moment. It doesn't look particularly warm out there either. So again, why those warm-up laps at the start of the race really do matter to get your tyres into a good window ready for the race start. Yeah, my weather app saying it's about 16, 17 degrees outside at the moment, so pretty chilly for an August day, and also overcast as well. 30 to 40% chance of rain, so that's gone up considerably from this morning, but it still doesn't think it is actually going to rain. But who knows, maybe there could be a bit of pitter-patter later on through the finals this afternoon. Now that really could throw a spanner in the works. And we'll see how that one plays out. Leo Livings in 4th place has taken the fastest lap on the last lap. 49.33, the first driver into the 49.3s. And now Finny Lines goes and beats that. Of course he does. 49.31 for Finny Lines. Now extends the gap to over 1.1 seconds in the lead of the race. You see him there. Check over the shoulder as he heads up towards Christmas Corner. Just managing that gap absolutely beautifully at the sharp end of the field. And Finny Lines shows why he's the double race winner from today. Finny Lines shows why he's got an O plate on his kart. Because he's a rather impressive kart racer, to say the least. So relaxed at the front of the order, just managing that gap beautifully. Not phased by Haynes, Griffin and Livings, doing their best to chase him down. Now those three still very close together. They're still in a nice little truce here, despite I think 2 of the 3 being on different teams. I want to say it's KR synergy in that gaggle. No, it's not. Of course, Griffin's on a Tony kart. I think Strawberry Racing team member is Joshua Griffin. So no, it is 3 different teams having a truce there in 2nd, 3rd and 4th. But when will that truce end? When will they decide, yeah, okay, I think 2nd's probably the lofty heights for today. Let's battle it out over those positions. Because Livings has closed right up to the back of that squabble now. As there's Max Wheatley going through on Ilya Veliko. That's a move for P9 here on lap number 12. So change of position out there on circuit. Max Wheatley pushes himself firmly into the top 10. Now he's got his sights set on Finley Hines through the last couple of minutes of this race, as we tick below 2 minutes left to go. Here is that leading squabble. Ooh, yellow flag down into the final sector. Oh, one driver's parked it up at the side of the circuit. That looks to be Arthur Brooker, the number 31. Hasn't come through to finish that last lap. Sadly, it looks as though Arthur's out of this race. And a couple of laps ago, we also lost Harper Das from this race as well. Shame to see a couple of drivers falling by the wayside right near the end of this Rotax Mini final. This is that battle over 2nd place though. Gap now 1.25 seconds between Haynes and Lines. And that'll extend the gap more if Griffin can make the overtake work. Not this time down into Ashby. But it's Livings I'm keeping an eye on. He's had moments of brilliance in this race in terms of pace. Can he carry that on though into the final few minutes and really start to bring the heat and pile the pressure onto Griffin and Haynes in front? Less than 30 seconds to go as Finley Lines starts lap number 15, sorry. So this will be the penultimate lap of the race. Check over the shoulder from Edward Haynes up to Christmas Corner. Nothing major enough as of yet to feel the need to defend, but Griffin is right there. And any scuffling between these two, Livings is there to pick up the pieces. I think it's a case of if, not when. Was that a thumbs up to say, yes, I'm very excited for the final lap of this race? I don't think it was, but I'm going to say it was. I'm really excited. How's this one going to play out then? I think Finley Lines, besides potentially a meteor somehow striking the circuit, has got this one in his back pocket as he has throughout today. Here we go then, final lap of the Rotax Mini into final. Edward Haynes under pressure from Joshua Griffin up to Christmas Corner. Holds the inside line, but the up and under attempt from Griffin. He can't quite get it sorted like we saw from Aberhart though a final or two ago. And Griffin has to stick into third place, so now he thinks about it down into Ashby once again. But oh, he's on the outside, he's squeezing Hayes to the inside. Livings up and under both of them. Great move from Leo Livings. That was fantastically read from the number 77. And Leo Livings steals away second place on the last lap. Joshua Griffin has got through on Edward Haynes as well, through Osiers. It'll be Finley Lyons who takes yet another race win here at the Whilton Mill Kart Club. A dominant victory from the O-plated driver. But what a move there on the last lap from Leo Livings to see himself take second place on the road. And Joshua Griffin manages to take away the place from Edward Haynes, but has to stay in the spot that he started that final lap on in third place. But sadly, the biggest loser there from that one, Edward Haynes in second place for pretty much that entire race, gets shuffled down to P4 on that final lap. So provisionally, your podium in the Rotax Mini is Finley Lyons, Leo Livings and Joshua Griffin. Josh Cormack rounded out the top 5 after that tough start to the race from the front row. Luca Holmes-Ballock just behind him in P6 with Alfie Ward, Finley Hines, Ilya Veliko and Max Wheatley, the top 10. They were followed across the line by Jack Baker, Sebastian Clark, Devin Taylor, Archie Rogers-Tyler, Akil Nan-Guianon, then Miles Burton, Theo Bradshaw, George Fountain, Adam Yadatis and Noah Jebson, your top 20. Followed by Ruben Jenkins, Daniel Wisnauskas, Oliver Barton, Nathan Rond, Ralph Rakitis, Dylan Suresh, Harper Das, Ayrton Rye and Louis Marshall, the last year finishers. Sorry, I don't know what happened there. It said Harper Das was out of the race, but somehow he's finished ahead of a few drivers, so maybe he wasn't out of the race. I don't know what happened with the timing there, but either way, Harper Das did make it to the end. Sorry, any Harper Das fans out there that I scared with that one. There's the reach for the high five there. Not quite close enough for Ilya Veliko to grab that high five from the driver at the side of the circuit. So it was just Arthur Brooker that we lost from that race. 29 of the 30 drivers making it to the finish, and it looks as though all of the drivers at the sharp end of the order anyway, not getting any no-scope penalties for their troubles. So as I say, your provisional podium, Lyons, Livings and Griffin. Now remember, go to results.alphatiming.co.uk/WMKC to see any of the finalised, fully finished results, post-scrutineering, post-clarking checks and whatnot. But either way, a good little race there in the Rotax Minis. Again, another race that was crescendoing throughout. And then it all kicked off on the final lap. Oh dear, has there been a bit of an incident there after everything is said and done with the no-scope penalties? Hopefully that's too late for the 139 Coles driver to get a no-scope penalty. Poor Ruben Jenkins going straight in the back of another driver. But what have we got then? 4 more races still left to come, ladies and gentlemen. We've got 4 juniors and seniors. We've got junior, senior X30 and junior and senior Rotax. We're going to kick it off with the final. Race number 22 of the day is the junior X30 final. Well then, an exciting day so far in Junior X30, but yet again, another class that has had one driver dominating throughout. It's not been easy, don't get me wrong, it's not been lights to flag victories for Rocco Shenton, but he's still taken maximum points so far today. 2 race wins in the 2 heats. That pops him on pole position here for the Junior X30 final. Max Yule lines up alongside him on the front row with Max's teammate from Croc Promotion, Harrison Leach, there on the second row. Alongside him, championship contender Macaulay Guy. He's been very exciting throughout today. What can he do here in the final? Charlie Myers and Joshua Byrne line up alongside each other on row number 3. Charlie Blenkinsop and championship leader going into today, Mayan Patel there on row number 4. Alex Wiley and Alex Dodds, and all Alex, row number 5 there to round out the top 10. Max Cooper and Monty Brathwaite are there on row number 6, with Henry Ryan and Jack Owen Drawbridge on row 7. Isabel Banks and Dylan Masters are on row 8, with Autumn Hansford and Jamie Fagan on row number 9. with Roten seeing Jacob Marples all on his own. Well, the drivers will carry on for 2 warm-up laps here around the Whilton Mill Kart circuit. And let's see how we go for the final here. It's been really close at the front of the order throughout today in Junior X30. Let's hope that continues throughout the final. As I said, Maya Patel and Macaulay Guy were your championship leaders coming in to today's action. Let's see if I can hop and skip down my notes and double check that again. Yes, of course, 3 points in it between these two when you came into today's racing, but it has not been Mayan Patel's day today. Just not been quite there to battle out at the front of the order, and hence why Mayan starting down on row number 4 for this race start in P8. 4 places ahead is Macaulay Guy. Of course, only 2 grids though. That's not the fastest way to get round. Who's that trying to get back to their grid order? That could scupper the start here. And it is indeed. I mean, not only that, it was a bit scrappy around the final corner as well as the drivers tried to put their pedal to the metal. And it all got a little bit out of whack there through the final couple of corners. So again, drivers will go round for yet another warm-up lap around this 1,128 metre circuit. And hopefully, second time of asking, the Junior X30s can get us underway. Now, it was the Junior X30s who kicked us off after the lunch break who were struggling to get the race started. Come on, guys. You've had enough chance to get this one down and sorted now. Come on, guys and girls. Let's go for it. Second time of asking here as, oh, dear. There's a crash before the race start. Drivers trying to get it stopped as they all slowed down to get back into 2x2 formation. That might already be a nose cone for the driver there who clattered into the back. I'm trying to see who that is. They're next to the 55 on the grid. That's going to be Max Cooper, I think, on the 87, who's gone into the back there. And if it is Max Cooper, he went into the back of Alex Wiley on the 159. They all tried to get it stopped. But realistically, you know you're going for a slow race start. You want to get this one done. Should have been prepared for everyone to be slowing up there. It was the 87 of Max Cooper. Well, let's see if we can go for a race start then. 2x2 to the lights. 12 minutes past 1 lap on the clock. We're underway in racing. And Rocco Shenton immediately takes the lead. It's a good start from Macaulay Guy, though. He slips through and past Harrison Leach to take 3rd place. As all 3 winded over the top and crash up at Christmas Corner. Harrison Leach is out of the race, and so is Charlie Myers. Big incident up at Christmas Corner. 3 into 1 just does not go. And it was the 22 of Charlie Myers who was in the middle of that, got pinched up and over the front of Harrison Leach, and both of them are out of this race. Well, certainly an exciting start for this one as we looked away. Macaulay Guy has got through on Max Ewell. So after lap number 1, it's Shenton leading Guy, then Ewell, Byrne, Patel, Brathwaite, Dodds, Blenkinsop, Ryan and Wiley, your top 10. Yellow flags up to Christmas Corner, understandably so, with the 2 karts stricken at the side of the circuit. I think one managed to get back going again. It was obviously Harrison Leach who lost his nose cone as the 22 of Charlie Myers landed back on top of it. But Charlie Myers, I think, has carried on, yet he's just crossed the timing beam now, so he's a good 25 seconds off the lead now, but he is still in the race. You see him there going through the first couple of corners at the back of that shot. Certainly a less than ideal start to the race, though, for Harrison Leach, who's been battling up at the sharp end throughout today's action. Sadly, it's not going to be a top through by the end of the race in this one anyway. Near identical times on that last lap from Shenton and Guy, but Shenton takes the fastest lap. 47.56 for Shenton, 47.58 for Guy. Here comes Mayan Patel, though, down the inside of the 117 of Joshua Byrne. Patel's up to P4. Of course, it's not been a great amount of points from today's running. They started off today 3 points different between Guy and Patel. Macaulay Guy has come into this race on 58 points. Mayan Patel's come into it, to be fair, only on 53 points. Oh, that's less difficulty then. Right, so now, coming into this final, Only 2 points in it. Macaulay Guy is leading the championship by 2 points coming into this final. Great squabble there through the boot. Monty Brathwaite, I think, losing out in that one. Alex Dodds gets through. Joshua Burns still at the front of this pack, and now Dodds looking feisty. Dodds to the inside up at Christmas corner, and Alex Dodds takes 5th place. Brathwaite tries to follow through, but can't quite keep the door open. Now he tries it down at Ashby, though. Late on the brakes for Brathwaite. And this time, no, he can't get it done. He's still on the outside there. Fakes out, though. Round the outside goes Brathwaite. Takes away the place. 27 of Blenkinsop tried to follow through. But that, I can't even say through today. What is going on with me? It's the afternoon of the finals, ladies and gentlemen. I'm struggling. I feel ill. But we're here. We're enjoying the racing action. I'm doing the best I can. I do apologise. Blenkinsop it was who was trying to get through. Wiley made the most of that one and slipped through himself. Took 8th place away from Charlie Blenkinsop. Blenkinsop still the top-rated novice, though, in this race. Ooh, hold on a second. Is that Max Yule taking the fastest lap of the race? 46.90 for Max Yule. 46.99 for Macaulay Guy. 47.16 for Shenton. Are we going to see the top 3 close back up once again? It seems to already be happening here. Still Shenton, Guy, Yule, the top 3 in that order. But for how much longer? On to lap number 6 we go. And yet again, Guy and Yule in the 46s. Shenton still in the low 47s. Shenton pointing forward, wanting to work together, but Macaulay Guy's not going to listen to you there. Through at Christmas corner, and Macaulay Guy takes the lead of the race, but up and under. Shenton's trying it already down at Ashby. He's got the inside line, and he's got the lead back for himself once again. And Shenton once more pointing forward, saying, think about it. Let's work together here. Macaulay Guy's not going to listen. He's got the championship on his mind. He might not know that Mayan Patel's in 4th place, but he is. Macaulay Guy really wants to get out to the lead of this race and try and press on. And he's also got Max Yule nipping at his heels as well, as Yule reminds him of that as he clatters into his rear bumper, going into the boot this time of asking. Still over 7 minutes left to go in this race. And look, Shenton wanting to work together again. Macaulay Guy down the inside at Christmas corner. Will he get it done this time, though? Again, Shenton setting up the inside line for Ashby. And again, Shenton's done that absolutely perfectly. It's literally an exact replay of lap number 6 here on lap number 7. And Shenton defends into Osiers. Look at this. It's bringing Mayan Patel back into the same camera shot here. This is exactly what Macaulay Guy doesn't want. And through they go. On to another lap of this race. Mayan Patel, new fastest lap of the race. Oh, one of the Tim Wilson Motorsport drivers is out. The 89 of Henry Ryan is out of this race. Was running in 13th place, but he's parked it up at Christmas corner. Whether that's a mechanical issue or an incident there at Christmas corner, I don't know. But either way, Henry Ryan is out of this race. Down the inside. They're not quite able to make it work, though, at Osiers, but Macaulay Guy piling on the pressure. This time into the boot, though. It's going to be an up and under from Rocco Shenton, though. Macaulay Guy can't seem to stay ahead of Rocco Shenton. He can find a way through, but somehow Shenton manages to open the door on the exit and immediately get back past yet again. 5.5 minutes on the clock. Shenton defending the inside. Macaulay Guy's forced to the outside this time, and he's going to be the one trying it up and under this time. Will the move formulate down into Ashby? I don't think he's quite got the overlap. Oh, he's going to prove me wrong. Down the inside goes Macaulay Guy, and this time Max Yule's going to follow him through, and so does Mayan Patel. In the space of one corner, it's 1st to 4th for Rocco Shenton, but fighting back through immediately to 3rd place. Max Yule's relegated back to 4th, and now we've got the 2 championship leaders in 1 and 2. Unbelievable as we head into the last the last 5 minutes of this Junior X30 final. I'm trying to keep my voice together for the rest of this final and the rest of the races yet today. I'm just getting so excited. This battle is fantastic at the sharp end of the order. Now, I have been confirmed in my ear the number 89 of Henry Ryan was indeed a mechanical failure. Sadly for Henry, up at Christmas Corner, gutting way to end the final to no fault of your own, just the kart giving up the ghost. But we look back to the front of the order. Still Macaulay Guy holding on to it, and now he's been released. He's on his own at the front of the order. Now it says a move for second place. Max Yulda. No, it's Rocco Shenton. Of course it is. Down the inside of Mayan Patel there. Into the boot. And now once again, the two old rivals, I guess you'd say, from this race. Back at it again. But this time it's Guy ahead of Shenton. But for how much longer? Shenton's gone wide out the first couple of corners. And Mayan Patel retakes second place. This is exactly what Macaulay Guy needs here. And now I want to quickly check my notes as well on the Junior X30. I don't think that Macaulay Guy has won a final yet this year. And he's now got 3 or 4 kart lengths in the lead of the race, but there is still 3.5 minutes to go. Let's not get too ahead of ourselves here. So final winners in Junior X30 this season. Zach Green won the first round, Taylor Orridge in round 2, Zach Green in round 3, Mayan Patel in round 4, and James Harris in round 5. It's that win in round 4 that's helped Mayan Patel get to lead the championship before today's round here at round number 6 of the Whilton Mill Kart Club in 2024. But I do believe through the results so far today, Macaulay Guy has gone from a 3-point deficit in the championship to a 2-point lead over Mayan Patel. But this final will be oh so telling at the end of this one. Well, I mean, if Macaulay Guy finishes ahead of Mayan Patel, he's definitely in the lead of the championship heading into the final 2 rounds. But they carry on. 2.5 minutes left still to go. And still Rocco Shenton with that fastest lap of the race, and he only did that a couple of laps ago now. Almost identical times between the top 4 though. Macaulay Guy, a 46.98. Rocco Shenton, a 47.00. A 47.06 from Mayan Patel, and a 46.98 from Max Ewell. Max Ewell has been very feisty throughout today as well. He's been really impressive here in the Junior X30s. The promotion driver has really impressed me as Max Ewell. He's been there and thereabouts, and what looked like it was going to be second place for him earlier on in this race quickly got shuffled back to P4 and just hasn't quite been able to fight back through, with Patel and Shenton still ahead of him. On to lap number 14 we go then. And that gap reduces ever so slightly on the last lap, down to a second once again. Only a minute and a half left to go on the clock now. Now, you say a second, you go, oh, that's not very long, only 1 second. You then look at it on the screen and you go, that's a huge gap. That's a massive gap. Rocco Shenton is going to need to do a lot here to close it back down on Macaulay Guy, with what I imagine to be probably this lap and 2 more. It's going to be a challenge. It was about 2/10 gain on the last lap from Rocco Shenton on Macaulay Guy. That's not going to be enough. That's not going to be enough for Shenton to close back down over these last couple of laps. Let's see how it's changed on this past lap. Another 2/10 taken out by Rocco Shenton. A new fastest lap from Rocco Shenton. Shenton getting his head down, human DRS activated up towards Christmas Corner, doing everything he can to try and steal away the first ever final win for Macaulay Guy here at the Whilton Mill Kart Club. 46.72 for Shenton, 46.82, new personal best for Mayan Patel in behind as well. That's given him a bit of breathing room ahead of Max Ewell as well. 15 seconds to go. I think they might have another lap here. We might still get 2 more laps of this Junior X30 final, and we are going to get 2 more laps, and it's visibly closed back in. It's now half a second. Another fastest lap from Rocco Shenton. 46.62 for the CRG driver of Rocco Shenton. He's closing down the gap to Macaulay Guy.
Macaulay Guy didn't need there to be 2 more laps. He was hoping he was coming round the final corner there and seeing the final lap board, but it wasn't meant to be. He's got to hold on to it to the end of this one, and then 1,128 metres more. He checks over the shoulder as they head down into the boot. Rocco Shenton, oh my goodness, he's closed up a lot there through the boot. This is going to be close as they come to the exit of the boot then. They're going to be nose to tail here heading onto the final lap. It's Guy ahead of Shenton as he leads us onto the last lap of this race. Nowhere close enough. No need to defend Macaulay Guy. No need to defend as they head up into Christmas Corner. But Rocco Shenton chasing him down. Another 2/10 were taken out on the last lap. 0.3 as they cross the line to head on to this last lap. But Macaulay, if he can just keep his head in the game, keep relaxed, keep hitting his markers, he could take his first ever win here in a final in Junior X30. Macaulay Guy has been racing here for a number of years at the Whilton Mill Kart Club. He's yet to take a final win in Junior X30. Rocco Shenton looking to try and take it away there into the boot. But Macaulay Guy's going to come out ahead. Macaulay Guy's going to come round the final corner. And the man from Jersey will take a final win in Junior X30. Fantastic to see for the number 38. So happy for him that he's finally taken a win here in Junior X30. And Rocco Shenton, what happened there into the boot? Rocco Shenton finishes in 4th place. So I think what's happened there is he's gone wide into the boot, lost it under braking, sent himself off the circuit. He's managed to rejoin, but he's rejoined behind Patel and Ewell. So Macaulay Guy will have the excitement of the win there, but sadly his championship rival has finished directly behind him now, so it's not a huge amount of points gained in the championship for Macaulay Guy. I don't think he's going to really care about that right now though. He's got a final win provisionally, let me very much say that, provisionally here in Junior X30. Well done, Macaulay. Well done to the number 38. Mayan Patel and Max Ewell then your top 3, with Rocco Shenton and Alex Wiley the top 5. Alex Dodds and Monty Brathwaite, then Joshua Byrne, Jack Owen Drawbridge and Jacob Marples the top 10. Followed by Max Cooper, Charlie Blenkinsop, Charlie Myers, Dylan Masters, Isabel Banks and Autumn Hansford, the last of your 16 finishes in that one after 18 laps of racing. Henry Ryan and Harrison Leach sadly didn't make it to the checkered flag in that one. But what an exciting Junior X30 race that was. I think there's a few karts just being saved from the circuit, getting recovered and back to safety here at the end of that Junior X30 final. We've got 3 more finals left to go. X30 Senior, Junior Rotax and Senior Rotax. It's going to be Senior X30s up next, just before they head out on circuit though. That was a very exciting one, and my voice can tell. So I'm going to take a very quick break, have a swig of water before we crack on with the final 3 finals. Three more races left to go then. That wind still very strong out on the Whilton Mill Kart circuit for the drivers to contend with. But luckily, the threat of 30-40% chance of rain doesn't seem to have happened, and actually seems as though the cloud cover has dissipated somewhat. We started off today with lovely blue skies and lots of sunshine. Sadly, that stopped throughout today. A bit windier and a lot of people in jumpers and coats and whatnot. I think we've very much left summer now, haven't we? Summer's well in the past now. And sadly, we'll be dealing with cold weather as we now head towards the winter months, which is terrifying to say. It feels like 2024 started about 5 minutes ago, and we're already cracking on towards Christmas. Oh my goodness, I said the C word. Can't be saying that one. Christmas. Ah, terrifying. I don't want to look forward to that already. Right then, before we get to Christmas, the drivers have got to attack Christmas Corner for this next final. Senior X30, as we say, are going to be heading out on circuit next, and if we're ready to go, as the drivers get ready to go, let's have a look at the grid for this Senior X30 final. Race 23 of the day. Of course, after this, we've only got the Junior and Senior Rotax races. Well, let's take you through the grid then for this Senior X30 final. Lucas Ellingham, he just came back for a bit of fun, but he's starting the final on pole position with Micah Taylor alongside him. Jack Cox and Josh Palfreman, your winner of the final last round, is there on row 2. Then Jack Mower and Jaden Gregg are there on row number 3. Row 4 has Piotr Judovic and Sam Lewis. Then George Quartermain and Archie Heron on row 5. Henry Gregory and Morgan Hill on row 6. Now, of course, Henry Gregory involved in an incident in the second heat of the day. He starts there on row 6. Watch for him coming through the order. The same for Harry Torpy. They're on row number 7. He's alongside Daniel Archer, Olivier Pecula, Harry Maynard, Vishal Patel, Leo Robinson. And then rounding out the top 20 on row 10, Harry Yule and Ollie Keenan. Kian Leon out and Rylan Eckberg on row 11 with Macy Hitter and Jensen Pugh on row 12. And row 13, unlucky for some, as I've said a few times today, but it hasn't really been unlucky. I'm not really checked, to be honest. Maybe it has been really unlucky for people who have been on row 13. Who knows? It's Lucas Armstrong and Kira Harris, then Jensen Buckingham and Archie Forber, Harry Quartermain and Josh Jones round out the 30 drivers on the grid for this Senior X30 final. Well, Junior X30s, the drivers who we sort of imagined were going to be up near the sharp end and fighting, were there. And it all certainly kicked off throughout the racing. Let's see if that happens again here in the seniors. It's been super exciting throughout the senior action here today. We've had drivers all over the shop. Of course, the main protagonists, though, fighting at the front have been Harry Torpy and Henry Gregory. Henry Gregory leading the championship going into today's racing. Harry Torpy, your 2023 champion in Senior X30. Lucas Ellingham, about 3 or 4 time champion in the last 5 or 6 years in Senior X30 as well. He starts on pole position. He's just back here for a bit of fun, but he's a serious person to contend with at the front of the order. But Henry Gregory starting all the way down in 11th. Harry Torpy all the way down in 13th place. Let's see how they go in this final, but it's Ellingham and Taylor who are alongside each other as they lead us to the lights, and we go green for the Senior X30 final. They stay as they were through the first couple of corners. There's Henry Gregory getting shuffled out wide there. Funnily enough, I think that was actually contact with Harry Torpy going through the first couple of corners, as they're both trying to make up positions early on in this race. Down to Ashby we go, then who's off? That's the number 98 who's gone wide. That's Daniel Archer over the grass on the inside of the circuit. That drops him all the way to the back of the order. But Lucas Ellingham with a textbook start here. He knows how a Senior X30 final works here at Whilton Mill. And he's continuing that on, just as he used to all those years ago. I said that as if he's so old. He's so young still. And he's just done loads of years at Whilton Mill Kart Club. And he's been so impressive at Whilton Mill Kart Club. So, after lap number 1 then, Ellingham ahead of Taylor. Then Cox, Palferman, Jurovic, Moa, Heron, Gregg, Lewis and Hill, your top 10. Harry Torpy actually in 12th place, now ahead of Henry Gregory. So first piece of news, it's not been a good start for either of them. Second piece of news, Torpy has already jumped ahead of Henry Gregory. Still over 10 minutes left to go on the clock then. That was Josh Palfreman and Piotr Judovic we were watching there going through into the boot. There's a contact warning though for the Torpedo. Mr. Harry Torpy trying to find his way through the pack, but maybe needs to do it with a little bit less contact. Speaking of which, Gregory has jumped him as well. Henry Gregory back to 11th, Torpy back to 12th, but realistically they need to hope that these drivers at the front hold each other up just a little bit more than they are doing at the moment, as Ellingham and Taylor are basically driving away with this race at the moment. Battle up the front though. Palfreman piling on the pressure to Cox. Oh, you thought Palfreman was going to go for the move there. I certainly did. Yellow flag. Oh, someone's really gone off on the grass there on the exit of Ashby. There's the move though down into the boot. Palfreman gets it done this time. It was a little overly aggressive, you could say, into Osius, but Palfreman gave himself enough room there to back out of the move on the inside. Goes for it again down into the boot. To be fair to him, fair play for getting a good enough exit off of Osius there to get the move done. Palfreman into third place. As I mentioned, Josh Palfreman was your winner in the final last round at round number 5. So keep an eye on him if he can drive up to the back of Taylor and Ellingham still in the lead of this race. But it's Henry Gregory now in P9, still one place ahead of Harry Torpy in P10, but Gregory has the fastest lap of the race. 46.47 for Henry Gregory. Still trying to fight their way through the order. There's Palfreman, followed by Jack Cox now, as there's more people trying to make moves. That's Archie Heron, is it? Yes, through on Piotr Judovic. So Piotr drops down to P6. They then got Jaden Gregg and Jack Mowat right in behind them. And then there's Henry Gregory and Harry Torpy. Gregory goes to the move down the inside. Late on the brakes to Christmas Corner. He loves a move at Christmas Corner, whether this is the inside or the outside. He doesn't care. He gets the move done. Henry Gregory through. And immediately following through there was Harry Torpy down at Ashby. So they've managed to avoid each other's troubles like they had in the second heat of the day earlier on. And they're pressing through the order very nicely. Move to the inside. That's Judovic back through on Archie Heron. Heron close to the door though. Contact on the exit. Judovic chucked to the exit curb. Holds onto the slide. Gets back on the throttle and back in the action. But less than ideal for Piotr Judovic. He's now going to hold up Torpy through the first couple of corners. I can see a move coming here from Harry Torpy up to Christmas Corner in front. Gregory's gone for the move as well. Late to the inside from Torpy in the background though. So Gregory through on Heron. That's for 6th place. Torpy through on Judovic in the background. That one is for 8th place. And in behind as well, that is Jack Mowat slipping back behind Morgan Hill. That's a move for 10th place for Morgan Hill. 7.5 minutes still to go on the clock in this one. Plenty of time for it to all play out. Now, I said earlier, will Palfreman close back in on the leaders? The answer to that one is no. There's now 2 seconds between Ellingham the lead and Palfreman in 3rd place. Micah Taylor's doing a decent job to try and keep him within earshot, but not good enough. A second now between Ellingham and Taylor, despite all 3 of them setting personal best. 46.2 for Ellingham, 46.4 for Taylor, 46.3 for Palfreman. But it's a 46.1 for Henry Gregory in 6th place, as he's now onto the back of Jaden Gregg. Through they go, through Ashby. Still battles galore. Oh, that's a late move to the inside. That's Rylan Ekberg trying to get through on Harry Yule. Battle for 14th place. There's a move. Jaden Gregg down the inside, that is. Through follows Gregory, and I think he's gone for it down the inside into the boot as well. We'll see how they emerge from the boot. And onto a new lap they go then, onto lap number 8. No, Gregg stayed ahead of Gregory through that final sector. There they are, heading through the first couple of corners. And now, Archie Heron and Jack Cox in between Gregory and Torpy, 5th and 8th place respectively for those two. As Ellingham continues to drive away at the front. As I always say, if I barely mention your name, you're either having a fantastic race or a bit of a stinker. And what a move it is for Lucas Ellingham, just coming back for a bit of fun here in the Senior X30s. At the Whilton Mill Kart Club, batting against guys who race week in, week out in the British Kart Championships and other series in Senior X30, and just absolutely wiping the floor with them. A 2.5 seconds now Lucas Ellingham has in the lead of the race. Just see Tony Kart Racer echoing what I said in an earlier final, saying, of course, the guy in the front always going to give the signal to work together. I find it every time. Exactly. It's never working together when you're the driver behind, but as soon as you get in front, now it's the time to work together. Hey, I would do it too, so I understand it. I understand it. But it is quite funny to watch, isn't it? Micah Taylor is being caught, however, by Josh Palfreman. Only 0.6 of a second now in between those two. And Henry Gregory has got through as well on Jaden Gregg. There they are on your screen. So Gregory up now into P4. So P11 to P4 so far in this one. 7 places gained for Mr. Gregory. And he's just set a new fastest lap of the race. 46 dead. 46.01 for Henry Gregory. That's an unbelievable lap time around this circuit. No one quite dropping into the 45s just yet, but I can't see it taking much longer now that Henry Gregory has a bit of clear air. And he's now dragging Jaden Gregg with him. Jaden Gregg, 46.08. No driver on the circuit is anywhere near the pace of these two. Now, I will say, with 4.5 minutes left to go, I think Lucas Ellingham is even still a bit too far down the road now. Nearly 2 seconds in the lead ahead of Micah Taylor. But Gregory and Gregg, funny enough, two almost identical last names, working together well here, pressing on nicely towards Taylor and Palfreman. There they are, heading through the first couple of corners. Palfreman, your winner in the final at round 5, has closed up to the back and now goes for it up into Christmas corner. Down the inside of Micah Taylor. That's going to relegate Micah Taylor to 3rd place then. And Gregory and Gregg are right there as well to start piling on the pressure. There goes Harry Torpy down the inside of Archie Heron. That's the 6th place. And Harry Torpy is going to be hoping that the gaggle in front are all going to start battling. Just as that gaggle in behind are. Whoa, that's a late move to the inside. Who was that going for a move down the inside? I want to say it was Jack Cox, but I don't think it was. I think it was a Jack Dex racing driver. So I'm not quite sure who that was. Henry Gregory side by side there. Who's out of the race? The number 50 is out of the race. Jensen Buckingham, it is indeed, from 19th place. Jensen Buckingham is out of the race. But Henry Gregory is through on Josh Palfreman. Now going for the 2nd place here, but no, leaves the door open. Oh, back down the inside goes Palfreman. Teammate action there from the 2 Vismo drivers. And Palfreman back through on Gregory. Yellow flag there down at Ashby. I think that's due to the stricken driver of Jensen Buckingham on the outside of the circuit there. But that's quite a big moment for the momentum in this race. Palfreman back through on Gregory. Whoa! Teammates making contact there, and Torpy seizes the opportunity. Dives down the inside. Jaden Gregg, and Jaden Gregg makes contact with Archie Heron. Jaden Gregg's off into the barrier. Now, the way I said that put the onus on Jaden Gregg there. That was certainly not. No fault of either driver there. Side by side into the final corner. Spun across the nose and into the barrier goes Jaden Gregg. Henry Gregory down the inside of Palfreman. Palfreman tries to switch back. Clatters into Harry Torpy on the exit. Oh, I'm so gutted for Jaden Gregg there. He's been getting faster and faster throughout today. We know he's a driver who battles up near the sharp end in Senior X30. But just unlucky there. 2 drivers converging on the same piece of tarmac at one time. And Gregg and Heron come together. Gregg has rejoined down in 26th place. Not too bad for Heron. Rejoins in 7th place. But equally less than ideal. With all this battling going on over P2 though, the gap to the leader now 4.6 seconds. Lucas Ellingham could basically have a little nap up at Christmas corner and still win this race. There's the move for 2nd place though. Henry Gregory gets it done down the inside at Christmas corner. As we know, he loves so much a move up at Christmas. Up into P2 he goes. There's the aggressive move to the inside at Ashby that we're so used to from Harry Torpy. He takes 4th place away from Josh Palfreman. And now Torpy has his full focus set on Micah Taylor in 3rd place. Wanting to take away the final podium spot in this race. We're just about to head under 1 minute left to go here. I think this will just about be the 3rd to last lap of this race. So there's Gregory in 2nd, Taylor in 3rd, Torpy in 4th, Palfreman now in 5th. Morgan Hill not too far back there in 6th place. What happened to Archie Heron? So he did drop more places than thought. So he did cross the line in 7th, but then clearly got overtaken by a few up to Christmas Corner after that incident with Jaden Gregg. He dropped down to P13 when all was said and done. This is that battle over 3rd place, though, still. Taylor holding on to it ahead of Torpedo. But he's called a Torpedo for a reason. He loves Ascend. So it's when, not if, for Harry Torpy here. Lucas Ellingham starts the penultimate lap of this race. And now Gregory's trying to chase him down. Took about 2.5 tenths out of him on the last lap. But with a 4.5 second lead, I don't think Ellingham has anything to worry about there. Here's that move to the inside from Harry Torpy. Clean as you like, to be fair, from Harry Torpy. Clean as a whistle move down the inside at the Christmas Corner. That was a late move to the inside, though, from Palfreman as he tries to follow him through, and he does so, but fights back through. No, that's Morgan Hill getting back through. So time lost there. An attempt for a move from Palfreman on Taylor sees Palfreman lose time. Hill then skips on by. Palfreman tries to re-overtake him there into the boot there, and that's why I got a bit excited, as they came very close to taking each other out there. But Morgan Hill takes 5th place away from Josh Palfreman. On to the last lap we go then here in the Senior X30 final. Ellingham still 4.5 seconds in the lead here from Gregory, Torpy, Taylor, Hill, Palfreman, Mowat, Cox, Ekberg and Junovic. Your top 10 as we head into the last 1,128 metres of this race. They're still battling over that 5th place though. Palfreman wants it back from Hill. But can he find a way to do so? Morgan Hill covers that inside line as they now head through into sector number 3. But it's Lucas Ellingham who owns the show. He heads round the final corner, and Lucas Ellingham will take the race win here in Senior X30. He's come back for a bit of fun, but he wins the whole damn thing in the final. Fantastic. Great to see, that the multiple champion here in both Senior X30 and Senior Rotax wants to come back to Whilton Mill Kart Club and enjoy some racing. And he shows he's certainly not lost it in a Senior X30 kart. Great win for Lucas Ellingham. What a drive through the field then for Henry Gregory and Harry Torpy. Henry Gregory from 11th to 2nd. Harry Torpy from 13th to 3rd. Great driving through the order. However, when you drive through the order like they've just done, you leave yourself open to possibilities for nose cone penalties. So we're straight on nose cone watch, please, to check them as they come into the pit lane. But that is your provisional top 3 from the Senior X30 final. The rest of the top 10, Micah Taylor, Morgan Hill, Josh Palfreman, Jack Cox, Jack Mowat. Sorry, other way round. Jack Mowat in 7th, Jack Cox in 8th, my apologies. Ryan Ekberg, Leo Robinson, your top 10 there. Well done to Leo Robinson as well. That was 18th to 10th there from Leo Robinson. A great rush through. Sadly, we can't seemingly see nose cone watch. I think maybe we've got an issue with the camera down at the final corner. But of course, to remind you, results.alphatiming.co.uk/WMKC to check those finalised results. Now, outside of the top 10, Piotr Junovic, Sam Lewis, Archie Heron, Jensen Pugh, Macy Hitter, Harry Yule, George Quartermain, Josh Jones, Lucas Armstrong, Kian Leon Gamiao, was your top 20. Then Vishal Patel, Daniel Archer, Ollie Keenan, Olivier Pecula, Jaden Gregg fought back there to 25th place. Gutted for him for that one. Then Archie Forber, Kira Harris, and Harry Quartermain, I think the last few finishers. Potentially Harry going out on the second to last lap though. Only finished 16 of 17 laps. Jensen Buckingham we lost on lap 11. Harry Maynard we lost on lap number 4. Well, that's it then. Senior X30 action for today, and they certainly treated us to some action. I mean, from green light there was no real question that Lucas Ellingham was going to take the win, but we were enjoying the scrap through the pack there from Henry Gregory and Harry Torpy, producing some brilliant battles out there on circuit, and well done for them for provisionally securing themselves a podium place each in that final. Well, we've only got 2 more finals set to go, ladies and gentlemen. Both Rotax classes, the juniors and the seniors. We're going to kick it off with the junior Rotax final coming up next. Here we go then. Junior Rotax A final. 30 drivers automatically qualifying for this grid, and of course, the 4 drivers who got through from the B final joining them on the back of the grid as well. Finley Jones lines up alongside Jack West to start off this race. And on the second row is Hugh Moulton and Charlie Neve. Then it's Harry Freeman and Thomas Hill on row number 3. They're followed on row 4 by Charlie Wolfett and Devon Nolan. Victor Hansen and Jack Baker finalise the top 10 on row 5, with Alfie Thompson and Joshua Smith on row number 6. Row 7 sees Aidan Large and William Webb, and Callum Sims and Oliver Smith on row number 8. Noah Barham and Shane Chandaria are on row 9, and then finalising the top 20 are Will Archer and Kai Beach there on row number 10. Row 11 sees Ellis Snow and Marcel Poppercool, then Harrison Crowther and Joel Dixon-Cohen there on row number 12. Row 13 sees Lucy Wielden and Ruben Mamalok, then Samir Paul, Josh Gora, Matthew So and Rex Ashley, your top 30. And then the 4 drivers who join us from the B final. Michael Dalton, Omar Simdi, Daniel Adamatis, and surprisingly, Oliver Liversedge. Now I need to look up the finishing positions in that B final, because that's not who I was expecting it to be at the back of the B final. What have we got then? Harry Russell and Dexter Collins both getting plus 5 second penalties in the B final for gaining an unfair advantage. Now that is interesting, of course, those two teammates managing to get through. Dexter Collins was in 6th for most of the race. It was Liversedge and Russell who battled it out right the way to the end there into the boot. They both went wide. Dexter Collins dove through and took 4th place on the road, but clearly both deemed as they were gaining an unfair advantage, and that gives Liversedge the chance at the final here in the Junior Rotax A final. Do we get it underway? First time of asking. Yes, we do. Finley Jones and Jack West lead us to the start, but I think Jack West has stolen it there through the first couple of corners. The KR Sport driver to the lead of the race already. It's absolute pandemonium heading up into Christmas Corner. Like a swarm of wasps, the Junior Rotax drivers descend up to Christmas Corner. But they all are managing to make it through, funnily enough. I mean, it surprised me, even in the commentary box, that all 34 drivers are still facing in the right direction here as we head through into sector number 3. Charlie Neve is through into 2nd place. That's a great start then from the anti-pole side of the grid. 2nd on the grid is in 1st. 4th on the grid is in 2nd. And then Finley Jones and Hugh Moulton are in behind. So 1st and 3rd on the grid now in 3rd and 4th respectively. Charlie Neve's got good pace though here, chasing Jack West up to Christmas Corner. There's a move to the inside for one of the Evolution drivers, the 87 of Alfie Thompson, getting through on Devon Nolan. Move there as well. I think that's Victor Hansen potentially getting shuffled back, is it? Or is it Devon Nolan continuing to fall back ever so slightly? There's the 1-2-2. Sorry, needed another cough there. Noah Barham was who got forced out wide there on the exit. Does a good job to hold on to it though and carry on for another lap. Right, Finley Jones and Hugh Moulton trying to close back down the 2 leaders, trying to make sure they don't scamper away. I mean, lap times across the top 6, ridiculously close. 40.48 new fastest lap for Jack West. Then it's a 48.45, 48.47, 48.46, 48.47, 48.44. What in the world? Junior Max drivers showing their pace, showing their talent out on circuit, and absolutely nothing separating them in terms of lap time. Still just less than 10 minutes left to go on the clock though. And we'll see how this one plays out. Neve has fallen off the back of Jack West though. If he can just continue this through the final, keep pressing on, keep this kind of pace, he might have this one in the bag from early here. But Thomas Hill takes the new fastest lap of the race. This is the Thomas Hill I'm used to. He's been a bit bullied in the heat so far today, but he's bringing some pace here in the final. There's Noah Barham getting a move done down the inside. But he's going to then get done down at Ashby. Re-overtaken by Jack Baker. Good battle between Barham and Baker there through the first section of the circuit. And there, back down the inside goes Noah Barham. Takes 12th place away from Mr. Baker. Through the final quarter they come then, starting lap number 5 of this race. But yeah, it was a 47.7 on the last lap from Thomas Hill. 47.53 now the fastest lap from Joshua Smith. We have got a yellow flag up to Christmas corner though. That neutralises quite a key overtaking opportunity there up to the top of the circuit. I'm just trying to see. Looks as though Aiden Large didn't make it to the end of the first lap, and that kart getting pushed off to the side there on the exit of Boxing Day is Matthew So's number 50 kart. Sadly, Matthew is out of this race as well on lap number 4. But we turn our attention back to the leaders once again. Hugh Moulton has managed to get through, while I've not been quite watching there, on Finley Jones. That was on the previous lap to this one. So Moulton now leads the charge towards the leaders. Oh, someone's lost their exhaust as well out there. You can hear that on the cameras. So someone's going to be getting mechanical warning pretty soonish if they've broken their exhaust out there on track. We'll wait and see who ends up getting that one. William Webb, the first into the 47.4s. He's in 11th place at the back of this train. And I will say, these drivers closing up on each other now as they close down on the leaders. The leaders, the top 4, all in the 47.8s or the 47.9s. Every driver in behind them in the 47.6s or 47.5s, all the way down to P11. That's amazing. We're seeing the rest of the top 10 close back up on our leading 4. And now, Hugh Moulton and Finley Jones are under a bit of pressure here. And still, look at that from William Webb, a 47.25. That's incredible from William Webb. Brilliant pace there. As there's a move from Alfie Thompson on Victor Hansen. Change for 8th place. William Webb, just the driver there in the background, closing in on this leading gaggle. He's got that nice clear air. That's definitely helping him to get those fastest laps. But he's still got to hit his markers and make those fastest laps work. And he's doing just that at the moment. Still 6.5 minutes left to go in this Junior Rotax A final then. Still very much all to play for, but Jack West doing everything he needs to at the front of the order, and that certainly helps. New personal best for himself. Extends the gap by another 0.2 of a second over Charlie Neve. We've got to see some overtakes coming soon though from this leading squabble. Still, the drivers sort of 5th place downwards faster than the drivers ahead of them. Here we might start to see it. That was Thomas Hill and Finley Jones going at it down into Ashby. The number 196 of Thomas Hill now getting forced out wide and contact with the 78. Harry Freeman goes up over the back of Thomas Hill's kart. And again, a calamity ensues for Thomas Hill, undeservingly so. But Harry Freeman goes up and over his rear left tyre. And that is going to be both of them dropping down the order ever so slightly. Black flag for Marcel Popical. That's not something you usually see. A straight black flag for the number 234. He's in 21st place at the moment. And it's Josh Gora who's got a mechanical flag, the 110. He's in 31st place at the moment. It must be him who has that broken exhaust. But also, Josh, you can hear that you've got a broken exhaust. Just waiting. Trying to get as many laps in as possible before he's told to come in by race control with his broken exhaust. We're going to be going over noise level limits soon if Josh Gora keeps going around the Whilton Mill Kart circuit. But yeah, black flag for the number 234. As I say, that's something I've not really seen here. Straight black flag. You only really see them after multiple mechanicals for Marcel Popical. He's not served it as well. He's being shown it again. So is Josh Gora. No way. Josh Gora's surely got to come in. Marcel Popical has come in, to be fair to him. So that was shown early on my live timing. Marcel Popical has seen the black flag and has immediately come in. So fair play to the number 234. But I don't know what he's done to deserve that black flag. But equally, I wasn't watching him out on circuit. So yeah, maybe something going wrong for the 234. Well, Josh Gora and Marcel Popical have both now come into the pit lane to serve their mechanical and black flags respectively. We turn our attention back to the leaders. William Webb had the fast lap of the race. He just set an identical one to his personal best, a 47.25, but Joshua Smith just a little bit faster with a 47.24. Joshua Smith now gets a 47.21, but William Webb knocks that one out of the park with a 47.06. Incredible increase in pace throughout this race from all of our drivers here. And even the leaders have picked up the pace now. Jack West, Charlie Neve, Hugh Moulton all finding a bit of extra time here. And they found themselves a good half a second gap between the rest of them. Charlie Neve still close enough there. They've got a bit of a gap then back to Hugh Moulton, who's got Finley Jones on his tail. And there's Charlie Wolfett with a bit of a gap to Alfie Thompson. There's a move for the 55 though. Joshua Smith makes a move into the boot. Through follows William Webb. And that shuffles Victor Hansen back down into P9. 3 minutes still to go on the timing screen. Oh, late move to the inside. 87 of Alfie Thompson gets through on Charlie Wolfett there. He had to make that one stick down the inside, just as that driver does down into Ashby. Finley Jones, that was making the move on Hugh Moulton at Ashby. Change for third place. And Charlie Neve has closed the gap as well. It was almost 2/10 on the last lap alone to Jack West. So we could soon see a battle for the lead then. They're heading around the final corner to start lap number 13. With 2.5 minutes still left to go on the clock. Hear those cars roar past the camera at the first corner. Fantastic soundtrack here in Northamptonshire. And what a day of racing it's been so far. Junior Rotax A final coming to a close in the next couple of minutes. Jack West and Charlie Neve did near identical lap times on the last lap, a 47.12 and a 47.13. But it looks as though Charlie Neve all over the rear bumper of Jack West now as they head into the crucial section of this race. And Thomas Hill, what happened to Thomas Hill? Thomas Hill's in 22nd place. Something happened. Oh, of course, we saw him go wide earlier, didn't we? We had that incident earlier. What am I talking about? My brain's mashed from today. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, Thomas Hill dropped down the order earlier on with that incident. He's there in 22nd place at the moment. Just trying to look down the order and see who we have where. William Webb, after that scything pace in the first part of this race, has just stabilised now down in 9th place. New fastest lap of the race on the last lap for Jack West though. 47.03 for Jack West, 47.05 for Charlie Neve. Even faster for both drivers, but it's even faster for Jack West. Where has he kept this one in the locker as we head into the final minute of this race? 46.93 for Jack West. 47.03 for Charlie Neve is an incredible lap time, but somehow Jack West managed to better that by 1/10 of a second on that last lap. And now the gap has extended to, a huge 0.4 seconds now between West and Neve. But West just giving himself that breathing room once again, meaning that Charlie Neve just can't go for a late dive bomb here at the final part of this race. 20 seconds left to go on the clock. I think we'll just about get 2 more laps of this race. And we will indeed. Jack West won't see the last lap board this time around. He'll have to wait another 1,128 metres to see that. He's not going to mind though. Extends the gap by another 1.5 tenths of a second. And Jack West not crumbling under the pressure, holding firm at the front of the order. So is the number 51 there of Hugh Moulton there, defending heavily up into Christmas corner. Alfie Thompson trying to find a way past. Charlie Wolfett getting involved as well. He goes to the outside there at Ashby. How will they end up as they head into sector number 2 though? Still as they were. And still the 51 of Hugh Moulton defending like his life depends on it there into Osiers. But he's keeping Alfie Thompson and Charlie Wolfett behind, and that is the main thing. Bit slow though into the boot. That opens up the inside line for Wolfett. They'll be side by side into the final couple of corners, and back through will slip Alfie Thompson. On to the final lap we go then. Over 6/10 now between West and Neve. West has been on it in the last 3 or 4 laps. He was keeping something in the locker that none of us knew about. He's been consistently in the 46s over the last few laps. no one else has been in the 46s this whole race. And Jack West has done it like 4 laps in a row on the last laps. Unbelievable from Jack West. You fully deserve this race win, Jack. What a performance from you in this final. This squabble's getting rather tasty though on our screen. We're enjoying watching this one. That's the 195 of Wolfit trying to hold on to it from the 55 of Joshua Smith now, as Alfie Thompson and Hugh Moulton still battle at it. But here comes Jack West. What a final for Jack West. And he takes the win in the Junior Max A final. Deservedly so. And what a brilliant bit of pace there over the final laps there. Charlie Neve finally gets into the 46s, but not early enough there. 46.95 on the last lap. Holds him on to second place there. 2 seconds clear of Finley Jones in third. And then 6 seconds back to Alfie Thompson in fourth place. That's where all the battles began. 6th place downwards. Victor Hansen finalising the top 5. Hugh Moulton, Noah Barham, William Webb, Harrison Crowther and Harry Freeman. Your top 10 there in the Junior Rotax A final. Followed across the line by Joshua Smith and Oliver Smith. Then Kai Veach and Michael Dalton, Jack Baker and Joel Dixon-Cohen, Callum Sims, Charlie Wolfett, Ellis Snow and Devon Nolan, your top 20. Thomas Hill battling back to 21st there, but oh, what could have been for Thomas Hill. A day to forget, I think, for Thomas Hill. So many close calls, so many opportunities for good results, but none of it quite working out for him. Shane Tandario was behind him in 22nd, followed by Ruben Mamaluk, Will Archer, Omar Cindy, Rex Ashley, Lucy Wielden, Daniel Adamatis, Samir Paul, Oliver Liversedge, Marcel Popical, Josh Gora, Matthew So, and Aidan Large. So Michael Dalton, the best mover from the B final, up from 31st to 14th in that final. Well done to Michael Dalton. Omar Cindy as well, where did he end up in that race? So he went from 31st to 25th, and then Adamatis and Liversedge finished 28th and 30th respectively. What a Junior Max A final, that was a cracker to be fair, enjoyed that one, but full respect to Jack West, fully deserved that final win there on the number 92. And obviously provisionally, your podium, Jack West, Charlie Neve and Finley Jones. Well, one more race left to go then, ladies and gentlemen, here at round number 6 of the Whilton Mill Kart Club. We've seen the A final for Junior Rotax. Up next, the A final for Senior Rotax. Here we go then. Only 12 minutes plus 1 lap of action left to go here for round number 6 of the Whilton Mill Kart Club in 2024, and I think we've saved a pretty good one for last. Archie Walker, he's been dominant throughout today, but he's had to try for it, to say the least. He lines up on the front row of the grid alongside Freddie Ingram. Then it's Joshua Graham and Guy Cunnington on row 2, with Louis Weaver and Ben Folland on row number 3. Row 4 sees Spencer Brom, your championship leader in Senior Rotax, alongside Liam Thomas. Ethan Ling and Alex Moody round up the top 10 on row 5, with Brandon Klein Nagelvort and Stefan Kashmashik in behind. Jack Collins and Dylan Norris are on row 7, with Tyler Harris, James Tester, Deacon Russell and Samuel Cook following them, and rounding up the top 20 on row number 10 are Ben Cook and Ollie Irwin. Then it's Jack Gillingham and Mac McFarquhar, followed by Charlie Webb and William Pemble. Then row 13 is Dalton Norris and Joe Fox. Oliver Johnson is then alongside, I've not got the thing up on my screen now as we've dived through the grids there. Oliver Johnson and Ross Tyler are on row number 19, with Ben Ballou and Charlie Cox alongside each other. Then Miles Roby and Molly Griffiths, followed by Luca Osmond Price and Lucas Theo. Right then, last race of the day. Senior Rotaxes get ready for their final. So the Senior Rotaxes getting ready to go here for their final. Here we go then, last 12 minutes plus 1 lap of racing. Let's get it underway. First time of asking Senior Rotax drivers. Let's get it done. We are underway in racing. To the green flag we go, and Archie Walker immediately sides across to take the lead of the race. We've got one driver going straight across the grass on the inside there. That's less than ideal for grit levels, and they're going to be losing a few places because of that one. Big slidey moment there for the 50 of Dylan Norris in the middle of the pack. He managed to get it stopped though as we get up to Christmas corner. Late move to the inside from Joshua Graham. Great move to the inside there as he takes third place away. And as they head through into sector number 2 now, already the two leaders trying to drive away with this one. The two KR Sport teammates of Archie Walker and Freddie Ingram have made a fantastic race start here. And they've built a good 5 or 6 kart lengths over, you guessed it, another KR Sport driver of Joshua Graham. So to the end of lap number 1. Walker, Ingram, Graham, Weaver, Cunnington, Ling, Braun, Nagelvort, Thomas and Folland, your leaders. But Guy Cunnington's got a problem. Guy Cunnington is out of this race. He pulls over to the infield. An issue with the kart sees Guy Cunnington, a driver many would have picked as at least being there in the top 5, if not the top 3 throughout this race. He's out early on. That's gutting for him, of course, racing in his own Guy Cunnington Racing colours. That's a bit too aggressive there to the inside. Both drivers off. That was Liam Thomas trying to get through, I believe, on Brandon Clyde Nagelvort. Potentially Ben Folland. We'll see when they come across the line to finish this lap. It was a little bit too overly aggressive there from Liam Thomas on the inside. Both drivers off onto the grass on the exit of the corner. No, it was on Ethan Ling, was it, potentially? It was Liam Thomas and Ethan Ling. Both dropping places on that last lap then, as they both get filed off the circuit on the exit of Ogiers. More moves happening up at Christmas corner then. That's MacBook Farquhar getting overtaken by the 21 of Deacon Russell. So that's a change for 19th place. Farquhar had initially gone ahead, and Deacon Russell makes the re-overtake stick. Oh, big incident down at Wilkins. That's 4 drivers off. That was Jack Gillingham to the inside there, forcing the manoeuvre. And 4 drivers into 1 just doesn't work. Off they go to the scene of the accident. Now, I think all 4 managed to rejoin the circuit there. Losing a lot of places, though. A less than ideal way for it to happen, with still about 10 minutes left to go in this race. I think it was Dylan Norris, MacBook Farquhar, Jack Gillingham, and Samuel Cook there, who all came together down at Wilkins. Well, this has been an exciting one, hasn't it? We're barely even 2 minutes into this race, and already it's all kicked off. But at the front of the order, it's still Archie Walker and Freddie Ingram trying to drive away with this one. Joshua Graham, though, does have the fastest lap of the race on the last lap. 46.17 for Joshua Graham. So as they go through on to lap number 5, it all just starts to settle into the race here. As drivers try and work out their orders. There is Spencer Brougham. Spencer currently running in 6th place, right behind Brandon Klein Nagelvort and Louis Weaver. Oh no, he has actually slipped behind Ben Folland, apologies. Folland we saw making great moves earlier on today. He's been making some great moves throughout today as Ben Folland. He's made some more on your championship leader, Spencer Brougham. Another change as well. That's for P10. Tyler Harris through on Jack Collins. And Archie Walker, race leader, now takes the fastest lap. But that lap was identically matched by Joshua Graham on that last lap. Both of them doing a 46.03. Freddie Ingram in the middle of them, 46.28. So will we see a battle between Ingram and Graham materialise in the next couple of laps? The next time we look at them, sorry. Down the inside to the boot goes Joshua Graham then. Takes 2nd place away from the number 69 of Freddie Ingram. And the 67 of Louis Weaver right in behind them there to pick up the pieces as well. And that's why Louis Weaver, new fastest lap of the race. 45.93 for Weaver as we head on to lap number 7. There's a move down the inside at Christmas corner, though, late on the brakes from the 81 of Ben Folland. We continue to see him making more moves throughout today. here in the Senior Rotax final. And now Brom will be looking to try and make a move on Brandon Klein-Nagelvoort as well to get himself up into the top 6. They've just moved ever so slightly off of the leaders though. And I think unlikely they're going to be able to get within a shot of a podium place at the end of this race unless it all goes wrong for these 3 batting at the front. Now Archie Walker, if he keeps this pace up, he's got this one signed, sealed and delivered at the sharp end of the Senior Rotax A final. Another lap underneath the 46-second mark, and he's now extended that gap to almost a second ahead of his teammate of Joshua Graham. KR Sport are going to be jumping for joy though. We've still got a 1-2-3 for KR, and then the driver in 5th place, also a KR Sport driver as well. So it's going pretty well here in Senior Rotax for KR. Only the number 67 of Louis Weaver spoiling that party, and he's trying to find a way through into the top 3 now. He's pressuring Freddie Ingram through the boot, waiting for that opening to materialise so he can try and find a way past. Less than 6 minutes to go on the clock now. And all drivers sort of settling into their rhythm now as we get into the race. There's a move down the inside at Ashby though. Late move to the inside. That was the 44 overtaken. So that's Tyler Harris through on Stefan Kashmashik, I believe. Oh, 2 drivers coming together there down at Oceans. That was a big hit to the side there. That was just in behind them. That was the 98 of Alex Moody getting thrown out wide. I assume Jack Collins was the one who stuck it down the inside. And both of those two straight off down at Oceans. We just saw as we cut away from that camera angle. A big hit. It was a late move to the inside. And that one certainly didn't work out. Moody dropping right down the order. Gutting to see a fellow Cardiff University Motorsports driver getting taken out there down at Ogiers, but that's just how racing goes sometimes. Alex Moody's been really impressive throughout the times I've seen him here at Whilton Mill Kart Club. He's had some really good pace today as Alex, but the final ends not how he wants to. I think he's managed to get it back going again, but right down at the back of the order. Just over 4 minutes still to go on the clock. And the top 4 still as they were. However, I will say Joshua Graham has made that leading gap stabilised for the moment, just under a second. Let's keep an eye on whether he can close that gap down at all. Still as they were then, the top 4. Ben Folland still closing in there in 5th place. 2 seconds off of the top 4 at the moment. He's still got Brandon Klein-Nagelvoort right in his wheel tracks, and Spencer Brom with them for company as well. On to lap number 12 we go. Still loving that soundtrack here at the Whilton Mill International Kart Circuit. Senior Rotax drivers fill the air with the sound of Rotax power and the sound of two-stroke. So yeah, Spencer Brom came into this round 9 points ahead of Charlie Webb. Brom currently in 7th, Webb currently in 10th, but of course Webb got a DSQ in I think it was the second heat of the day, but Charlie Webb's first heat of the day, because we had those grouped heats. So that's not going to help his points at all, getting a scrutineer non-compliance in his first race of the day. And that's going to help Spencer Brom extend that championship lead. Zaki Hussain as well has been so impressive here at the Whilton Mill Kart Club over the last few rounds, but he's not here today, so he's going to lose out a lot of points compared to his championship rivals. That was a late move to the inside for the 67 of Louis Weaver. Too late. Goes into the side pod of Freddie Ingram. That loses them both quite a bit of time and allows for Ben Folland and Brandon Klein-Nagelvoort to close in. And they have managed to drop Spencer Brom ever so slightly as well, to be fair. Spencer Brom clearly just not quite having the pace here today in the final at least. 2 minutes left to go on the clock. Graham has continued to ever so slightly bring down that gap to the lead, but not enough to give us a battle into the final minutes of this race. Louis Weaver in 4th place still has the fastest lap, but his last lap was 2 seconds slower than that fastest lap of the race. No one getting close to laps that we've seen earlier on in this one. So I don't know what's happened in terms of drivers falling off pace somewhat. Of course, Ingram and Weaver lost a bit of time with that incident earlier on in that past lap. And Weaver back on in the wheel tracks of the number 69. But of course, Ingram's going to have his wits about him, though. He knows Weaver isn't afraid to send a move, even one that may be a little bit too late as the door closes. So Freddie Ingram got to keep his wits about him here if he wants to try and hold on to a podium position by the end of this race. 1 minute left to go of racing action here for round 6 of the Whilton Mill Kart Club. Still as they were in the top 4. Walker, Graham, Ingram, Weaver, Folland, your top 5. Then Klein, Nagelvort, Brahm, Harris, Kashmashik and Webb, the top 10. Here is that battle though for 3rd place. Ingram still ahead of Weaver, but for how much longer? Weaver to the inside yet again. Almost a carbon copy of the incident up at Christmas Corner, but this time Weaver gets it done. Teammates nearly coming together into the boot there. No, sorry, apologies. It's a 2D Motorsport driver, the 81 of Ben Folland. But either way, that was Ingram chopping across the nose cone of Ben Folland, trying to close the door as they headed down into the boot. Didn't realise that Folland had got at least a nose cone alongside and nearly was thrown stage left into the barrier. Luckily, they managed to disengage before they got to the braking zone there down into the boot. And Freddie Ingram stays in P4. So Louis Weaver finally manages to find a way past Freddie Ingram. Folland was unable to find a way through though, was unable to follow him. Folland and Klein Nagelvort stay there in 5th and 6th respectively. Timer has hit 0, ladies and gentlemen. We head on to the final lap of racing here in the Senior Rotax final. And sadly, I'm afraid to say, the gap between Walker and Graham has extended slightly again. About a second as they go on to the final lap of this race. What a day it's been though for Archie Walker. A win in heat number 1, a win in heat number 2. Of course, for himself, there's 3 heats because of the group system, but he won both of his heats. That's all that matters. Into the final, starts on pole position, gets a great run off the line, and never looks back after that. He's managed that gap. He's not driven away with it. He's not got a ridiculous 6-7 second gap at the front. He's just managed it beautifully as the KR Sport driver of Archie Walker. He's going to lead us around the last couple of corners, and Archie Walker will make it 3 from 3 here at the races he's taken part in and takes the win in the Senior Rotax final ahead of Joshua Graham in 2nd place. Louis Weaver there in 3rd. Freddie Ingram just about holds on to 4th place ahead of Ben Folland and Brandon Klein Nagelvort. And then Spencer Brown, Tyler Harris, Charlie Webb and Liam Thomas round out the top 10. Well, a great race to finish today's action here at the Whilton Mill Kart Club. And I thoroughly enjoyed myself. I'm honestly just kind of impressed that I actually can still talk right now. I thought I would have gone by the lunchtime and we'd need to get another commentator in to try and fill my boots. But luckily, the voice box has held out, and thank goodness it did, because we were treated to yet another fantastic day of racing here at the Whilton Mill Kart Club. Huge thank you again to Whilton Mill and Alpha Live for having me down as their lead commentator here for the Whilton Mill Kart Club. It has been thoroughly enjoyable. But as I mentioned at the start of today's action, for the next round, at round number 7, I'm going to be joined by a special guest on comms. It's not just going to be me. You're not just going to have to be dealing with me for the entirety of the race. I know you're all probably saying, oh, thank goodness, at home. Thank goodness. But anyway, as I say, I'm going to have someone else joining me on the comms for that final round. So hopefully you enjoy that, as then that commentator will be taking over for the final round for the WM plate to cap off this season in 2024. Gutted I can't be at that final round for the Whilton Mill Kart Club. It clashes with my final round of my racing in the Fun Cup. But as you might have seen if you follow me over on Instagram at Ratters Media, you might have seen I had a little bit of a ding in my race car, so whether we're going to be at those final rounds, I'm not really sure at the moment. So maybe you will see me. Who knows? But anyway, at this current moment, as it stands, I won't be able to make it for the final round, sadly. But you'll have a fantastic fill-in for me as we cap off the rest of the season. As I say, 2 more rounds to go. Both will be live on Alpha Live next month and the following month, so make sure you subscribe to the Alpha Live channel so that you don't miss any of that. If you've enjoyed today's coverage of the action here from Northamptonshire, make sure you drop a like on the stream as well. A big thank you to all of the Alpha Live team here, my fantastic producer Luke, and of course all of the camera ops braving the heavy wind, as you can still hear out there on circuits. Luckily for them, no precipitation today. It's never enjoyable being out on a camera and it starts throwing it down. Luckily it stayed dry, not only for them but for the drivers out there on circuit as well. Big shout out to all of them. Big shout out to all of the Whilton Mill staff, whether out on the circuit, all of the marshals, all of the crew who make it all happen behind the scenes and make sure everything runs smoothly. All the people in timing, all the people in scrutineering, all the people sorting people's penalties. Everyone who's made this event possible, we give you a massive thank you. And of course, to the paramedics and medical crew as well. Thankfully, we only saw 1 red flag. Of course, it had to happen in the first race of the day. Of course it did. But red flag conditions, medical staff were straight there, straight involved, making sure everyone was safe. And that's the main thing at all karting events in the country, but of course here at the Whilton Mill Kart Club as well. Safety is the #1 priority. So a big shout out to everyone who makes this championship possible. My name is John Ratcliffe. I hope you enjoyed my coverage of today's action. As I say, if you want to support my racing career and my commentary career, if you can go and drop me a follow at Ratters Media on Instagram and TikTok, I would really, really appreciate your support. But otherwise, thankfully, somehow my cold hasn't inhibited me today, and we managed to guide you through all of the action here at round 6 of the Whilton Mill Kart Club. I'm going to go and take a long lay down in a dark room and drink a lot of water and try and resuscitate my throat. But otherwise, it's been a thoroughly enjoyable day of action. Thank you so much for joining us here on the Alpha Live coverage, and we look forward to welcoming you back for round number 7 next month. Have a lovely rest of your bank holiday weekend, and we'll see you very, very soon.